necessary.
Sometimes. Got read into submission here.
Oh,
Here, I started making donuts.
really?
Look,
Do you think I could do Wachowski with this?
Gavel
You
read.
have to arc it. I don't know if you could
You
do
can
it.
open up a shop?
Real-
I'll probably end up hitting
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
not
Are we good?
right now.
Call a work session for the town of Breckenridge for October 12th, 2021 to order. Welcome to the budget retreat. So 2022 budget introduction.
Eric, I'm gonna do that.
Rick.
Before we jump in though, I want to take a minute. Matt, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I want to introduce Matt Halsey.
Hi, Matt.
Matt is our new Assistant Director of Mobility.
Excellent.
He'll still be
Welcome.
working in Public Works. You know, we talked to you about breaking mobility out into its own department. We're, at least for the majority of 22, we're probably still gonna leave it under Public Works as we work to transition. But Matt came to us from Vail Resorts where he ran transit and other stuff over there, right? Yeah.
Well, you're gonna be dealing with better buses, that's for sure here.
Oh, welcome. We're glad to have you.
Sometimes Jeffrey just blurts things out.
Oh, he has a very weird case of Tourette's. It's not normal Tourette's.
Hi, Mayor and Council. So welcome to our budget session as we look at our 2022 budget. There's a couple of things I just wanted to say to kind of lay the groundwork as we work through this stuff and remind you of kind of what got us here today. I'm sure as you were looking through the budget packet and noticing year-to-date comparisons and you look, 2022 proposed, we have 21 budget, we have 21, where we think it'll be at the end of the year. Projected, we call it, and then also our 2020 actuals. And I'll remind you, I think if you don't recall, the 2020 actuals were down a lot. In March, we made serious cuts. We froze 11.5 positions across the town and cut back on a lot of expenses and things like training dollars, et cetera, in there. And so that's why, as we're, those 11.5 positions are all back, plus a couple of new ones in 22, which is why you're seeing a big jump in those dollars there. And the other theme that you're going to see throughout this is it is costing more to do everything today. We have over $100,000 increase in just the cost of fuel alone for all of our fleet. Everything that we do, from cleaning our buildings to, any types of things that you buy, just cost more money. And so that all has some correlation. And as we get towards the end and we start looking at our proposed fees for 2022, you'll notice that there are some areas that we're proposing to increase those fees related to certain passes and recreation, et cetera. Those fees haven't been adjusted for several years. And we, I think, need to get back on track with making those fees match up a little more with what the true cost of doing business in some of those areas and to help offset the increased cost, which is why we've allowed Scott to propose an increase in some of those fees. And we have the traditional increase in fees that you see in building. Although there is, there's one caveat on that. In ComDev, we are increasing the fees even more to cover a new $50,000 expense for a software package that allows them to do XYZ better in community development in there. So this is the, these are things I want you to keep in mind. The good news is we're doing very well, right? We have a surplus of dollars. Our revenues far exceeded our expenses. you'll remember that we have fared very well during COVID. A lot of that has to do with our proximity to the metro area and that we weren't short of any visitors coming up here. And so that's reflected in our revenues, just in, we're projecting in 21 alone, a 50% increase in over what we budgeted in our excise taxes. So, we're doing well. So there'll be things that you'll want to look at. There'll be suggestions that we will make to you throughout the afternoon on ways we think we need to grab some of that money. I will remind you that there are still a number of capital projects that haven't been funded yet that we know are on the horizon, and a capital project can eat up $5 to $10 million really quickly. So while it looks like there's a considerable amount of money in there, there's also some things that we still need to do in the next few years. So we'll talk a little more about that in the CIP section. As we go through this process, and Brian will walk us through the budget, please, if you have any questions, let's stop and address those questions at the time and see if, that we can try to get answers to that. Does anybody have any questions about anything so far before we jump in?
Just real quick, when you said 100% increase in fuel, is that 100% or 100,000?
I said over $100,000.
Oh, 100,000, okay.
All right, let's go.
That's pretty much it, actually.
Right.
Any questions? No, thank you for having us here today. I don't know if any of you know Tanya. Tanya's here helping me with everybody. We've got a little bit of turnover in finance. So Tanya stepped up to help me today, kind of answer any specific questions you can just address right to her.
Cool.
She'd be thrilled.
Cool.
But no, she's just here to help me kind of run through any of the reports if we need to. Tanya and I we're fellow Long Islanders. So you got two Long Islanders at the table, so you're
All right.
in good hands. And as you all know, today is a big day. It's actually the first day of the NHL season for 2021. So we thought we'd start with a little trivia, just real quick.
Brian's back.
Okay, you guys ready?
Yep.
You guys can all jump in anytime, just first to answer. Who wore number 21 for the 1981 New York Islanders? Anybody know that one?
Trendsetter.
There you go. Good. All right. So let's see.
Islanders a hockey team?
Yeah.
What's that?
They play in the NHL, the Islanders?
They did a new arena this year. Now, come on, conference finals 2 years in a row, Eric.
I think when the Bruins play them, they don't wear helmets.
No, you were both around in 1980.
The Bruins, they did good last year, right?
They didn't do so well. No.
They made it pretty far in the playoffs till they ran into
Bucks won
who'd they
last
run
night,
into?
though.
The Islanders, I think. So we'll just intersperse these trivia questions throughout the day. But
All the Islanders trivia too.
no. All right. Well, we'll get past that was the fun part. So what we'll do today is we'll go through the packet very obviously in the order that you guys received it. And the first thing we're going to talk about is the memo that we had at the beginning is meant to explain to everybody how we forecast the revenues and how they're distributed throughout the 18 funds that we administer at the town. So you can scroll down so the people online can see the memo. But it talks about at the beginning there sales tax, and maybe obviously our biggest revenue source is our sales tax as it hits the excise fund, but the sales tax also is dispersed to many other funds. The sales tax has two pieces: the county sales tax, which entirely goes into the excise fund, and then our self-collected town tax, which goes into the excise fund and several others as well. It goes into, directly into marketing. And then there's the big piece that goes into the excise fund. And as Rick was talking about before, and it'll be important to note as we go through the presentation, we had impacts to our revenue that were pretty severe as we started the COVID crisis in 2020, but the revenues really started recovering, that summer. A few months later, we didn't know. I think you guys will recall the budget reductions that we made, the cuts to the expense plan, the cuts to RET. And at the time, we obviously didn't know what was going to happen. But as we got into summer 2020, our revenues actually were pretty healthy, but we still didn't know what was going to happen in winter as winter began in 2020 or as we got into 2021. So as we did that budget for 2021, we really held our expense levels down. You guys will remember the kind of revenue predictions we were making were pretty stark.
They were down 40%, right? Is what we did.
That is correct. We benchmarked some months to 2019 because that was kind of the last normal year we had. Others we were able to benchmark to 2020 because we did have a couple of normal months in 2020, but we were making forecasts, the best guesses we had with the information at the time. But when we got into 2021, as you know from the monthly financial reports, really revenue really recovered and almost double recovered to where it got back to normal, and then did kind of the increase thing that we'd been seeing before COVID. Especially our RET income stream has been really robust. We just last week, we actually passed the 2020 actual. And we still have obviously some of our biggest months to come because a lot of that summer shopping closes here in October and November. So it's been a strong revenue result. And as a result of that, we've been able to put a lot of money into the fund balances. But here in the 2022 budget, as Rick alluded to, we are putting a lot of the expenditures back online, and in particular in the capital, we're really getting caught up. Plus we have the 2022, business as usual capital to do. So as we go through, we will see some big jumps in operational expenses when we compare 2022 to 2021, especially. We also have, when we get to the general fund, I'll show you, we have some comparisons to the 2020 original budget, which is a little better comparison, but even then you're still looking at 2 years of jump. You're looking at functionally 2 years of merit increase because we did do the freeze, but then there was the 4% across the board adjustment, which really you could consider a merit increase. And then we restored merit for 2022. So those are things to keep in mind as we look at the particular cost increases, especially in the general fund and in the capital fund. I won't talk too much about this revenue memo unless you guys have any questions about, how we're parsing stuff out or how it's flowing into the different funds, but we'll also be talking about that as we go through the funds. So what we'll go to now is what's called the 2021 projection. And that is just one more down. Yeah, right there. This is where we take a look at the fund balances for what we're calling the service funds. And if you guys recall, we divide the funds into the two categories. We have the service funds and we have the restricted funds. Well, restricted and other funds. The service funds are really where we provide our services. General fund, where we provide your typical government services, public safety, public works, recreation department, finance. All that is in these categories. The other funds that are in the service funds are funds like the marketing fund, because council does have discretion as to where that money goes. It does have to be used for marketing, but there's some decisions to be made in there where funds can actually be used for other purposes. So that again is why it's considered a service fund. The excise fund, which is kind of our big pot of money, that's where most of the revenue comes in. And then that fund balance can be used for your CIP or other projects you may want to send it to. Your special projects fund mainly funds two of our partner organizations, the BCA and the BHA. And again, that's at council's discretion what those amounts are. And those two organizations have some information here to tell you about what they want to do with their grant money this year. The child care fund, which is entirely discretionary. That money in there is not legally required to be used for childcare, but it's a council priority. And those funds are also discretionary. And the parking and transit fund, which is kind of a combination of both. The lift ticket tax revenue that does go into that fund is restricted, but there's other funds that go in there that are not. And our, I don't know if I mentioned, but our third partner organization, BTO, is funded out of the marketing. Marketing fund is also kind of a hybrid fund in that some of the revenue there is restricted and some of it is discretionary. And we'll get to those details when we talk about the marketing fund. So if you look in the right side of the column there, you'll see our changes in terms of fund balances. And you can see that in 2020, as revenues really started to recover, but we were still holding to 2021. You can see that as revenues recovered, we were still holding to now my glasses will fall. as revenues recovered, we were still holding to the reduced spending plan. So you'll see in the 2021 projections, you'll see that we actually added quite a bit to fund balance. And that had an upward impact on what our discretionary fund balances were at the end of 2021. And then you'll see in the 2022 budget, there's not really a big increase. It's, for all intents and purposes, it's really kind of a break-even year. That's because we're bringing a lot of stuff online, which again, we'll describe here as we go through the service funds. A lot of that's in capital. A lot of it's also in personnel, because we were also holding positions vacant. But towards the end of 2021, we started to fill those vacant positions as we realized that, revenues had recovered and the demand for services was going along with that. So we can talk, that's mostly in the general fund, and we'll talk about those departments here as we go through the general fund in just a minute. You guys have any questions about kind of service funds writ large there? Our next page is meant to be a reminder of what our major source of revenue is: taxes. Taxes, you can see, is a big blue line at the top there. And at the bottom are all our fees and fees for services, intergovernmental revenue, and all the other categories. And this is just meant to illustrate taxes really are where we make the majority of the revenue. There was, for example, you can see down there in charges, pretty big bump in the charges. That's when we rolled out our pay for parking services. And you can see even that increase, bringing that program on, really pales in comparison to what we bring in from the excise taxes. You see, even you see a little bit of the COVID maybe flattening. It's even hard to see. COVID really slowed us down for about 4 months, but as you can see, it just really leapt up. It looks like a little bit of a decrease going into 2022, the tax line up there, but that's mainly a function of how we budget rent. We do not, all the other tax revenue sources, we look at our projected amounts for the current year, we increase them 1%. So when you see sales tax, accommodations tax, and wherever those exist, for example, the piece of sales tax that goes into open space, for example, we take projected 2021, we increase it 1%. We don't do that for RET. The reason being, RET can turn off overnight. That's what happened in the Great Recession. RET cut 20, 30% pretty much overnight. And then it comes back very quickly. And if you depend on RET, if you say, oh, RET will go up 1% next year too, and you program that revenue and then it turns off, you got a real problem. So what we do is if, RET exceeds budget, then we use that money in the next year. We try to be really cautious about how we do that.
But how did you get to the negative 27% for RED this year? Next year?
Sure. What we forecast off of, Kelly, is what we call the churn, which is, and that is in your monthly report, and that's the sale of existing properties. We don't like to count on new construction or big projects coming online. They can be delayed, things of that nature. So what we'll do is we'll take a look at the churn, and I think
It's later, so if you want to wait, that's fine.
Yeah, we can talk about a little bit when we get to the excise fund, but in the memo, it talks a little bit about how we, kind of talk to tele companies. We take a look at the churn and we say, okay, what can we really count on as a base level?
Mm-hmm.
But it is very much a estimate.
Had this debate over many years when people say we should budget our RET more realistically to follow. Or we've always tended to be super conservative with RET, and it was 5.5 in 21 and we're already over, almost at 8. So we went up to 6, but that's just historically how we have done that. But certainly if council would rather have it be higher, that's something we can change.
No, I'm fine. I mean, I personally am fine with being conservative, but I was just, when I was looking at the percent change and it was negative 27, and there's nothing in the last decade that would say we'd be anywhere near that. I was just wondering how we got there.
Yeah.
It's also on top of record increases.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, when we get to the excess fund, we'll talk about it a little more in detail. There was really one time it did take a dip.
Okay.
But if I was going to Vegas to bet on what Brett was, I wouldn't use that number. But if I was planning to program, our operational expenditures, I'd be really conservative with it because it can slow down
Okay.
very quickly. But again, like you're saying, we'll talk a little bit more about that in the excise fund. So all these factors feed into what we'll look at next, which is the fund balance reserves calculation. That's the next page. If you guys recall, this is an exercise we started doing, oh boy, I don't know, probably about 10 years ago, where we take our projected fund balances for the end of 2022, and that's the far left column. And then we go through an exercise where we reserve funds into two categories. There's the required column of reserve funds that we don't want to use. Some of them we can't. For example, in the general fund, you see the $5.5 million reserve amount. That's primarily the Tabor reserve, which is something we have to do every year. We have to recalculate it based on our annual budget expenditures for the general fund. It's, my opinion, kind of a ridiculous exercise. It's part of the Tabor bill, so that's all you need to know. And that is an amount that we cannot access unless we're in these emergency circumstances, and then you have to pay yourself back. But we won't. If we're talking about spending our last $5 million, we'd have other problems. So that is that big piece of the general fund reserve. The excise fund actually still has a small debt reserve that is required, and that's related to COP refunding of some earlier COPs. Down in the capital fund, we reserve the entire fund balance because council has appropriated those funds in perpetuity for capital projects. Now you can release those funds. It would require council action. You'd have to deappropriate. For example, I don't know, we'll appropriate funds for a roundabout. And if we wanted to use those funds for other purposes, it would require council action. But as it stands right now, those funds are required to be used for that particular project. And those appropriations don't go away at the end of the year.
We're doing 3 years for capital, is that right?
That's a different line.
For the reserve, yeah, we'll get to that. This is just appropriating the capital fund balance. This is all stuff you guys have already said. For example, every year it's 800 grand for filling the potholes, for the repaving, things like that. So that kind of money is reserved in that number. What we'll talk about in a second here, we'll get to kind of the discretionary 3-year reserve is in the council policy column. Next is the marketing fund. We do reserve that whole amount for the purposes of marketing, but again, marketing fund is kind of a hybrid fund. The taxes that go in there directly from the accommodations tax are required to be used for the purposes of marketing the town. But we've also been moving that 0.5% into marketing, which we'll take a look at in detail when we get there. That is discretionary. So we show it as reserved here, but it's a little bit of a gray area there. And we'll talk about that when we get to the marketing fund. And then special projects has a fund balance in it. That's again where we fund two of the partner organizations, the BCA and the BHA. We reserve that amount. Technically, it's not really legally reserved, but it's an amount that you guys would have to deappropriate to get it out of there. Now, when we go to the next column, which is council policy, these are really conservative assumptions that we make every year. In the general fund, we reserve, as you can see, more than we do for Tabor. We reserve $9 million, and that is
3 months of operation.
yes, it is. Thank you. I couldn't remember if it was 1 quarter or 3 months is 1 quarter. So there you go. 3 months of operational expenses based on the 2022 budget. So that reserve really went up for 2022 because our expenses in general fund leapt up from 2021 to 2022. It's entirely discretionary. That's what you guys wanted to do in terms of saying, okay, if we have some kind of natural disaster, I remember this was the forest fire reserve, we used to call it. Now I guess we would call it the pandemic reserve. So that is set aside by council, but we can do anything we want with that at council's discretion. Now, the excise fund, this is the reserve, I think, Dick, you were referring to, where we look ahead and the calculation is down below. We look at what the CIP is going to require from the excise fund for the next 3 years, not counting 2022, because that's in the budget. It's for 2023, 24, and 25. And if you look down there, there's 2 lines. There's public works, which is what you'd consider your general CIP stuff, the street overlays, other projects like that. And then down below is P&T, where you'll see out there, there's these roundabouts. Those are expensive. Yeah, I went to Denver once and they had put a cone in the middle of a 4-way intersection. They put a flag in it with go around the cone. They made a roundabout like that. I sent the picture to James, but he never. Did you get that picture? You know, he never got back to me on that one. I said we could do one for like $50, but instead we do them for, a few million a pop. So that's a lot of what you see in the P&T fund there. So we go out the 3 years and Shannon Smith will talk to you more about, what's in those lines. She'll give you the detail when we get to the CIP. And then we pull out what we call the base RET assumption, just assuming that RET will never go below 275. And that's like, and RET, and the philosophy behind RET is that it's used for capital projects. We don't exactly adhere to that, but we assume this base RET level, and then we reserve the amount above that. So that's how you get to the 15.9 reserve, which again is a really conservative exercise. When we do have issues, obviously the first thing we cut is capital. So it's, I guess, what you might call double conservative, because you're reserving out 3 years. Of course, we're going to continue to have revenue out 3 years, and then also capital projects can be scaled back very quickly. So that's what we call the CIP reserve. So that's different than reserving the capital fund balance itself. But that is the convention that we use for that particular reserve. Child care fund is, again, entirely discretionary, but it's been council's will for some time that those funds be used for that purpose. We'll have some funding questions for the child care fund when we get there, but it's pretty good, healthy fund balance. It clips along about 800 grand a year is what it needs to operate, between 800 and 900. So you'll see the pro forma there as we kind of burn through that fund balance at that rate. And then parking and transit, we reserve the capital amounts in there. Again, capital is P&T. It's kind of tricky in that you have the lift ticket tax revenue that comes in there, which is very restricted to what we can really do with it. You also have parking fees. Parking revenue as it comes in does exceed the amount that we pay to administer that program. Those funds we can use for anything we want in the P&T fund. So it's kind of like the marketing fund, and that's kind of like half and half there. So, all right.
In these reserves, I mean, particularly with childcare, it's not really reserves how we deal with some of the other reserves. Like the childcare fund is just reserved to use as childcare, but there's no like amount that we have to keep in the childcare fund.
That's correct. For example, if there was a tax maybe that had been voted on a ballot question that said these funds shall be used for childcare,
Okay.
then that number would move over into the required column. But as it is entirely council's decision to use those funds for childcare. For argument's sake, you could take that 2 million fund balance and move it into the CIP to pay for capital projects. Of course, that is not been council's
That's what we
direction.
want to talk about later. Yeah, moving it over to open
Let's
space.
talk about
We're having a
that.
secret meeting.
Put a rub in
We're
her
on
fist
this
over the thing. When you guys have that discussion.
So maybe we would rank that one as the least discretionary.
Non-discretionary.
Yes.
Discretionary, non-discretionary.
Rick, were it these reserves that made us look so good to, for the interest rate we got for the parking garage? That we have these?
It's a total of a lot of things, but certainly the fact that we have a healthy reserve balances is a big part of what they look at for our bond rating that they give us. So.
Thank you.
Early on in COVID, when we did the bond issue for the garage, they're asking us, how are you going to plan for the long term? You're a resort town, you're going to have a big downturn. We were able to show them this and say, we do plan out. We're super conservative about that stuff. And at that time, we were showing break even, because our revenue projections had been reduced, as we've been talking about. So, yeah, they seem to like it.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is the reserve discussion. Any other questions about that? Or?
So generally, that number that we like to say that we have a little bit of flexibility and what to work with when you start thinking about if you start adding things to, when we look at CIP and you start we don't want you to really put anything extra in 22 because we have to get a roundabout built and we have to get that river project done that was that failed in 22. And we're going to do that kind of intermediate fix along the Wellington East Sawmill parking lot to get people out of the alley. We're going to do that in 22. And in addition to a few other minor things, but we really don't want to take on another big project in 22, but as you're looking at plugging things in for 23, 24, 25, everything that you plug in will basically come off of that $34 million balance there. And we'll kind of tie that money up into as an additional excise reserve there, so lock it in, something to think about.
Not to mention, you will see that we have an extra line there for the 2021 appropriations to date. We've added a lot of expenses to the 2021 budget as we moved along, and we're reserving that so that fund balance is net of, for example, there's $1.5 million in there for fiber. There's actually $600,000 in there for B-list fiber. That's also been reserved. So that 33 million is a pretty conservative number. We also have some of the COVID grants that we did and things like that are also in that $6 million in appropriations number. So we're tracking everything that we're spending, and we're still landing on that number. Does anybody know why Joe Sakic wore number 19? Kind of an Avalanche tie-in? Nobody?
Are we talking about?
Yeah, well, this is the right team he's talking
Yeah,
about.
finally.
Right? Joe Sakic, number 19. Anybody know that? Tanya,
Ryan Trache was his favorite player from the New York Islanders.
you had it? You thought of it?
Oh, look at that character.
Player growing up. So, okay. Now we keep the brain juices flowing. I thought some of you were drifting off there a little bit. So I'll start calling on people next. If
Tanya, do you have the access to the answers right in front of you?
I grew up around the block from where the New York Islanders played.
All right.
so did I on the other side of Nassau Coliseum. So there you go.
Oh,
We're in Mishpoka. All right, our next part, we will start jumping into the general fund. And we've been talking about this, how, for example, you take a look there at the 2022 proposed expenses for the general fund, you see kind of a leap there that really makes you go, hey, that's a really large jump from even our normal year of 2020. But again, that is really holding the general fund flat for 2 years. For 2020 revised budget and for 2021 budget. The general fund was functionally the same for those 2 years after we did the reductions in 2020. So you held flat in 2020, or you reduced it in 2020, you held flat in 2021. So now you've got these 2 years that you're catching up in terms of your biggest single expense in the general fund is always going to be people. So you do have functionally 2 years of merit increase. We had the merit freeze that reduced the 20, and now the merit freeze doesn't match with the calendar year, but the merit freeze that reduced the 2020 expenditure amount, budgeted amount for 2020, and then we held to that for 2021. But we restored the merit increase for 2022, and there was the decision to give the 4% across the board pay adjustment, which hit in 2021. So really, when you look at that 27 million number jumping up from 24, it's over 10%. That's 2 years of increase. And you're really looking at kind of between 5 and 7% increase a year. If you look at it that way, you did both those increases in one leap. That's what you're looking at for that general fund increase. And again, that'll bear out as we look through the departments. You'll see the personnel expense, which is the biggest expense in almost every department, jumps up the most. Down below that is the details of those fund balance reserves that we talked about, your Tabor reserve, and some non-spendable fund balance, which has to do with receivables and things of that nature. So there's the detail of that number we had on the reserves, the $9 million we had on the reserve side of the fund balance analysis. So the next few pages speak to, for example, on our next page here, we have the fees. These are the revenues that the fees generate. And we will have a more in-depth discussion about the fees. We did include the fees packet at the end. Did you want to talk about those at the end, Rick, or you want to talk about them here?
No, we have fees at the end, so.
We'll talk about the details of the fees and any increases at the end, but this shows you the revenue that was generated. by those fees, what we're projecting, what those fee increases will bear out. With one exception, there is an increase to the comm dev fees. As Rick had mentioned, they've added a software module to the tune of like 50 grand a year, which is what software costs, to enable online reviews and paperless reviews of plans.
Remember what it was.
He said it was for stuff.
I said
He knew. He said
it.
it was for something. Yeah. Yeah, it was to help them, I think, get a little more electronic in terms of reviewing plans and also submitting for plan review and things like that. Is that right, Mark? Can you just yell in or no? How does that part even work?
It was definitely online.
Yeah.
Electronic review of plans and so.
So they've increased fees to cover that improvement to their program, but that increase to revenue is not reflected here. That we had to do this whole calculation, make sure we were allowed to do that. There he is. And when he got me the fees, it was too late really to change the whole budget. So when you see the comm dev fees that are here, just know that those are actually going to be $50,000 more than what you see here on this fee budget, and that'll be reflected in the final book that'll be submitted for your approval after we finish with any revisions that we get today. So if you have any questions about fees, like we said, we'll have a more in-depth discussion about those at the end. Next, we'll take a look at, those are our fee revenues, and then we'll take a look at property tax. Property tax maybe is the only revenue source that's remained pretty boring throughout this whole thing. Didn't really go up, didn't really go down. Property values will have an upward influence on this in our next assessment year, which should be, which will have an effect on our 2023 budget. But as you know, assessed values don't necessarily track with market value. So we're seeing these obviously eye-popping increases in market value in real estate, but you're not going to see that in the property tax. We'll see an increase coming up later, but property tax really just chugs along. Our mill levy rate is 5.07, and that was set, I think, in like 1859. That hasn't really changed. The only change in the mill levy rate was back when we had the GO debt. And that changed you can see it. We've been here a long time. Even that's going to go off the graph here in a couple of years. And that was when we had the GO debt, and we had changed the mill levy for that, which I think was Eric's favorite mill levy back in the day.
What was the geo debt?
General obligation debt. Back in the 90s, we did 2 GO debt issues, one to build the ice rink
The
and one to
original
build,
part.
I'm sorry?
The original part of the ice rink.
And also the another 9 holes at the golf course, right?
Yeah.
It was so that's why we have the 27
39,
holes.
yeah.
And we issued GO debt, which had general obligation debt. And when you do that, it has to go to a vote. And when you do general obligation debt, you have the right to raise your property tax to the extent that you have debt service. So that was the only time, to my knowledge, that we've ever increased the mill levy above the 5.07. And that money actually kind of lives in the childcare fund, but we can talk about that later.
Carol, at the time, there were more golfers than hockey players. That's why we bundled them both together. Today, I think it would be the opposite.
Hockey players, hey, does anybody know? I'm just kidding.
Islanders,
Right, you got it. You didn't have to hear the question.
catching on quick here.
Okay, so that's property tax. Then next, we'll take a look at our just revenues by source. And as you can see, obviously taxes, again, rules, no, not taxes, sorry, this is the general fund. That big orange slice is the transfer from excise fund and other funds. Should really just say excise fund, although there is a little transfer from the water fund. The general fund, the reason you have that big transfer from the excise fund is that, like we've talked about, in the general fund, it's government services that don't make a ton of money. I always love when people say, oh, the cops are out there writing tickets and making tons of money. We lose a ton of money on public safety. Just like on the rec center is subsidized, for example, at about 50%. And that's to reduce those expenses so people can enjoy those services. And in order to make up for that amount, you have to transfer money in from the excise tax fund. And it's usually about 50% of what you spend in the general fund has to be subsidized by the excise fund. Other revenue sources, like we just looked at, property taxes, but you can see like the blue slice up there, that's your property taxes, does not even come close to covering the services that we provide through the general fund. people say finance doesn't make any money, but I say we collect all the sales tax. We make the 30 million. But
Yeah.
they won't let me put that line in my department. I keep wanting that revenue line in there, but we keep it in the excise fund. And that's just a visual to show that it is very largely tax subsidized services in the general fund. Next, we can take a look at where the money goes. Like we talked about, you can see it at the top there. Out of a $27 million expense, almost 16 million, 15.8 million goes to personnel. So that's your most important asset in the general fund, and it's also your biggest expense in the general fund. You can see the large jump in that line from 2020, if you want to look at it that way, or as you can see, 2021 is very similar to what you had in 2020, and then it jumps up in 2022 because we're getting caught up both in terms of filling vacancies and also the merit increase and the 4% across the board adjustment. Other expenses have gone up too, and we can talk more about that, in particular departments. If you have any questions, all the department heads are here to talk about other things that are going on in their departments, but really the main thing is personnel.
And we always budget for assuming we're at full strength, right? If we have 195 full-time positions that are in the budget, we're budgeting for all 195. The reality is we're probably, we may only be at 187 for the majority of the year or something like that. So rarely do we ever spend all of that money each year. Budget. So.
Okay, and then our next slide, we just have a visual representation of where our expenditures are going by program, meaning each department. There's Public Works and Rec, our big portions of the programming in the general fund, and you have your public safety and everybody else in the general fund. And then down below shows by category. And here, once again, like we've been talking about, personnel takes up the vast majority of what the expenditures are in the general fund. Okay, next page, please. This slide, we expanded a little bit for this year to compare to 2020 original budget. This was before the reductions, before we made all the cuts for COVID. Those cuts took out, for example, like we've talked about, the merit increase. We took out a lot of programming expenses, things like training, travel, all that stuff was taken out of the 2020 budget. That's reflected. You can see that in 2021. You see we have the 2021 projected column. You can see is less than the 2020 original budget. We just put that in there for reference to kind of show how we cut things in 2020, which you don't see here, but 2021 reflects that. And then 2022, we have a return to, you have both kind of a catch up and then a return to normal. There's some notes over there on the right side that'll talk a little bit about what's in some of those expenses and in those program increases. Again, this is kind of the part where we ask you guys, all the department heads are here. If you have any questions about anything going on in there, there's a few things we want to kind of draw attention to. We've already talked about the ComDev fees. There'll be an increase in you see there's a kind of a big jump in ComDev. A lot of that is the $50,000 expense for the online access, but there'll be that associated increase in fees. HR is doing a $30,000 compensation study in 2022. That was decided on after we kind of froze the numbers. So that's actually not reflected in here, but that will be in the final budget that you guys will approve in November. We're also contemplating about $300,000 is the estimate for a range adjustment. And Dana might be.
Brian, let me talk about that.
Yeah.
We spoke to you all on numerous occasions about our ability to hire and retain staff. And I think you all know how competitive the market is right now. And so we're constantly evaluating and looking at our salary ranges to make sure that we're in line and that we're competitive. We know that the county is doing a full comprehensive pay study in 22. It's probably been was it 2016 or the last time we did a full comp study was 2016? We didn't want to do it during COVID, but they recommend at least every 3 to 5 years doing a full comp study to make sure that all of your pay ranges across the board are in line with where they should be. So we put that money, as Brian stated, in there for 22. But we've identified, we have pay ranges that start at level a grade 50 to go up to grade 100. And so kind of that middle, we have the grade 55, 60, 65, some of our coordinator positions or some of our administrative positions. We have 91 people in those 3 grades that are not where they should be today. And so we feel it's time, we want to act upon those before the end of this year.
I
And
think
make,
it's 91 total people.
What'd I
Most
say?
of the people are in
Yeah.
grade 60 and 65.
so there's 300,000 that we want to go ahead and actually do prior to 22. So that would be an additional appropriation in 21, but we feel it's necessary to act on those. That'll just, that would have been identified surely as we're doing that pay study in 22. So really that's money we're spending now that we won't have to spend in addition to adjust some of those in 22. So we feel it's necessary to get kind of a early start on those ones that we know that should be adjusted now. So
Hey,
you
Rick.
good with that part?
Absolutely, but Rick or maybe Dana, when we do these pay studies, what's the comparative set? Is it other ski towns or is it the state or what are we using as comparative set?
Well, generally, we historically we've used kind of like kind of a 10. There's been 10 different agencies. Some of them are out of the Front Range, and some of them are comparable, like Avon, Town of Vale. Certainly, Steamboat, I believe, is in there. Golden is one that we use in there. There's Aspen. So it's a pretty good comparison set there.
It is, and sometimes we even compare just for good measure the Front Range, just to
Yeah.
make sure the mountain communities are keeping up with the Front Range. So Employers Council, we do surveys every year as well as with CML. So there's quite a few databases that we hit on to make sure we're kind of in line. And then in 2022, it would be someone, we would ask them to do those same comparisons, just an outside company looking at it instead of just me doing the comparisons.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we have enough money in there because, I mean, I know what my company has increased wages and it's huge, you know, and it needs to be, it's.
Well, it's our biggest cost center. It will continue to be our biggest cost center.
Yeah.
And but it's a necessary function for what we do. I mean, at any one time, we're employing upwards of 400 people.
Yeah.
You know, with our full-time year-round, and then we have summer seasonal on top of that, or we have winter seasonal on top of that, along with part-time. There's a fair number of part-time year-round people, primarily with the rec center, that have varying degrees of how many hours they work, but we can be employing upwards of 400 and sometimes a little over 400.
You started, Rick, is, I mean, the cost of everything in this community has gone up dramatically and that's, you know, our workforce as well as our workforce is expenses to live. So to get to a livable wage, I just am very supportive of having those dollars in. I think it's where we need to start and I want to make sure that we have enough.
And I'll just note, so the 300,000 we're going to add is for the range adjustment and then the necessary incumbent pay adjustments that go with that. we'll do the pay study next year. That's what that 30,000 is for. And then we will likely be back with
Yeah.
an additional ask to make the sort of proper adjustment for 2023.
Good. Okay, great.
Right.
Thank you.
There's one other position that I want to propose that we add in as part of 2022 that's not in there right now. And, you know, we've been looking at this particular position for a few years as we've been watching our trends and liability increase and the number of claims that we have, and that all falls under Helen's department, but the numbers are I mean, as we're becoming busier and more dynamic and we have more employees working, our claims are averaging, anywhere from 60 to 75 to even peak out. I think in the last 5 years, we had 108 claims in 2017. So in the last 5 years, we've had 409 claims made, insurance type claims, and each of those involve some work that has to get done, and it certainly varies by the amount of work. And on our behalf, CERS has paid out like $1.8 million so far in the last 5 years on those claims. But we feel that we need to add a kind of a risk coordinator position to work under Helen to assist with not only the administration of those claims, but also helping to be more proactive and working with a safety team, and how do we try to lower the number of claims and save us money down the road. So
How does that compare to other organizations of our size?
any ideas?
So yes, CIRSA routinely tells us that we have one of the highest claim rates in the mountain region. We are also, the most visited ski resort in North America, and that certainly plays a role.
Right.
Vail also tends to get a lot of claims. There's a perception also of some ski towns being richer, and so people will bring forth claims that have no merit to these areas just because they think we can pay.
I mean,
Twist your ankle.
every time they slip and fall or step off of the curb and twist their ankle, it's the town's fault. But it takes time to work through all that stuff. And so I think, this is something that I would like to add into the 2022 budget. If you all agree, we'll make that as part of our level 2 change when we go forward with that.
I'm assuming it will save us money, so yes.
It'll pay for itself likely. And I really like the idea of being proactive too.
All right, let me see. Any other questions on any departments in there?
Hand up.
Yeah. Thank you. So one of the things, Scott, in Scott's jump, one of those he had $200,000 in there, but it should be 200 to 80,000. But a big part of his increase is the redoing of the Carter Park tennis courts. So it'll go up in another 80,000 on top of this because we got a better bid once these numbers were submitted.
A more accurate bid for someone that we could potentially hire for next year.
So they're doing the drainage right now.
So better bid isn't higher.
An accurate bid, I think, is probably the right word.
Right now, is it the drainage that's going on up there? And then, okay.
And try to get the courts done as quickly as we can into the season for obvious reasons, but we can't make any promises based on weather and that kind of stuff.
Scott, did you say tennis or pickleball?
Both. We're going to actually, well, the answer to that is we plan to redo the upper courts, the 2 upper courts completely, because they need to be reconstructed. And then the lower ones get resurfaced, and they will all 4 of the free courts in Carter Park will be available to both pickleball and tennis with some reserved times for specific uses. So it'll be as usable for everybody as possible. And that obviously takes sharing and figuring out ways that it works for everyone when they want to play.
We're gonna have an officer there. Tim's already prepped for it. It's a rough crowd.
Anybody have any questions for James? He has. Big, we have some really big garage fund increases, but we're buying some big pieces of equipment in 22. Plus, we put off, if you remember, we put off in our garage fund buying some equipment and replacing some equipment, which is why we have big garage fund purchases in 22. Everybody good with that?
Yeah. Got to catch back up.
Said he's buying a Tesla or something like that.
In addition to the equipment, it's also buying 3 new buses too. So
Ooh,
again,
Right on.
Awesome.
so there's
We have grants for some of that cost.
now we just need drivers.
James, I'm assuming it'll be, this might come under CIP, but I noticed the paving number, it ratcheted down for a few years out. Oh, that's Shannon?
Do you want to talk about that during CIP?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if James was
Because then the
going.
numbers will be
Fix it
great.
up, she fixes it.
I see.
I think we have a question for the council. I'm not sure if it's in this part or later, but we were gonna budget $50,000 to update the sustainability plan, which hasn't been touched for a while. Mark, are you around?
In quarantine.
I'm here.
Really?
In quarantine.
It's like a petri dish.
Why don't you just speak briefly to what the plan was for the 50,000 for the sustainability?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. So the Sustainable Breck Plan, we originally developed it back in 2009 and 10, and it was adopted in 11. It's time for an overhaul. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then. We really feel like we can update it in a number of different ways and take into account some of the things that we really haven't fully addressed in there right now in terms of like our renewable energy targets, things like that. We'd like to get some consultant assistance to help us out with that. And thus, the 50,000 price tag is, I don't think unreasonable. Certainly there'll still be a lot of staff time involved with it. I think the open space plan, the consultant costs there were considerably higher than that. So, but anyway, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
How's everybody feel about 50 grand for that?
Yeah.
Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Dennis?
sure.
Yep, good. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, well, if you don't have any other questions, I always feel like we kind of go through this quick and it's $27 million.
Yeah. Well, I have one other, and I don't know if I'm asking it in the right place and time, but the EV charging, I see it was 75,000 this year, and then future years it goes to zero. I mean, I'm assuming there's grants, and I'm also assuming XL slowing us down with infrastructure. But will we just appropriate that year by year, or should we plan that out, or?
Well, we didn't want to overbuild for the parking structure right now on EV, although we have the ability, we're pre-wired for an additional 38 charging units. So the first thing we want to do in that first year of operation is watch to see what that usage is. And I think, again, that, you could get to CIP, Dick, and you could set aside some more money in those areas because you want to accelerate electrification, vehicle charging, and doesn't mean that we should still take advantage of whatever grants we get. And we expect to see more grants come online. I think we're watching for grants all the time for that. And, but I think we're gonna need, I'd love to see us get is it called a level 1, a rapid fast charger or something? We don't have anything like that in town. But- So,
Where is that gonna go?
Right now, we're considering, by we, I mean Teddy and Jesse are looking at it, putting it at the police station for a fleet vehicle. Because that would meet some of the requirements for getting some grant funding, because they want either 4 chargers or a rapid charger meets the requirements. So they're thinking about looking at a level 1 there.
Good. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it when we get the CIP. That's, I don't know if them
I have a note for
talking
that
at the
too.
same,
that
at the right time or not.
I think we should revisit it, the CIP, because I would really love to see Jesse bring some big stuff the next few years, or we're not going to meet our goals for the climate action plan or whatever it's called that we signed on to. So I had a note to talk about the same thing.
Okay. Any other questions on anything before we jump away from the general fund?
Whatever it's called.
Let's go.
So the next few pages in your packet, we can scroll through relatively quickly. Those were the kind of department detail pages for the general fund. But in each one, as you can see, as you reviewed through it, personnel is usually the biggest jump for each one. But we can go forward a bunch of pages if there's any questions there. And the next one, it'll say capital projects fund analysis. There it is. This is really more of a placeholder. It just shows very briefly where your revenue sources are for your CIP, and then kind of like a one-line expense at the bottom there. Shannon Smith will come down here later on in the show, and she'll talk more about the details of the CIP and where that, like you can kind of see, we just have $13 million. So Shannon will talk about that, but it is instructive to take a look at above the line there where the revenues are coming from. For example, the $13 million from the excise fund, that's the transfer. Normally that's closer to a more normal. We don't really have a normal year. Capital's never normal, but usually around $6-7 million bucks. You can see it's twice that, because again, as we've all been alluding to, there's a lot of catch-up stuff in there, which we'll talk about in detail later. There's also some we're killing it on those rock royalties, and then just where the only transfers. For example, the Affordable Housing Fund transfers money in here, and then it just goes out for the affordable housing projects, because we're required to show all capital projects in our capital fund. So it's kind of a weird mechanism there. But when you kind of see that huge revenue number, you're like, oh, the capital fund makes tons of money. It makes like $1,100 on rock royalties. That's about it. Well, 120,000. The rest comes from transfers for other funds, kind of paying for their capital projects, and then the excise fund. But again, Shannon will be down here later to go over the 5-year CIP in detail. Our next fund. Oh, and there's that's kind of your one pager, just showing the projects. But again, we'll talk about that later. Next page is the marketing fund. Marketing fund revenue is always an interesting story. It has several lines coming in there. Some are restricted, some aren't. Business.
Would you tell them exactly what is mandatory?
Sure. Yep. The top line there is business license revenue. That is mandatory. Those are your bulk fees. So when somebody renews their business license, including your accommodations license, it comes in here. And as you can see, we've had a little bit of an uptick in there. A lot of that is a function of Wayfair, which is the Supreme Court case, requires a lot of people to be licensed, remote sellers to be licensed here in Breckenridge. So we've got an increase there. And it's also just business as usual, more Bolt licenses. And that money is legally required to come here to the marketing fund. And
Would that to change that? Would that have to go to the voters, or could we do that with ordinance?
It's a tax technically. I keep saying fee.
Anything with bold has to go to voters.
It's a business and operating license tax. And I
Right.
misspeak.
Okay.
I say the Bolt fee. It's a tax. So
I kept hearing you say fee, that's why I
Yeah,
asked,
no,
but you're
apologies.
right, it is a tax.
It is a tax. Yes.
So, yeah.
Any changes to that would have to go to the voters.
Okay.
Next is the piece of your accommodations tax that is required to come to the marketing fund. It does not go through the excise fund. It comes directly here to the marketing fund. And this is where it used to be 0.4% of the 2.4%. It was increased to 1.4% of the 3.4% current rate. And that was a while ago. Even that's a long time ago now. It feels like yesterday, but that's probably like 10 years ago. I think it was 6 or 7 years ago when we went from 2.4% to 3.4%. And that 1.4 of that 3.4, which is like 40% of it, excuse me, comes directly into the marketing fund, does not pass go, cannot go anywhere else without a vote.
Brian, is there a sunset to that tax?
No.
Okay.
And as you can see, that has gone up from our previous levels, from our revised 2020 budget, from our very conservative kind of COVID, if you will, 2021 budget, to what we're seeing now. And that's kind of what we talked about in that memo. When you see these jumps, or you're like, are these guys sure? We're sure. I mean, that's based on actuals. You can see 1% increase over there into the 2022 proposed. But as you know, this was maybe the hardest hit sector for a while there by COVID, obviously, completely shut down, and then came back with a vengeance, as we know. So that is why you're seeing that $3.6 million number in 2022. And that's going to have a bearing on, the revenues down below it, which we'll talk about in detail here. The sales tax revenue is a small piece of the town sales tax that's required to come into the excise fund. That again would also require a vote to change that amount. Your interest income, whenever you see that, maybe this might be a good, just kind of general note. Whenever you see interest income, we invest our money. You guys remember doing the new investment policy?
Yep.
Jeffrey, remember that was your favorite. We do invest at any one time about $20 to $25 million in fixed income investments. And when that income comes back to the town, when we do cash in and get our interest piece back, it's allocated to all the different funds based on their pro rata, based on their fund balance. So the general fund, the excise fund puts it in the general fund. General fund will get the biggest share of our investment income. Here you can see, obviously, this is a relatively small fund balance. You get $6,000. We don't make a ton of money on our money, but we don't lose money pretty much no matter what. The stuff we invest in is super conservative, as you know. So that is what interest income means whenever you see it. You see that line throughout the different funds. Now, this last line is something that we want council to maybe consider a discussion on. This was put in place when we went up to the 3.4, when we went from 2.4% to 3.4% for the accommodations tax. Council said, okay, you're required to put in the 1.4% into the marketing fund. But council at that time said, we also want to move another 0.5% into the marketing fund every year to bring the total to 1.9 of the 3.4 comes into the marketing fund.
For 5 years.
For 5 years. And that expired in 2016.
Yeah, that was a 5-year agreement.
Initially, we've gone way past that, and it's
Yeah.
just been.
So here, because let me jump in here too, because we did, and we said that we would continue that, obviously, for a while, but we're at a point now where we're putting $5 million a year in here without that 0.5%. And we shouldn't be carrying that kind of fund balance in here.
Totally
And
agree.
so until here's what I'm going to propose to the council as you look at this, that we don't need that additional 0.5% in there now. Now that could change down the road, and if it does, we could revisit it. But I would propose that we shouldn't, we do not make that transfer in 21 and then we quit making it again in the future. And then instead we redirect that 0.5% to the child care fund. I think you've been looking for a revenue stream to go in there. We have other issues we're dealing with. We have no plans of going to the voters for child care money anytime in the near future. And so I think that you shift that excise transfer starting in 21 care for at least the foreseeable future, to give them some kind of dedicated revenue stream
Well,
in there
Starting in 21 or 22?
21.
this year. So it'll change the formula there. So it'll change. You wouldn't have that transfer occurring in 21. So instead of that, that fund balance going back would be more like 3 million coming back over to the start of 22 instead of the 4.3. it's at now, that type of thing. So you're still gonna be running, with a decent fund balance in your marketing fund, upwards closer to, I don't know, $5 or $6 million in there, which is still a pretty good fund balance.
Rick, I totally agree. I think couple thoughts. The public has been asking us to reduce marketing funding. We're reducing marketing funding. We're putting it where we desperately need it to go. When we look at the pro forma on childcare, it's in crisis. So I think this is a viable solution for childcare in the near future or medium future. And I also feel like, we're investing back into the workforce. We're doing, I'm in full agreement with it. The public's been screaming about it. And I'm in full agreement. I think this is a great, I mean, you and I spoke earlier. I think this is a great approach.
And I think one thing that's really important is that looking forward, if we are talking about a new childcare facility, that this isn't just enough to squeak by the program, but to actually put some capital in there to have a new facility. And at least we would have something to start with at that point. I mean, we'll obviously still go after DOLA and different grants, but
Some county.
and some
Oh, yeah.
and some county money.
Oh, yeah, for that. Let's go after the DOLA money.
Brian, 2020, 2021, we know we're odd years, but is it a fair assessment to say like over the last couple of years, this fund balance has just been growing?
Yeah, it used to stay fairly stable and that 0.5% was getting used.
Uh-huh.
In other words, the grant amount to BTO was overlapping with that. We kind of needed it. But as Rick's pointed out, the other revenue lines have shot up. And BTOs, has remained relatively stable. It's still a little bit of increase for personnel, just like every other operation. But with their ask being what it is, as you can see in that, the charges for services down there. Again, those first two are kind of reduced, but even at the 4.4 that they're at, you're covering that with the bolt and the accommodations.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. I mean, just look at 2020. I mean, your revenues didn't even cover your BTO ask at that time.
Yeah.
In 2020.
Right.
But that was a COVID year. But we did need those dollars.
Yeah, and I also think it's super important that we keep Lucy and her team and the BTO whole, because whereas I think some that don't look at it as closely, I mean, that marketing is super important to get destination guests. If we reduce that marketing, we're going to lose the destination guest that's so important to our market. And when that happens, the lodging community in the ski area are going to fill in with the low hanging fruit, which is the Front Range. And we're going to end up exasperating many of the issues that we have with crowding, with vehicles and everything else. So I feel like keeping the BTO and Lucy's team whole, which we are, but then not carrying excess balance in this fund and repurposing to childcare that's our strategy.
Yeah, I think that completely makes sense. I just also want to add that we have to remember that the M and the DMO is management. And so what the BTO is doing is not just bringing people here, but also educating our visitors so that once they're here, hopefully, they're also educated in our sustainability efforts and those communications too, which are really also important, not just bringing them here, but making sure that they're prepared for what our community is when they get here. So yeah, I completely agree with what's been said.
Everybody good with the move to childcare?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kelly, is she good with it? I think she's gonna get off our back.
I mean, it's still discretionary, right? Is that right?
Yeah, well, when we get to the childcare,
just
that's when we move it all to open space.
She's not done yet, Eric.
No,
Don't.
I know.
I mean, it could be an outdoor childcare center, right?
All right, so we'll make those changes starting in 21, okay?
Tamara for a second? Or do you want Tamara to talk real quick about BTO or?
We're gonna jump into the BTO ask right now. Lucy, did you want to say anything? Are you good?
we're asking for what we believe we need, not an increase for an increase. And our staffing levels are actually down and probably will remain so simply because we can hire.
Lucy, would you repeat the 8% down?
Yeah, we're 8% down from 2019 ask, which was the last normal year. So this is in fact less than that, absorbing cost increases. And we are assuming in this budget that we would do a full Oktoberfest, which is revenue for us at about 200,000. So if we didn't do that, we'd be down another 200 in our total.
When are you going to make that decision about Oktoberfest?
After we talk to all of you.
That's what I was hoping you would say. Any questions for Lucy? Any other questions?
Lucy, can you just talk a little bit about the 3 different levels that would be dependent on the climate?
Yeah, we're currently assuming a level 1. So that is more or less normal kind of messaging in target markets with keeping an eye on any place where, COVID might be spiking, we would take that out, and weaving in sustainability messaging. So that's going to be our normal. We would probably never in the future not have some sustainability messaging baked in. If things, business is rocking along pretty good, we would increase the sustainability messaging if we felt we needed to, or we could go all the way to just sustainability messaging if we're at a level that everybody's comfortable with and we don't feel like we need to go after more business.
Hey, Lucy, as far as the sustainability messaging, are you guys putting anything out as far as trying to encourage people not to buy bottled water when they get here for their compounds?
You wouldn't see an ad in Texas to that effect, but you would find that stuff on our website. And the messaging that we're putting in market is more like, it's more general because they're small digital ads, right? So it might say something like, we really care, we really take care of this place kind of town, or kind of those general messages. Then when they click on that, they would go to more specifics.
I really like the emphasis on the management side of this, making sure that people know the ethos of our community, dispersing crowds, all these management side aspects. So I'm supportive of the full ask.
Thanks, Carol. Any other questions for Lucy? All right. Thanks, Lucy.
It's the marketing fund. We'll move on from there to take a quick look at the excise fund. So the excise fund, we've looked at these revenue sources a little bit, as we began the presentation, but you can see here that this is where you see the impact of the 2 years of increases that we've had in the revenues relative to our expenses. You do see, it only goes from kind of, 38 to 41 in terms of budget, but you've got that 43 in there. And again, that's really impacted by how we budget for rent. So you can kind of see, for example, in the 2021 projected or estimated column, we've got that number that we will hit, and then probably go past that. But again, we have the conservative budgeting methodology in 2022. So, thank you. So, yeah, that's why it's kind of like, that's not that big. As a matter of fact, that's kind of a decrease. But again, that's a function of the conservative rent budgeting. But if you look at the individual lines, look at sales tax, for example, look at that 2021 budget number. Again, that's when we were in the darkest days of this thing and really didn't know which way it was going to go. So we picked conservative, but the data bears out that, 1% increase over 2021, we really think is going to be just shy of $30 million. I mean, when I started here, it was 14 in the excise fund.
You taking credit for all that?
Well, I mean, listen,
Oh, yeah.
that's you guys.
Yeah,
You
good
guys did
point,
that.
yeah.
So, and then your accommodations, activity as well has, technical term is, bonkers. It's really increased a lot.
Yeah.
And, council will recall the accommodations activity is taxed at the highest rate in town, aside from marijuana, but that's small dollars. So that really is why we're seeing, that kind of increase on those particular lines. And again, when you look at the excise fund as a total, you go, hey, wait a minute, that's not that big of an increase. Again, that's a function of the rent. Down below shows where the money goes. Excise fund really just sends money to other funds, primarily the general fund. And again, you'll see a big jump there from, your 12 and change up to 16 million going into the general fund. And that's that piece of the pie that we have to fund over there, the roughly 50%, over 50% of the general fund that has to go in there. And then your capital fund transfer has gone way up as well with a lot of that catch up stuff. So, and the increase in the P&T fund transfer also reflects capital. So that's a lot of money heading out as well, which is why you're almost, kind of sort of break even, actually less than break even there in this particular fund in 2022. But we put a lot away in 20 and 21. And then your reserves down below, there's your capital funding reserve. The reason we put the capital funding reserve here is because, when you go to do capital projects, this is where the money comes from. The capital fund itself, as we saw, doesn't really have any revenue. So that's why it exists here and not in the capital fund itself. So if you don't have any questions about that, we can move from there. We have some pie charts just to give a visual. Sales tax. Now there's a portion, a lot of accommodations tax is, any accommodations tax revenue is also in the sales tax piece of the pie. The PCC down there, where it makes accommodations tax look small, that's just a 3.4%. Doesn't count the county piece or the town piece that people also pay in accommodations tax. So that's important to keep in mind. And then, real estate transfer tax keeps growing each year.
Yeah. What's franchise?
The franchise taxes are for the incumbent internet providers.
Oh, okay. All right.
Comcast, I can just say it.
Cable.
Yeah, Comcast. It's for, I think it just is cable TV. Right. So they pay for each customer. They pay us a small piece. And then there's the cigarette tax, just hangs around.
Mhm.
And there's your investment income we talked about. Next page. This is just, again, to kind of give a visual of our sales tax collections. And if we scroll down a little bit, please. Did notice the other day, I always like to talk about the Great Recession, how this revenue source can go down, but the recession's off the chart now. We've been here. We actually did a pro forma. We were doing a really long-term pro forma the other day, and actually the first time I saw my death on one. They were out to 2070, and I was like, wow, that's great. So there you go. You see a slight dip in 2020, but again, a recovery there, and we always kind of budget flat going into 2022. We can go next page, please. Down below, real estate transfer tax. Okay, it does look a little ridiculous, but again, that's how we do it. Probably not going to happen, but we stay conservative there. Next page, please.
As long as the
yeah.
as the message is, this is always how we do it. This is not a function of any policies that the council is adopting lately. We're not expecting a decrease in the market for any reason other than this is how you always budget for rec.
Oh, that's exactly right. It's always been the, I think you recall Warner came once to a public comment and said, hey, this is a ridiculous thing. You guys should be more liberal with this. But we've just never adopted that because we have seen it. You can see it. You can see some of the dips that we have had in real estate transfer tax. So
That's a big dip we're seeing, right?
That's why I said,
Yeah, I mean,
that's why I said it's
they're never
crazy.
that
but-
big.
Yeah.
So.
again, as Rick has said, it's something we could discuss if you wanted to increase that assumption a little bit, but it's always been the safe way to do it. And the way we do it is, okay, if we exceed budget, we're going to bank that in fund balance functionally, and we use it the next year.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's how we do it.
it's just a graph. It doesn't mean it's reality.
Correct.
Graph.
Okay.
Okay, next page. Your accommodations tax. As you can see, just the 1% prediction based on, I'm sorry, I should have a 2022 label on
Yeah,
that
it's
number,
not
but
there.
it is not there. But you can see that even being conservative, saying, okay, 1% above projected, it has shooting way up because it is shooting way up. And then next page, please. Okay, we're into special projects. Special projects, pretty much only revenue source is transferred from excise fund. The bag program used to reside here. It has been moved now to the P&T fund because that's P&T is kind of where we're keeping our sustainability efforts. So we'll talk about that later. Those transfers from excise here are to primarily fund the BHA, the Breckenridge Historical Association, and Breckenridge Creative Arts. Both those organizations had detailed budgets in your packet for you guys to review. One item, though, we did notice to discuss is that the BCA funding level of 2.145 should actually have said 2.05. There were two numbers in there, kind of in their detailed budget, and we picked, I picked the 2.145. So both those organizations are here. I don't know if you have any questions for them. In particular,
I think we wanna, let's take BHA first. It's important in BHA. I always applaud Larissa. She keeps a fairly conservative operational budget. Every year she does have some staffing increases in here that she could talk to. Her memo, which we thought we were getting in the packet, but we didn't. And thank you, Dennis, for forwarding that to the rest of the council so you've seen it. The capital is the big one, right? We put Milne off for a while because everything's going up in price. Milne is now projected to cost $2.3 million to do. What we as staff recommended, with council has the ultimate approval, is that to put in 50% of those costs and then go for grant funding so that we could show a match in there. And that would be my recommendation, is if they are able to get a grant, then we go ahead and, use our dollars to help leverage that grant so we can get this thing done. But other than that, I'm not sure we should pay premium dollars and foot the full bill of 2.3 million during this time when we're paying premium, and we should probably wait another year or two and hope the price goes. Maybe it'll go down, maybe it won't. I don't know, but right now it's 1.15 in there for 50% of the cost of Milne. And that's assuming they get a grant. Anything else on that?
Larissa, what's the chance of that grant?
I feel pretty optimistic. It's a one-time American Rescue Plan fund through Colorado Creative Industries that this project actually matches really well with. And it's designed for shovel-ready cultural and heritage projects. So feel pretty good about it.
And this is shovel ready, right, Larissa?
We have all the entitlements from you all.
The other thing is Kelly and I walked by there on our way here today. That thing is falling apart. It's falling down. And it is part of our destination management plan to protect our cultural heritage and our national historic designation. So I'm in favor.
So you're advocating for that
Advocating,
50%
yes.
right now?
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm
Oh.
doing, Rick. Thank you.
Larissa sent him here today.
Oh,
I'm
you're on the
advocating
board.
for Larissa.
I agree with Dennis. I support it.
I'm in support.
Good luck with the grant.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I do have one question about the interpretive signs. How close are we to getting some of those ones that are missing? Because they look terrible.
We are ready to replace those. We are working through some rebranding, and that's just put a pause on getting those up, but
Okay.
that's high on my priority list. I hear you loud and clear.
You're out there too, so you know.
I called her panicked, thought they were stolen.
Because you wanted to see.
Because,
All right, so everybody's good with the BHA budget
Yeah.
in total?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And certainly Kelly or Dick can jump in here too, but I will also want to recognize BCA. And I think, they heard the message loud and clear that we needed to change the trajectory of the funding and look for other funding opportunities. And so they worked very hard to come up with a 3-year plan that each year is going to lower the amount of the money coming from the town. So this first year is a reduction. It's at $2,050,000. I think proposed in the 23, it would be about 100,000 less, if I remember, and then probably similarly changed the following year, which is great. So I'm happy that they've heard that message and they're looking to do that. And so I think we're supportive of this amount that they have in there.
Yeah, Rick. Thanks, Rick. I certainly am. I'm on the finance committee, and there was a lot of really hard work happened over a couple of months, and we got to the plan Rick just described. The other thing that happened during that time that I'm very, very excited about is Tamara was hired and given a she was initially hired as an interim person and has been given the job on a permanent basis. And I feel like the organization is so much closer and more connected to town now with Tamara at the helm. So I'm very supportive of this and very, very much appreciate all the hard work that went into this budget.
Yeah, I would echo that. And just how excited we are to have Tamara. Really, she has heard and has ideas to activate the arts district. She really hears that from council and from the town. And she's a community member, who knows this community. She's a part of it. It feels completely different to Dick and I. I mean, we can really be a supportive board member rather than always, pulling on the reins. I mean, it's been a really terrific last few months. So I'm very excited and very supportive about where they're going.
We told Tamara she could have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Dick and Kelly. I really appreciate that. And thanks for all the time you spent on the budget. Just to give you a little context as well, prior to the pandemic and our combined entity budget was approximately 4 million. And now in 2022, we're looking at 3 million. So we have approximately 1 million to raise and earn in this year. So it's a pretty ambitious plan, but one that we think is doable. And in your packet, we really compared 2018 to 2022 because it was the last year of consistent programming and leadership for BCA. And as you'll see, we're approximately $470,000 when you calculate inflation, less than where we were on the town grant in 2018. So a lot of that has to do with the change in the impact of the pandemic, but we have what we believe is a really responsible plan. So when you look at those program priorities on the second slide there, there's really a couple of underlying themes, and that's to serve our locals and manage those who are already here, not by bringing more people here, especially from the Front Range. And these programs also have the greatest potential for earned and contributed revenue, specifically around retaining BIFA and really giving something for our donors to get behind in terms of an integrated Breck Music and Breck Create Festival that builds the brand. And then, the third priority is highlighted in green to revitalize our Arts District campus. The difference between that 2.145 and the 2.05 that we're requesting is really a deferment of that big plan to revitalize Arts District campus around, getting some more outdoor activities, making sure the lights are on more. So we have deferred that to 2023, just so that we can continue to take time to ramp up our staffing in that area in particular and make sure that all of our stakeholders, including the council, are a part of what that looks like. But certainly my vision is that we go out into our community to bring music and arts with our air stage, and then we bring back all of our community values in terms of adventure, play, creativity, sustainability, and that's obvious on the Arts District campus in the center of town through art, what we stand for. Cool. I think that's it. Can I answer questions? It was a minute, Rick. I apologize. I know I owe you $1.
Well, we'd rather you ask for more time than more money. So. council people talk great about the director before. That's awesome. Thank you. Dick, let's get through the next couple sheets and then we'll
We're almost done with this section.
service section.
Okay. Yep, that takes care of your special projects fund. Next is the childcare fund, which we have talked about quite a bit here. I guess one thing we need to address, Rick, I don't know, we do have a $1 million transfer scheduled for 2022 in light of the change we want to make. Do you want to discuss that? Do you want to leave it in there? I guess is my question. Well, let's ask Kelly. Yeah, Kelly, what do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah, transfer it. Boom.
Crammed an additional $1 million to go into the fund in 2022 from excise fund to kind of buy it another year. We clip along at about 800 grand, approaching 900 now.
Hey, if I was you, I would go ahead, leave the million in there. It'll actually go up by another 2.5 when we do those others for this year. But I think you need to start to build a little nest egg, and Kelly made a good point that even if we're successful in getting some capital grants, we're still going to need some matching dollars. And so we need to build that up, and we're in a position to do that now. So
Great idea.
Hope for the kids.
We're gonna need a nest egg because Breckenridge is very romantic.
So this pro forma does not include that extra 0.5%, right?
That's right.
1 million, which pushed out as we,
Size fund.
Not
The
the
excise
excise,
fund,
yeah. Okay, cool.
we'll revise that and, maybe get that to you guys as part of maybe the final budget presentation there, and that'll push out as we call it, the Gagan date on it. When
Yeah.
it goes
Yeah.
Gagan, will
Yeah,
go
yeah.
away.
Change the Gagan graph.
That would be great.
We were all gonna die. We're all
Okay,
gonna die and it's gonna be there.
so we'll leave in the million, and then we'll move in at roughly 2.4 twice for 2021 and for 2022.
1.2 twice.
Twice.
It's
2.5 total. 1.2 twice is
Yeah.
2. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was never good with numbers.
Obviously.
Yeah, thank
I'll
you.
get you back.
I appreciate it. And the last fund in this reserve fund presentation is the Pnt Fund. As you can see, it has a ton of different revenue sources. The lift ticket tax revenue source is a very restricted source. with a-
Brian, I
yes.
just want to point out
Oh, yeah,
that what
thank you.
you have in the packet had some errors, so Brian handed out a hard copy. If you would like a hard copy.
The draft fund balance analysis was in there. I put a page in front of you there that should just look like this. P&T fund at the top, parking and transportation. So
Here it is.
You can have mine.
I have mine memorized.
so that shows, again, your different revenue sources. Transfer from excise is to cover, a large part of it is to cover your capital expenditures there. And then you'll notice there's been some changes here. We've moved the reusable bag program in here. Also our solar garden operations. If you guys recall, we took over the solar gardens here as COVID started when our partner CEC went belly up. So the idea there is, it's for parking, transportation, movement of people, and sustainability, which really are very interlinked, especially for our town. So that was the logic behind putting those functions in this particular fund. And down below, you'll see where that money is going. Our parking management program, also transit is here, which is your biggest single item for P&T. And then other smaller pieces of it are the solar garden expenses, which is really just your O&M and administering things like the rec payments to the subscribers. So, and then a big chunk of capital, as you can see. You had some really big gaudy numbers in 20 and 21, but those are a function of the garage. And that was also funded by the COP. So that kind of
Well, in
throws.
22, that 5.5 million is the roundabout. That eight.
Right.
Remember all of those, all of our tax dollars are to address parking and transportation, which includes the flow of vehicles and flow of people and all of that. And so any improvements that improve vehicular traffic and or pedestrian traffic are always charged to P&T.
Is there, in this 2.3 for parking management, is there an estimate of what?
That's the annual debt, right?
No, this
Oh,
is
no.
revenue. Is there a revenue number for the garage?
We did not include a revenue number for this year because we just have no
Okay.
idea what it's gonna do or what our expenses are gonna be.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I would be shocked if you want, I mean, if we don't net 1 million off of that
Yeah.
after
I
expenses.
mean, do we need to can we make a note at the bottom of this thing that this is not, does not include revenue or expenses from the new parking garage?
Yeah, it's a good call.
More childcare money.
What did he just show?
On P&T?
No.
All right. We're gonna take 5-minute break.
Questions to go through. if you-
But you know, the first,
Hold up to the start.
first NHL player to wear a helmet, what year? Just what year?
It was a goalie. It was in like the 50s.
No, 1928 was a defenseman for the Bruins.
Wow, see.
It would be the Bruins too, wouldn't it? Oh. He was complaining about her too.
Oh, really?
We should have an executive session.
How do you
and-
think I got all that money for childcare? I always-
Remember when we had the exec session about Rossi?
Yeah,
That went well.
yeah, that.
You ready?
I
He
was
threw
like,
away his birthday cake.
All right. All right, Brian, reserve fund summary.
Okay. We discuss with the service funds, that kind of money is somewhat fungible. You can move it around, use it for CIP, you can make changes like we did. Marketing fund, childcare fund, things like that. These funds are in general exceptions to every rule.
Dude, where are you? Where do I find that one?
Next section.
Oh, the next section, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Funds, we call them the reserve funds because in most cases, the money that's in these funds has to stay in these funds and be used for a particular purpose. For example, I think the first one we'll be looking at will be your water fund, which is funded by water fees, water system maintenance fees, PIFs, and things of that nature. And by law, we cannot use them for any other purpose. So it's a very self-contained fund. There's no transfers in or out. There's no, let's use an excise transfer to fund the water plant, that kind of thing. It very much funds itself. So these conversations tend to go a little more quickly because they're not as interrelated as the funds that we just reviewed. What if we go to, we can take a quick look at that pie chart. And this was, the pie chart was just there to show how these funds are in terms of their fund balance relative to what we have on the other side of the pie, which are the service funds. Service funds have a lot more of the town's funds in them in terms of fund balance than the reserve funds do. And the other funds category are kind of our internal service funds and our health benefits fund. And we'll get to those kind of towards the end of the presentation. Excuse me. The next page after the pie chart shows kind of that same quick and dirty breakdown. This one's a lot more simple than the one for the service funds. But you can see here, for example, in the water fund, we're doing a lot of work on the Tarn, still some work on the water plant in 2021. You can see your end balance 2021 there in your water fund. It did go down, but again, that's a function of a lot of the capital projects there. Golf fund is the same way. Golf fund is entirely self-contained, not quite as locked down as the water fund. Sometimes it can receive excise fund transfers. It did back in the day when it was servicing some of that geo debt that we used for the third 9 holes. And then your housing fund, I know you're all well familiar with that one. A lot of big bucks flowing in and out of there. The impact fee money, sales tax money goes through there. And then Lori uses that for our projects. And then the open space fund also gets a sales tax revenue stream that is used for open space purchases, trail maintenance, and things of that nature. So if we scroll down a little bit, we can see what we have planned for 2022. There's some notes there to describe what's happening, but as we go through the funds, we'll talk about those notes. And these funds come with a pro forma included. So these have more of a multi-year plan. They're more, you can think of them more as like a business. The golf course is functionally a business. It collects the fees, it has to pay its operational expenses, and then as we see in 2022, spends money on capital improvement projects and can actually spend down its own fund balance to do those kinds of capital improvements. So we'll talk more about
And do we
that.
have oversight on that? Like in other words, they're running the show when they say they express their needs and then we sign off on it. Is that how that works?
It's still at council's discretion, yeah. You just have less discretion in terms of, you can't say, hey, take out that golf fund balance and use it for a roundabout, for example. It would have to stay in the golf fund, but you could say,
But
do
Kelly
2
can't hit
irrigations.
this up for her child.
Oh, I
care
know,
stuff.
exactly. Child golf.
Move this money to childcare. That's a good way to put it. Exactly.
All right, I don't need to listen.
Child seats in the golf cart.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Okay, so when you look at the fund balances here, we do show the fund balance as an aggregate, but that's not as important a number in this particular case as it is on the service fund side of things. It's more important in terms of the individual fund balances and the programs that those are used for. So, yeah, why don't we start with the utility fund, water fund. Next page, please. So here's the utility fund. You got a lot of things going on here. Just when you finish the water plant and all that debt issuance, we start with the TARN. So that's got a lot of different funding sources, grants, loans, contributions from our partner at Vail Resorts, who is they're gonna partner with us, right? Okay, yeah. There's an agreement there about the TARN. So those are your kind of myriad funding sources for the TARN restoration project. You do have a paper copy in front of you there of the water pro forma, but I don't. So hopefully you can tell which one that is. This is where we kind of plan out the long-term health of the fund. Be the different fee increases, our predictions for things like plant investment fees. All the fees go up 5% a year automatically. That was something we instituted when we started the construction of the second water plant. Twice the water system, so it's going to cost about twice as much to run. So we started those fee increases actually before we even began construction, so that we would be able to be where we are today, which is to be able to service the debt on that plant. Like I always like to say, out there it was I think it was about a $40 million plant. Well, it's not 40 million bucks. It's 3.2 million a year. I mean, that's how things, that's how you got to think of things in terms of those kinds of projects. So we adjusted the fees to be able to handle that debt service as it came online, as the plant was being built. So those are the kinds of things that the pro forma indicates. If we could actually go to the next page, we can take a look at. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's a pie chart.
Hey, real quick on the dam fund, and I know we got some grants. Are we like always applying for grants? Like, in other words, even though we started the project, is there a hope that we could kind of get grants going forward? Or is it once, it's just you apply, you get what you get, and then it kind of drops dead? There's a drop dead date when you start the project.
That's correct, Jeffrey. We're in line for the grant that we got. Is
That's it.
the one that we're getting.
Yeah.
And then we're going to make the balance of what that project's going to cost through a loan,
Yeah, okay.
and we'll be done. But there'll be other opportunities. There's a lot of other water projects that we're still keeping our eyes on grant opportunities. And as Rick kind of mentioned earlier, there's a lot of opportunities out there that are still coming, and some of them have water infrastructure as part of that.
All right.
Once you start a project and you have money budgeted, it's pretty hard to get a grant, because then you're supplanting those dollars that are there. So
Yeah.
Where are water runs down? From 2020. For the 22 proposed. Thoughts behind that, or?
From,
No, it's only like 20 grand, but
yeah, I don't know that there's a a clean answer for that, Eric. We can follow up, come back and follow up on that.
especially if we're raising rents.
We'll make a note to take a look at that. Eric, get back with you guys.
Other questions?
Yeah, so did I miss something? Why is this, like, the pro forma doesn't look good?
Yes.
2020.
I'm with Aaron.
2024, 2 years?
Well, you know, out there, and we have a large capital expenditure coming online in 2025,
Uh-huh.
and that's out there, but there's large projects there that maybe James can tell us a little bit more about in terms of what we're doing out there. But those things often shuffle around, and that's why we adjust this thing like several times a year.
Brian just hit it right on the head too. There's a lot of capital projects that are on this as part of this pro forma, but we quite often move them around based on kind of, where we're at in terms of overall projects and also where the needs are. Those can change year over year. But what we're showing there is all the projects that are on there, and then we just put plug numbers for those projects. So, the other,
We're past due. We need to get the water committee together. We need to, part of what they are doing is looking a few years out on the pro forma, making sure that our fees, water rents, et cetera, are enough to, basically, they should be covering our costs of doing business. And if it's not, then
Yeah.
they have to be increased.
It doesn't appear to be.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I thought that's why we had raised rates, was to not look like this, but obviously we had. more
Well, we had
projects
discovered
going
an error in the pro forma.
on. Oh,
This pro forma, right? Was it water? What there was an error?
I don't believe it was this.
Okay.
I think we're.
I thought there was a miscalculation on one of these, but yeah, but these big projects too have, I mean, really hit the, the target is, you know,
Yeah,
right on
part-
top of the water.
Yeah, part of the goal in this and is just to get through these big projects right now. I mean, these are, as we know, the Tarn project was not one that we were anticipating originally. So it was, with that additional cost, it has put a little bit of a changed the numbers around a little bit, but in talking with Brian and his group, we still feel like we're in a good position to kind of adjust this so it doesn't go into below that, that reserve and into the red.
okay.
Without transferring additional dollars, or is that with transferring from another fund?
We're not looking at any transfers at this
Okay.
point. We don't anticipate any transfers for the water fund.
Okay, great, thank you.
And as we go through different versions of the water fund, like when we're doing the water plant, for a couple of months, we'd have a version that would have us going negative 8 years out.
Mhm.
Then we change some assumptions, some we get some more information on grants and things like that. And the key to this thing is you have to keep revising it. As Rick said, you know, we got to get the group together and take a look at it. In this particular version, we've got this $6 million wad in 2025 that really pushes us down. But
Yeah.
that some of that may get delayed. We may get some grant funding. We may look at debt funding. So
Well, hopefully we find a grant for it.
that's my favorite.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Other questions about water?
Okay, after that fund, we move to the golf fund. The golf fund, I know is. Want to talk to it, or I can, let me just set up, the golf fund, as you can see, is kind of, I think I put in the notes that maybe we had our first business as usual year there in a while in 2021. And then right in 2022, you know, we get back into a year where you'll see a decrease in fund balance, which is planned as part of a irrigation system improvement. But that's why, you know, the fund balance on the, like I say, business as usual year tends to go up. And then every once in a while you use that. I think the clubhouse improvements, we just finished that kind of stuff. That pushed the fund balance down a little bit, but you know, the purpose is not to have the fund balance increase year after year after year. It's to plan for the increases and decreases. So it's relatively stable and you're planning for your future improvements. I know this year, I think was a cart year where we got new carts. So I know that Patrick wants to look at a different mechanism for the carts. We may lease them in the future as opposed to buy them and then kind of resell them when we're done with them. So aside from that, yeah, there's really not.
Scott, why are resident cards down? I know it's a small number, but from some of the discussions we had, it seems like resident cards should be up because play is up and the percentage of residents that play is up. Then theoretically, if the percentage was the same.
What I'm seeing resident cards is 2021 estimated is 610, and then we kept it flat for 2022 proposed. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm talking about 2020, it was 627. And 2021, I'm sorry, I didn't phrase that very well. In 2021 estimate, it's lower than it was in 2020.
I don't have an answer into why it would have been down for estimated for this year, other than the estimate might be low because we did sell more. That estimate may be shy of what we actually pulled in. We'll
Okay.
be able to get that number. drill down
Okay,
that
so
number.
we'll wait, I'll wait till the actual to see where we really are then.
And then again, we kept it flat for 2022.
Yeah, which is fine. That's great. Thank you, Scott. Other questions about golfing? Does anybody here know anything about?
Yeah, why do they
golf?
dress that way?
Scott, can you answer that one?
You know, You are gonna see some fee increase related to golf, but the majority of the fee increase is gonna be related to non-resident cards. Scott, they did put a committee together and they ran that increase that we're proposing by that committee, and they approved it, right, or recommend, they were supportive of that pay. I tell you, we feel like we have the top golf course in Summit County, and yet for a walk-on player, it was one of the cheapest.
Are we talking fees now?
No. Sounds like Kelly.
I mean, you know what some of those increase, when you see the increased proposals, includes increase in.
That's when we get to it, obviously. I don't know if they're questions or criticisms, but they're coming. So get ready. Get ready.
That was good.
Damn.
Okay.
Dude,
You know, and people criticize me for a slip of the tongue, and then she gets a free ride.
She's not wrong.
I know it. Sheesh.
Okay. Any other questions for golf?
No.
Question.
Here's our affordable housing fund, which has a lot going on in it. You also have a pro forma. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned you have the golf pro forma there too. It's green. The affordable housing also has a pro forma, which, as we're noting, is getting more and more complex each year. I recall, years ago, it was kind of like Pinewood 1 and, maybe some buy downs, but it is really big.
Before you go on, I want to make sure the council did note that there's a $2 million capital expense in the golf fund for 22. So it's the redo of the irrigation on the
elk,
the last 9, the elk.
The elk 9, as well as the clubhouse and the driving range,
was not done when we did the other 18. So
Just irrigation on those 3 places.
correct.
Okay.
the fund balance will handle the expense.
Fair enough. See, Lori is there.
Yeah.
You hear her. Look at that. See? So Lori can talk a little bit more to the projects that are online for 2022.
Yeah, totally. Every year we prepare this housing pro forma, and every year we scratch our heads and said we need to update this housing pro forma because it's super, super complicated. I think it's probably one of the more challenging pro formas we have for many, many reasons. And you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. My actual pro forma is like 15 pages long and tracks all of our projects. I think what makes this really challenging as we look at our projects and our programs is that, some of my numbers have to be plug numbers. I don't know right now what the Justice Center project is going to cost, but I plugged a number in. We don't have pricing from Fading West yet, but and then timing of projects. Most of the projects obviously don't get started and finish in a year. So we're frequently dealing with a sort of at least a 2 or 3 year horizon in terms of the expenses, and when they actually occur can shift between that 2 and 3 year period. Some of the accounting practices when we're looking at this pro forma are very challenging because we're dealing with a variety of income. It might be COPs, it might be a grant from DOLA or CDBG. It might be somebody paying back a loan. And all of those things come in sort of one form, but change to another. For example, when I write a check to Alta Verde granting them a loan for construction of Alta Verde, I see that as an expense coming out of my housing fund. But with accounting practices, that switches into a loan that's due back to us. So it's actually an asset, and it shows up on the balance sheet as sort of a note receivable. No longer counts as a expense against my pro forma. Every one of our projects has some sort of level of complexity. The buy downs, I spend money to buy units. That hits my budget. When I sell them, I get revenue. But at the end of the year, the auditors will look at that. And if I've sold a unit, the expense goes away, the revenue goes away. The only thing left is what the gap was. and that ends up showing as an expense. So the numbers do change quite a bit over time, and especially once the auditor gets a chance to take a look at it in the spring. So, but what I thought was super important is for the council to understand what's included in the pro forma, because it is difficult to follow. And, you know, over the next few years, basically this year and next year, a little bit into 23, and we're doing almost $50 million worth of projects. That's Alta Verde 1, that's Alta Verde 2, that's Block 11, and that's the Justice Center. We're funding those with a variety of mechanisms. I mean, we're doing loans to Alta Verde, we're doing grants to Alta Verde, we're funding Block 11 with COP, Justice Center with COP. And for now, I've included the full cost of the Justice Center, full expense, and then the full value of a COP to cover the bulk of the cost, even though we're going to share that with the county. But we don't know the amount of that, as I said. So projects, lots of projects are included within this pro forma. Staff, we obviously added 2 FTEs, so that's awesome. I've got housing helps at $1 million a year. I've got a long-term rental incentive program, $500,000 a year. This year is a big year also in terms of we're selling Pinewood 2 or Pinewood 1. That's $6 million worth of revenue to us. Plus a loan will be paid off, a $1.2 million loan. Then of course we do need to pay for the deed restriction to ensure those units stay affordable in perpetuity. So I just wanted to make sure you had a good understanding of what's all included, even though it's super, super hard to follow this pro forma. And I guess I can take questions and try to answer them.
Hey, Lori, if we go back one page on I think it's page 12 on the annual budget. It's like we have 16 million in miscellaneous income.
You know, that is put under there. What that is the COP for the Justice Center. You might recall we did a resolution maybe a month or so ago to authorize issuance of the COP. So they put that in under miscellaneous income for 2022. And, you know, once we know the exact budget for the project, then we'll move forward with either an IGA or an MOU with the county and figure out, you know, how we're actually going to share in developing that project. But that's just sort of a place saver for a $16 million COP.
Thank you.
This account has to stay very fluid, but it also keeps me awake a little bit at night sometimes because we're dealing with such big dollars and we're making, you know, we're making up to $1 million decisions every day on buy downs or, you know, housing helps or different program things and hoping that, you know, always that there's enough money to cover these things in there. And it's a very complex, and we're going to look for a better way of doing this in 22.
Yeah, Brian and I have
You know,
talked.
a little more time focused on this. And, you know, this is just one thing Lori tries to stay on top of, you know, and while she's running all this. And I think we're gonna need some kind of dedicated help in making sure so many hours, you know, dedicated towards this thing to make sure that it's always accurate, up to date, and that we're always comfortable with what those balances are. Because as housing committee, we know that we're meeting and we're talking projects all the time and different programs and things going, and you know, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and we're very dynamic, but it's a lot of moving parts. And
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention this year on the buy downs, you know, we sort of started that program in 19 and 20. We basically bought 4 units in those 2 years. This year we bought 11 units. So we think that's a priority to buy those units. But yeah, that's just something that the opportunities came up and the prices were right. And, you know, timing is everything when you're trying to prevent those units from flipping to short term. So that's been a big year for buy downs. And now we're going to actually list some of them and hopefully get some of them sold before the end of the year.
You know, Lori, something that I think would be helpful for me and maybe for everybody else would be to at some point get sort of a running total of what is a unit costing us for a person. You know, what's a buy down cost us compared to new build cost us, and sort of aggregated over time also. I know some of those buy downs, as we buy them, we haven't sold them yet. So it'd be more of the ones that we've sold. What are we spending per
We know,
person?
I mean, we supplied those figures for our Nexus study.
Yeah, we kind of.
We know that right now, today, in today's market, you know, a standard 600 square foot one bedroom is costing us, without land, it's costing us anywhere from $400,000 to $440,000 to build. And so, you know, Lori, what do you think on a buy down or even housing helps? You may gain a one bedroom.
Well, you know, we just
less
bought
than
that
100.
Sky Park unit, one bedroom. We got it before the market went absolutely bonkers. So we got that one for 420,000. I think we'll be able to sell it. We'd probably be able to sell it for 400,000 right now.
We sold a 2-bedroom recently at French Creek, and it cost us $150,000.
Yeah.
To gain
So,
two
Eric,
bedrooms.
Numbers for us to just know generally as we talk to the public about, you know, well, why are you buying stuff down? We're buying stuff down because it's a quarter of the cost of building new.
And I think that's a pretty accurate number, because it seems like bedrooms, Laurie, jump in if this is wrong, but a bedroom is still just under 100,000 or so in a buy down situation. So that
at the most. Yep. I think we're somewhere near 80-ish. I didn't look at my buy down summary today, but yeah, it's much more efficient for us to buy units than to build units. And I can get you that updated information as the council has it and call it out.
And housing helps is similar, you know, it's maybe even a little less. And, you know, we haven't been as active in housing helps just because of what the market's been doing.
Right, but
that could be coming back.
And that gets to sort of the other point, is when we start thinking about housing helps and how much we think is adequate to put into that program, there's a trail to an answer there where we can get an answer that's based on what we know.
Yeah.
So we can say, as long as we're south of $400,000 for a unit over whatever amount of time that is, that's a legitimate amount of time to pay somebody to switch from short-term to long-term.
Yeah.
So
yeah, great
those
point,
all, I
Eric.
think those all need to tie together in some one sheeter that makes it easier
Okay.
for some of us up here to understand it, like me. So
Definitely. I'll work on that. We'll get that to you.
You're gonna delve into that when you start to see some of the Nexus study. So.
great. Thank you, Lori.
Yeah, and Eric, I
Thank
mean,
you.
just for all of us to realize that, I mean, these buy down units that we're buying happen instantly. I mean, the hat's off to Laurie. I mean, she kind of drops everything and runs out to a unit and looks at it and makes sure it's worthy of the price. But, you know.
Yeah, real estate, it's happens quickly. You have to be nimble.
Awesome. Well done, Lori. Great job.
Yep.
Thank you.
Other questions about the affordable housing? All right.
Okay.
Open space.
Yes, open space is our next restricted fund. This fund does have a tax revenue source, which again can't be changed without a vote, and is not something we wouldn't change it anyway, right, Jeffrey?
Missed it.
I think we're not planning on changing the tax revenue source
right.
or open space anytime soon. So these are restricted funds again for the purpose of open space. It has a pro forma there, which shows a really healthy fund balance, includes things like trail maintenance and purchases of parcels. I don't know if you have any questions. Scott's here. I don't know if Ann's here too. Or... Okay, no, Scott's here. If you have any questions or if there's anything you want to add. That.
Then we're
Money for
aware
the
that
Hoosier bike path?
Say again?
Reserving money for the Hoosier bike path?
So we've changed that to the Rec Path Fund with the thinking that our first priority will be for that to spend some of that money on the Alta Verde McCain loop. So that's where that money is going to end up. So yes, we still reserve $100,000 a year is the plan. And that as was sort of originally specified, but given the timeframes for the Hoosier Pass Rec Path project, we figured we'd spend it closer to home.
We could have gotten it done if we would have taken Mitch's deal.
This looks pretty healthy.
What happened with that wetland?
It's a big number there. And as you recall, we had a few acquisitions that were pending right when COVID hit, and we backed out of those. And that's probably part of that. But certainly going forward, we've also noticed, once again, the sales tax based funding for this is obviously going gangbusters. So that's part of, those are the two factors that are happening there.
And I think it's
a
important to
reverse
remember that
game.
the cost of land is also continuing to go up. So I don't think we can always, the land acquisitions will continue to ebb and flow, but obviously the trend is for it to go up.
So we're projecting 4.2 next year. for Revenue.
What's going on with that wetlands project that we were talking about with the county, Scott?
Let's
You
see
know?
that.
That might be
That's a
Ann's.
complex answer.
Okay.
It wouldn't really be reflected in here until we actually spend money on some of that stuff, which we're hoping not to in this case, because we are, if I know what you're talking about, the wetland mitigation project.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going forward with regard to the Swan River. That will be the wetland site. There are some details to work out with that, with the county and with the applicant, who is Niels Lunsford Landscaping. They're doing the mitigation for that project in Silverthorne. That's where we are, but it's not really reflected from a budget standpoint. There for the Swan River restoration, there is some money in here for restoration. Some of the work we're doing on the Reach B of Swan River restoration, that is reflected in here. That is definitely an expense for us, and will be continuing ongoing.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions for open space? Includes your reserved funds. We have another category on this side of the pie. We call the internal service funds. And we go to the next slide, please. Internal service and other. First, we'll go over the other categories of funds, and these are kind of your, lack of a better term, call them your onesie twosie funds. You've got your conservation trust fund that comes there first on the summary sheet. We have to have a conservation trust fund in order to receive Great Outdoors Colorado or GOCO funds. It's a legal requirement, so that's why we have that. Chugs along at the tune about 50 to 55 grand a year, and that money is then transferred to the capital fund and used for qualified projects, outdoorsy type stuff, which we have plenty of. So each year that goes over there. There's your marijuana fund. Next, the marijuana fund we use primarily for, it's gone through some changes. It used to fund childcare. After, we would also fund the detox center, Building Hope, and programs like that. But the nicotine tax program has come along and been able to fund a lot of those mental health programs. So that allowed the marijuana fund to transfer more money to the child care fund. But when the marijuana fund transferred money over there, it was like $400,000, $500,000, depending on the year. So, well, we also we'll have the detail sheet, so we can take a look at that when we get there. Then you got the cemetery fund that Helen and her group have been administering. That fund, actually, that fund's required too, as part of making it a landmark. It needed its own fund. So the cemetery fund obviously does what it does in terms of revenue, is the sale of spaces and burials. And then Public Works allocates charges to the cemetery fund for performing burials and some maintenance and things of that nature. So that's what you have going on in the cemetery fund. So those, why don't we roll through those funds real quick? Take a look at the details. So next page, please. And then we can talk about the internal service stuff. Here's your con trust fund again, 50 grand in and out every year. Then we can move on to marijuana fund. And then you'll see here how it does transfer a lot of money to the child care fund. It also pays for one compliance officer over in public safety. So we have one officer dedicated to helping with the regulation of that. And then you'll see in 2020, 175 grand in charges for services. That was money that used to go to the Building Hope, the detox center, and things like that. And that is now, as you can see, that has kind of gone away, and that is being funded by the nicotine tax program, which enabled the transfer to the marijuana fund to go up. And that'll continue. That transfer to the childcare fund will continue. And then after that, we got your cemetery fund. Again, we've kind of gone over that. And what we need to buy a lowering machine. Is that right, Helen? I'm sorry, I'm making fun of Helen. Had a little excitement today at the cemetery fund. So they thought we had a machine that we didn't have. I don't mean to make a joke. Okay. So anyway,
Throw them in the hole.
that's yeah. Well,
That fit in better.
that's something we could save some money that way too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me. I'm gonna be cremated. Me too.
Those are your three other funds. And now we'll get into what we call the internal service funds. The purpose of these funds is to really kind of absorb the big capital expenditures or other large operational expenditures that departments might otherwise incur that would make predicting program expenses difficult. The best example I like to come up with is public safety. If, every 4 years, chief had to go buy 4 cars, you'd say, why do cops cost $1 million, $1 million, then $2 million, in year 3, because he had to go out and buy his cars. So instead, if he has a $50,000 car, we charge him, $10,000 a year. It lasts 5 years, and that smooths out the expenses. We also keep a fund balance in these funds so that if, for example, this year we do need another car for the code enforcement officer, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, for the STR program, the garage fund can write a check for it and then collect the money over time back from, actually in this case, from finance, because we're paying for the code enforcement car that's going to be help the CSO doing STR calls and things like that.
I noticed some new cop cars. You guys get some new cars? Or one new car, cop car? I saw it just seemed different graphics, no? Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, well, hopefully I was gonna.
He was in it. No,
make-
just kidding.
make-
Just kidding.
Make an offer on the old ones. It'd be good to have,
Jeffrey
going
pays
back to the
attention to
Miami
cop cars.
holidays.
Oh, he's gonna go to the Range Rovers?
Back to the Range Rovers with the weird shield, back to antibody.
Yeah, okay, nice, all right. Yeah.
Riot gear and.
Body armor.
Garage fund, yeah.
Yeah, and as Rick alluded to before, the garage fund has a pretty big bump in it this year in terms of its allocations. Its revenue comes from, like I was just talking about, charging each department an even, hopefully, an even predictable number each year for its rolling stock. And along with all the other funds, we had some, reductions in the garage fund for 2021. And now we're getting caught back up. So that is what the garage fund is doing. Our next one, next page, please. Information Technology Fund. This fund handles obviously your IT, everything from the phone system to our wide area network. It pays for things like we've been running fiber into all of our buildings with our Allo partners and Fiber 9600. So this fund collects revenue from each department based on the number of computers you have. And then we have a replacement schedule for computers all the way up to this stuff right here in that rack. And we have 2 different server locations. We have the one that they just built by the Justice Center, which is a remote backup location for us. And then there's the one up by the BOEC on Campion. And that is our other kind of remote server center where we keep our backups. So we're sure that we can continue operations in the event, in any kind of event, unless you take out both places, in which case, well, I probably shouldn't say that out loud, but
Gave it away. I know it.
sorry about that. Well, then we have a third secret location.
So this fund is largely for hardware. Say if we wanted to do something like a big website redesign, that would come out of another fund, right?
Actually, well, software does come out of here, but the website actually is in a separate place.
Okay.
They don't, IT does really the hardware and providing the applications, but they don't do website support and things like that. So any kind of changes to the website would actually come out of the general fund.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the IT fund, and same thing here. You see a little bit of an increase in the allocation revenue coming in because we did reduce our allocations during the COVID emergency there at the beginning. And also, I just do want to give a shout out to Chris and his team, Aaron and Ann, who just, who got us remote. I mean, we're practically overnight, and those guys, we're here trying to figure out a lot of that stuff. And still are. So that team does a great job, and that's how much our IT costs about every year. Our third internal service fund is the facilities fund. This one handles your major improvements to a building, pretty much what I like to say, like from carpet on up. Like carpet is kind of the threshold. If there's a facilities cost center in the general fund that takes care of things like, windows or window treatments, things like that. But anything, and once you start getting into carpet, roof, HVAC, things of that nature, it's handled by this fund. So we don't end up with deferred maintenance or anything like that on any of our buildings. It has a big fund balance, but when they go ahead and do a roof or things like that, it can be substantial 6 figures. So they have a spreadsheet that plans out some assets 40 years to make sure we have money there when it's time to redo the roof on the rec center, that kind of thing. So, and on the same basis, it charges an even amount and collects it, keeps it in the fund balance for the different buildings. And then our next internal service fund is your health benefits fund. It's not quite like the others in that this one's really obviously providing health insurance, more of a service than taking care of physical assets. What happens here is for each FTE that you have, you pay in a certain amount to the health benefits fund.
It's FTE.
I'm sorry, full-time equivalent. So for each employee,
Oh, okay.
for each qualified employee that you have to pay 15 grand into the health benefits fund. It's, benefits are expensive. So that's the amount that generates the $3.3 million. Then we as employees pay our premiums. Those premiums also come in here. That's the $430,000. There's the investment income. And then refunds of expenditures come from our stop loss coverage. When a claim goes over a particular amount, then we are covered. But that comes at a price, and that's down there in the fixed costs. We pay a premium for that. We're self-insured, but we also do pay for stop loss insurance as part of our benefits plan. And that is how the health benefits plan. Dana, did you have anything to add for this year, or anything you want to talk about, or Rick, or?
We kept our health benefits cost very reasonable in the 1% to 2% increase. And we did that because we're signing a direct service agreement with Centura, which means we will be, adding incentives to steer people to a Centura facility as our primary care, but it still allows people to go to other providers within the network. But if they go to Centura, they will save money.
When is that online right now, or is it down the road?
Effective in January. So, but in doing that, we expect that we would, that we hope to see, a considerable savings because we have negotiated deals similar to the Peak Health thing, and we got out of Peak because they would not use our third-party administrator. And we, agreed not to negotiate with Centura for a year after getting out, but that year is up, and we were talking to Centura before Peak came along, and we were close, but then we tried Peak. But this is very similar. It's more advantageous to the town for us right now, and so I think we're feeling pretty good about it, and it's really helping us keep those costs very controlled. Otherwise, we could be seeing double-digit increases. I think the county is at over 15% increase in their healthcare costs. So we could have been close to that had we not gone this route.
Does Centura have well, that'd be St. Anthony's, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Anthony's.
All High Country Healthcare, St. Anthony's,
Yeah.
they cover the majority of the general things. I mean, and they're adding all of their what's
Ski
it called?
clinics.
Huh?
The ski clinics are going to be urgent care. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, but who does their
Cosmetic surgery?
Oh, Panorama is
orthopedic
orthopedic.
Panorama.
Oh, so Panorama is part of Centura?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff I need done.
I can tell.
Keith Richards.
We'll be starting our enrollment for all of our employees and those of you that are involved in the healthcare program. in the
Yep, next couple weeks.
Next couple weeks.
Yeah,
huh?
within a couple weeks, we're gonna start open enrollment.
All right. Okay, good. That's the Health Benefits Fund. And with that, we're done with our, I think we are, right? So, yep, 25. That is the last of our internal service funds. Now, Shannon Smith, you guys know Shannon, right?
Can we pull the CIP thing back up on there? Can we find it back there again? It was in the first section.
Go go into the folder there, bottom of them. And then bring up the packet, please. Packet, yep. And then it should be linked. I'll scroll down.
74-ish.
Go to CIP. Boom. It's linked down below. Go down a little bit. Nope, up. Give me the mouse. Oh, there you go. Right there. Boom. Here we are.
Will you go to the 5-year summary, please?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Okay, so we brought the same CIP to you in June, and at that time, there was an appetite for a lot of changes. I'm hearing already that we want to add some things, which is great. So we can do that, not for 2022, as Rick said.
And
I
stuff.
think the EV charger.
Yeah.
conversation maybe?
So I can go line by line and review this, or we can just start taking questions and any modifications. What's council's preference?
Does anybody have questions on this first, since we've already seen it?
Yeah.
Everybody know what we're doing here?
Mhm.
Remind them in 22, we have 500,000 for what we're doing along the Riverwalk area.
Okay, yep. So down in P&T, the bottom half of the table.
Riverwalk project.
Riverwalk project, I had planned for $500,000, which was initially going to be to finish up some design work. But after our site walks, we're deciding to do a little bit of some test scenarios, add some improved direct path segments there along the Watson Avenue corridor. We're gonna bring that plan to you next meeting.
I think
26?
it was, but we feel pretty comfortable. We can get most of that done that they're saying for that 500, right?
Yeah, we're working on the cost estimate. We'll bring it to you to see what that's gonna look like, but that 500 should cover it.
Oh, no.
I should probably add some money in for design then in 2023, if we want to spend that 500 on
We'll
the
still need-
temporary
yeah.
improvements.
Because we still need the design work.
Yeah.
I won't let that fall by the wayside.
So I'll do that. We'll figure out how much we're gonna spend for the temporary configurations, and then we'll add something in for design there. Cover
Before
what you
you
were
jump
thinking, Rick?
into the other
Mhm.
stuff, can we talk a little bit about fiber?
Yeah.
So we have $2.5 million in there for 22. We're thinking that that's a great number, and hopefully that'll let us go out and leverage some additional grant dollars again so that we can get access to more. We need to start planning drops further out and letting them know so we can enter into contract agreements, et cetera, to get this work done. And, with COVID, we were unsure what we were gonna do, and it really put us behind the 8 ball on some of this stuff, so. But we'd like to see if you have an appetite for wanting to earmark some money on some additional years out. And obviously, then we come back to you with a plan of what we think we could do with those dollars, and what we could access. So we're gonna have a lot more meetings with Allo and to come up with more of a strategic approach, I think, and plan for year to year and how we're gonna gain customers, get the most bang for our buck, accessing areas, multi-dwelling units, et cetera. If we can get up this pathway, we'll get by X number of units and have more abilities. And we just feel like that's where we have to kind of come to you with kind of a 3 to 5 year plan and what it might look like.
What kind of placeholder money are you thinking?
Probably anywhere from, that 1.5 to 2 again number, I think each year. And again, you don't have to spend it. It's setting that in and kind of grabbing that money in the reserve stuff.
And there's always possibility, depending on how the strategic plan lays out, that we may come and ask for some additional funding if we know we can get a whole block of
Right.
folks done, and it'll be more than 2 million.
How much are you, what's the council think? 2 million as a placeholder?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of that.
Next 3 years, so 23, 24, 25, or?
Yeah.
So this is continuing to expand fiber to existing units and then upcoming projects? Is that what it's mostly going towards?
Drops, so getting from the road to the actual premise as well as new builds.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, we're committed. We need to.
Yeah.
I love
push.
Hello.
I do too.
We need to keep the momentum going.
All right.
All right. So what else do you guys want to see?
Dick had a question on roadway resurfacing overlay.
On what?
It
Yeah,
drops
I
off
did.
there. So I had increased it last year for what was 4 years. I think we'll be caught up. 2025 should probably also be 2 million, but then we might be more down to the 1.5. So I can adjust those up. They don't affect reserve, so it's not going to change anything that Brian presented, but I can forecast out having that larger spend on the overlay if everybody's comfortable with that.
I just think it's more realistic because that's something we have to do. I also am curious, Shannon, you can probably help us with this. I'd like to see us start planning for a new childcare center. I think it makes sense to, if the rest of the council agrees, to maybe do some site planning in conjunction with the group out on McCain in the nonprofit campus. And we could hopefully leverage maybe to an opportunity to work with their planners and really just the site plan, so that we can get that site correct. And I don't know what kind of money that would take if we're working with that group already. Would you put you on the spot, Shannon?
Yeah, I just don't know if we would need a specialist or if Suzanne's group is qualified and has the right details. So I'd want to chat with them a bit. And if you're wanting to just do some programmatic, some schematic type of thing and not get into any kind of construction documents.
No, I don't know that we need construction documents. I want to get the site right,
Mhm.
and I think, we certainly need another childcare center, and I think we think that's a good place for it. I do.
You're talking about that third pad.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just want to make sure the site's right because the childcare center is a unique site.
Mhm.
With pickup, you need, specialized pickup in play areas and everything else.
Let me talk to Suzanne's group, see if they're interested and have the
You're on
capacity
this
unless
one,
you
yeah.
already have. But I
I
mean,
haven't.
$100,000 would get you a lot of
100,000?
preliminary planning.
How do you guys feel about throwing 100,000 in this year, 22?
Yeah, well, and that would be subtracted from, that's what that 200,000
Yeah.
was earmarked for anyway.
Correct.
So I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Move that over now. It won't affect anything because
be
that's
okay
part of
with
the
it.
reserves right now
Or
anyway.
you could divide it up, 100,000, 100,000.
I'd move it over and reduce it. Yeah. And I
Or
like
could
what
say
you said.
100,000 this year, 100,000 next year.
Yeah. So that we save some of that money for construction
Yeah.
documents. I'm really interested I'm feeling an urgency with the site planning.
I personally, I think the earlier you lock in one of those 3 sites for childcare, the better.
I agree.
I agree.
And I also think there's DOLA money out there that we need. And once we get a site and we start working on site planning, then we're in a position to start going after some DOLA money.
I mean, the one dynamic that, we have to be aware of is what does it do to our current facilities and their ability to hire and that. And so we'll have to keep our finger on that pulse, right? Because a year or so ago, they didn't want us doing anything for a while. So but even if you started tomorrow, you're 2 to 3 years away from anything happening. so-
7,500 square feet of one pad.
Well, there may be some partnering that
Yeah.
might make sense. So really,
Conversations. So I think that, we'll probably learn more over the next year about what partnerships might be able to be developed. But yeah, kind of just the coming and going and the open space for playgrounds and things like that. It's a good idea to keep in mind at this phase, I'd say.
I pulled the footprint of a couple of the childcare facilities and I feel like it was about a half acre. Lori and I were kind of just mulling it over to make sure something would fit. So there's definitely space to accommodate.
Excuse
that.
me. How big is our biggest facility now, square footage, roughly?
Timberline.
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Because you got to measure out the playground because that's all
Timberline
required
was
space.
The last one we built, right?
That's a good reason to keep the money in there to figure it out.
But, all right.
And with that site, it would just the pond, just no like building, no structure could be there, but parking, a playground, that wouldn't be an issue, right?
I would not put parking on the pond. Some passive green space is sort of getting planned, some detention maybe, but if we had to put some of the child's care playground on there, that might be okay.
they're very light.
We're gonna trigger a sinkhole, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we might want to let it settle naturally for 5 to 10 years, honestly. Okay. And then as far as the capital for the facility for childcare, was I hearing that that's getting into their pro forma now? Or do we want to start putting capital in here?
No, I think it stays in their pro
Yeah.
forma.
It certainly seems like
Yeah.
there's gonna be enough money
That's
that
the place.
that's the direction I'll be going.
So we'll just have some of the design dollars in the capital.
Yeah, it puts them in a position to start looking for some matching.
Well, that's the important part of this too, because, there's a lot of money out there right now.
So Austin already called on DOLA and she set up a conversation with
Awesome.
them. So
We need to grab it
they're
now.
well aware that
Way too
that's the
long,
next
that
step.
stuff's gonna vanish, so. Cool. So everybody's good with that?
Yeah.
The split and move. All right.
And then moving down, I think unless there's anything else under the public works heading ones that we want to look at. I know you guys had some interest in looking at the sustainability projects, which are at the top of the screen, 100% renewable energy. Guess we can change that to sustainability is probably a better heading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had held off putting in future money for the charger program because I don't know what we need. I think we need to plan it out, work with Excel, because frankly, we need to partner with them on master planning because there's not enough power on the grid, probably to do all the chargers we want at build out. So we can look at planning a bit more and then coming back, I think with a ask, unless you want me to just put some plug numbers just to show commitment, but I really don't know what we need in the next 5 years to support it.
I'm hoping that Jesse, I would love to work with Jesse to have a bigger plan than just chargers. I
Mhm.
mean, to me, this heading, just like you said, let's change away from 100% renewable energy and to sustainability. It's like, we need to get a plan. We have some goals and some commitments that we've made, and we've quickly gone through 2 years with doing very little.
Mhm.
So,
That should be part of our sustainability plan that we just committed some more dollars to, coming up with some.
Exactly.
and I think we're still hosting that Mountain Towns 2030. So we probably want to have our goals fleshed out by then so that we can have something to talk about. So I think probably, is Jessie, I saw her at my last
Back.
Zero Waste.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that she always has tons of good ideas and things going. So I think we just need to meet with her and tell her we expect that we'll need to commit some more funding than this.
Yeah, and we'll have a better plan, I think, for 2023 moving forward. We won't be able to implement much in 2022 anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll plan to bring you back a more robust budget for that. I did get an email from Mark Truckee and forwarded from Jesse. They are looking at some rooftop solar for the tennis facility. that is not currently budgeted anywhere.
Hmm.
If you want to support these projects now with some dollars, we could put in about 250 for that project
Great,
in the 2021,
absolutely.
Me too.
2022. Yep, sorry. It's time used
Renewable?
under
Solar
renewable. So it'd be 250,000, I think is what Mark told me, for a tennis rooftop.
Yeah, that's correct, Shannon.
Oh, there he is. Woo.
Here.
Here.
Yeah, we're trying to take advantage of some of the remaining facilities that we have in town, that the town owns that we haven't put solar on. So this would be an opportunity to continue to move in that direction like we've done on the rec center, ice arena, and some of our other facilities.
So I'll add that. And just so you know, we have a delayed project where we still have the funding to upgrade the softball field lights. That's still
Oh, yeah.
a project. Rec right now is working on updating those contracts. We may be a bit over budget, but I can either find remaining funds within capital, or we can come ask for an appropriation once we know what that final budget number is.
We need to get those done.
Yeah, I told
they're-
Kevin to move forward with it.
They gotta be finished. Yeah.
Based on
What's the ballpark of that number? Do we know?
it, we have 433,000 already reserved, but we're thinking we're gonna be closer to 550 by the time we're done,
They add 50%?
you know. I'll come back with that, a
Okay.
firmer update. We can always appropriate if you're comfortable with that. Okay, moving down to the parking and transportation projects. I don't know if council has studied these and wants to move anything that's out in the 2025 or 2026 to sooner, or so it's reflected in the reserves.
I'd like to see the Riverwalk
Yes.
project accelerate if we have staff,
Okay,
track, if there's ability to do that.
but I,
We could do it next year.
Well,
you gotta design it, sir.
Slide it all 1 year?
but we also want to
Shannon
see
says
what
that's
it,
fine.
how it works.
Yeah, that was part of the trial to see.
Really like to see how the parking garage affects things and how things work before we,
A new pathway
yeah.
leading to the garage, yeah.
Should I stack that 5 million in 2024, just so it's part of the reserves, or just leave it as is and
know,
we can address it?
We just leave it as is and then we'll just,
Yeah, you can change it next year.
just push it.
Do we know when BGV is planning on coming online?
No.
No year.
I don't know. You know, we pushed off pedestrian corridor lighting. We could fund that if we're looking to support more walkability. That's kind of a plug number, and the streets crews go through and enhance the lighting where they can. That would be an easy spend. And then some of those other ones are, those heated, what were programmed to be heated sidewalks and sidewalk improvements on Village and 4 o'clock. I'm not sure council really is heading in that direction any longer to do heated sidewalks.
We're gonna put those under sustainable.
Yeah, that's a little bit, yeah.
The price is probably gonna go up if we have to pay carbon tax. I don't know. So I would think we want to leave those out unless council has a big appetite to move forward on one of those corridors.
I think we leave it out.
Yeah, I think if any, I'd like the lighting, but I don't know. I'm not gonna follow my sword for it.
The lighting largely work in tandem with the Riverwalk project, or that would be for other areas of
It's
town?
other areas
Okay.
generally.
How about,
I think could be moved up. I mean, it's still shown on here, and that's the F lot. Parking lot, pedestrian parking lot improvements is out in 4? 2 million, but we did some early looks at that. First of all, the access, the steps coming off that north end are terrible. But we could add parking spaces by redoing that thing, because
we should do it.
remember, we don't use that bus turnout thing anymore, right?
We do.
Yeah,
I think that's worth looking at. Where's the Riverwalk piece of that? We need to do something about the sculpture that's down there of the,
Uh-huh.
I mean,
That-
that whole area looks,
It's getting ratty looking.
it's ratty. We need to.
Tenth
the
Mountain.
10th Mountain Division.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Contemplating that whole area in the river walk project. I think I know we haven't gone there yet, and Dick's really interested in us making our way down there and start.
But
planning
that
out those
lot could be done
improvements.
in conjunction with.
Mhm.
That area
Yeah.
needs to be done.
We need to clean that up and really make, because that is one, has always been and continues to be one of our highest occupied.
Yeah, we need to,
parking lots.
I mean, to expand that a bit, it'd be great. To fix that area where a lot of people walk, it really looks pretty terrible. The sculpture itself is,
Yeah, and
in awful
it's
shape.
on, BCA has that on their list to get that thing fixed.
I'd move that sculpture. I
actually like it.
disagree. I think we
I
need
do, I
something
like it.
there
I'd
at
make it
that
more
south end.
visible.
That thing, there's a ton of people that look at, go
the
by. and look.
concrete around that or the
We,
paving around
we
it
could
is-
improve it
And
for
then they
sure,
like
but
a-
I don't want to see.
Like a inlay of Ernie Blake's name. I don't know how that happened. It's like
Left
it's,
them off originally.
I think maybe they spelt it wrong initially. I don't.
No, I think, I mean, I agree, we can certainly do a heck of a lot of work to improve it, but I think the design of it, we need to do in conjunction with the Riverwalk planning.
Mhm.
But maybe we expand the parking lot as best we can, first phase, do that right away. And then if we can accelerate the entire Riverwalk planning, that would be great.
We need a lease of patchwork down there
Yeah.
as soon as we can.
Yeah, we can do some safety
I mean,
improvements next
it-
year.
it Just, it's,
It's not a big deal.
Is it too much work to put some design money in 22 just to start looking at F-lot?
It's not, but I think a lot of the improvements you're reminded of had to do also with the roundabout at Village.
Which I was gonna bring up, can we accelerate that?
geez. Oh,
Jeez. He's Charlie Potatoes, man. He just wants to spend. Charlie Potatoes.
Well, I mean, it's
We
a
didn't have that
Right down
roundabout
the
on here.
terrible
now.
congestion
Oh,
area. I
geez.
mean, I don't know whether we do Village first or Park or Main first. Park and Village or Park and Main first.
Yeah, parking in Maine will be expensive.
Design dollars for that out there in 2025.
Village first.
Would you?
Park and Main's gonna be a huge ordeal. I don't want to be responsible for that one.
That'll be during the,
Truth be told.
the Owens administration.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have gridlock, we've got gridlock on Park Avenue every day during
I
ski
know,
season.
yeah, I know, and that takes longer because of CDOT, right?
Roundabout's a 2-year design effort. We could start in 2023, honestly, with staffing. Once we get the Watson roundabout built, I could put engineers on designing Village.
I'd be all
Okay.
for that.
Put Village roundabout / F-lot 2023 design money.
And then we could just do some cleanup and tidy up out of
Yeah.
general fund.
I'll include that in the Riverwalk
Yeah, I-
budget.
Yeah, Shannon, I was gonna just say that that's kind of perfect because I know that Norris was saying that they were talking about putting the bikers that direction anyway. So we're gonna have to consider that redesign when we're doing F-lot and all these other things.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll stay in touch with Norris.
Yeah, we'll include them on the team, absolutely, because they're interlocked. But we will put some repair money, so that Riverwalk project budget of 500 for 2022, I'll probably increase a bit to cover some of these
Okay.
repairs you're talking about over by 10th Mountain.
Good.
No, that's good, because I think we need to pay attention to the south end of town. We're doing an awful lot in the north end.
Is BHA taking care of the statue? Is that
Yes.
BHA money?
CA.
Why is it BCA?
Because it's public art.
They handle all the public art.
No.
Yeah.
It seems more historic to me. Yeah.
Art.
Right? Seems more like the signs up in French Gulch.
Okay. Any other ideas for projects?
You could quit asking.
Yeah, close it down before, close it down before Dick gets any other
Close
ideas.
the door.
Yeah.
But this is your opportunity. Right,
I think that's good additions there to
okay. So
move some stuff along.
we'll update that,
Job list.
and include it in the budget prior to adoption with all the other updates.
Excellent.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Anybody need a break?
Or do you want to do fees real quick and then we're done, aren't we? And then we could, then we're done with the budget if we
Yeah.
can hit fees.
Okay. Good. Thought this was gonna take a while.
It will.
Well, it might be. I don't know. What you got in mind? It could be 5 minutes or it could be 50.
Yeah, in the folder, you'll see something that says fees. Yep. Okay, so each year, fees are adopted by incorporation with the budget. So when you approve the budget, you're approving this fee schedule as well. Of course, there's some exceptions to that, like water fees, but as we go through the packet, we can kind of go department by department. As we've seen before, all our department heads are here, ready to answer your questions. The first list of fees there are the rec fees. You can see we've tried to stick to a standard thing here. When a fee does change, it's red in the 2022 column. That indicates a change. I think in just about every case, an increase. So Scott is here. I don't know, Scott, if you want to
These
speak
are
to
actually
that, or-
planning first.
So planning
yeah.
are their standard increases each year, right? For their planning permit fees?
I think, is Mark there? He can. talk.
Yeah. Planning, we typically bump it up 3% a year, but this year they're actually going to closer to 10%. And that's to make up for the difference in the cost for this new software that Brian and Rick were talking about earlier, to go to the electronic review process for all our submittals with our applicants.
Do we know what the parking in lieu increase is gonna be? It says CPI, but
Now, we adjust that every year, like in March, Eric,
Okay.
when the new CPI numbers come out.
okay.
And as we spoke about before, the obviously increasing fees will increase the revenue. When you see the budget book for final approval in November, the ComDev fees will be about $50,000 higher.
Okay.
Because this was completed kind of after we froze the budget.
Oh.
Any other questions for Mark on the planning stuff?
Everybody good with planning fee increases? Thanks, Mark.
All right,
Thank
now,
you.
now you guys want to do rec? We'll do rec now. How about that? Scott is here to talk about the rec fees.
Thank you. So first off, I want to say that we unfortunately, and this is, I'm sure it's my fault, but we gave you the wrong fee sheet. The big change that you're going to see is not necessarily the numbers. Those are all consistent, but what we were proposing to do was move all of the senior rates for the rec center fees on the very first page to the same as the youth rates. The thinking was, as we discussed previously with Silver Sneakers, when there are a lot of other versions of Silver Sneakers, rather than handling all those that way, the idea was to reduce the fees for seniors. And so wherever it says seniors, the idea was to just eliminate that fee schedule altogether and just make it youth/senior, and then the numbers are accurate, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So I apologize for providing the wrong information on that, but basically the idea in general, with that major change there, that anywhere it says youth, it says youth/senior, and make that the consistent change. Beyond that, the intent really is to, as we've discussed with regard to recreation, is to reflect some of the cost increases that we have across the board. Just again, everything that's going up in price, whether it be the cost of toilet paper or cleaning supplies or a million other things that we to operate the rec center, is to increase some of those, since they haven't been changed in a few years, to cut into some of those expenses, but also keep the resident rates as low as possible. And so you'll see some of the increases in general. We've eliminated a number of ones that are just simply not there. Again, the senior ones being an example.
Scroll down a little more, please.
yeah.
So we get the lower half there.
Sorry, keep scrolling down. So again, if you take out So let's see, we are yearly. So again, I apologize, actually, so the other place we deleted is just straight up yearly. We don't have a base rate. The base rate is typically the rate that's charged to someone who's from outside the community. So in this case, if you look at the screen, the yearly base rate makes no sense at all, right? If you're a yearly resident, that you're going to get a resident rate. So we essentially eliminated some of those to simplify it for our staff. But in general, as far as fee increases, the idea is that if you go back to the top, for example, the daily admission would be the easiest one to kind of show that. The guest admission will be $18 compared to $15. And then a resident rate would be $10 for an adult. So again, comparably, it would be $18 for a guest and $10 for a resident.
When you say resident, is that Breck resident or county resident?
We have basically been very permissive with that. We say anyone who resides within Summit County or who works within the town of Breckenridge. So if you commute from Fairplay and you want to work out during the middle of the day, you get a resident rate because you work here in Summit County.
Cool.
And we actually extended, I should say, to Park County as well.
Your senior, what age group? I mean,
65 and up.
65?
Yep.
You're in, Dennis.
20 more years, Dennis.
Dennis, you'll
20
be
more
there.
years.
Beyond that, so this, maybe I could just stop there and just say any questions. And again, I apologize for the wrong information on there, but if you can consistently just remove the senior rate and combine it with youth, and then we just eliminated some categories, that's the gist of what you see is up there is accurate. I apologize. 65.
So we're not increasing our resident annual or 6 month, right?
That is correct.
All right.
Resident, annual, and 6 month are remaining the same.
Happy.
Residents at all,
No.
unless they get 6 months back.
And an annual, a resident senior now can get, same as a youth for $280, which is, less, a little more than $20 a month, pretty cheap.
So I don't want to push you all, but if you want to move on to Kingdom Ball Fields, and then there's the ice rink, there are a number of other changes in there as well. Most of these have to do with just increasing costs, and you'll see the same philosophy throughout, although there are some increase to resident rates in those for like half room rentals and full room rentals. You'll see that the philosophy really is that if we can find a way to subsidize the use by the local residents, that's what we're trying to do. Keep
Beth,
those
do
as
you know how
reasonable as
old Kingdom
possible.
Park is?
I'm sorry?
How many years has Kingdom Park been there? Anybody?
Been there a while.
20,
30?
30?
30, I'd say. Yeah, that.
Really good.
Yeah, the ball fields, again, if the lights go back in, that would be really helpful. We obviously didn't have them at all this summer, but the lights will certainly help drive more use to the ball fields themselves. But the public works folks, the parks folks do a really good job of keeping those things. They're in great shape. Would highlight a couple other things. The Gold Run Nordic Center Pass fees, those are in cooperation with both Frisco Nordic and Breck Nordic. So we try to have consistent fees, and we partner on passes. And so those numbers are, like I said, in cooperation with those entities so that we all charge the same thing. And then we have you can obviously buy a season pass that goes to all three, same price. We manage that from a administrative side of things and refund money to each of the other entities, but we kind of work in partnership with regard to the Nordic fees. And then I would move down to Carter Park rental rates. You'll see some significant jumps there. Okay. So what we found is that the Carter Park Pavilion and the grounds around it book out a year in advance. So a couple things here, it's a very inexpensive wedding venue. And when it's available to book, it books very quickly. So we think that, given the fact that we now have hired a private contractor to do all the cleaning for that space, this is a way to recoup those costs in some ways. So you'll see some significant increases if you look at, the pavilion or the whole facility. It's still $1,700 for a full day. For the most expensive thing you're going to spend is the entire pavilion and patios and everything. And it's $1,700 for a day for a wedding venue is extraordinarily cheap. But we also need to find a way to pay for the costs associated with the cleaning. The other thing I would just mention in that case, since everything's already booked out for next summer, these fees wouldn't be implemented until really 2023, because we're going to honor obviously the fee that we charge this year. So this change will not really hit the ground, so to speak, until 2023.
Should they be higher?
Yeah. that's what I was wondering.
That's entirely your call. We were trying to walk that fine line of, like I said, our
Well,
philosophy is, yep.
Here's a fine line. How many times during a year do we give that thing away for free? How many?
We generally don't. We actually do sell it at the nonprofit
Like, we
rate.
might do
Yeah, we,
a couple times, like for the memorial service if
Yeah,
it's
stuff
somebody,
like that.
but
I'll tell you, I would rather,
I appreciate that we're keeping our resident nonprofit minimal increase. But, you know, are the majority of these base rates out of town for weddings?
correct, by far.
I would raise those.
The out of town.
I would raise the base or the base rate. I would raise those.
So $1,700 is what that's a
Well, I mean-
70% increase from $1,000. And that's,
Maybe you have just for this one, you have a weekend rate. I mean, being in the wedding business for a lot of years, because that would allow, a family reunion or something like that during the week, because I agree with you, Eric, on
Still
weekends.
cheap though. $1,700 for the full day seems.
Oh, it's super
even-
cheap.
Even for
Yeah.
even for a family reunion, that's just cheap.
Well, a lot of family reunions are tight budgets. If we did a higher numbers, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then, the 1,700 maybe Monday
Are
through
you
Thursday,
talking about for both rates or for just base rates?
Just the base.
just the base.
Okay. I don't.
Or
Oh,
you
I-
do it on
bear in mind, I mean, again, our number was,
low
Well-
season, because really 4th of July week,
Yeah, that's
if you do sort of like we do with the winter season where it's weekends plus, you pick some, especially because this is not till 2023 now.
Pick 6 weeks.
I'd
and it's-
almost rather, okay, so this is a curveball.
You gonna go the other way?
No, I'm gonna say, could we do it so that it's, like, I'm, sorry, everyone. I'm fine with raising the base rate, but what about giving priority to residents?
It's nearly
No,
impo-
I mean, a priority as in you can, so for
You
For
mean in
base, for
schedule?
everybody, you can't book it until it's a year out, but maybe there's like I guess maybe that's harder than I thought.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's less than a year or something. I don't know.
I love the fact that we can still have residents have a nice place to go that isn't over the top.
And it gets used. They get it. I mean, we still number of graduation parties. always
I was gonna
happen there.
say, graduation weekend,
Yeah.
it books up a year out, day of, early morning.
I don't want you to spend your majority of time on this thing right here, Dave, but it's-
reason why we picked the $1,700 rate, because that was the estimate of how much it would cost to, or, the numbers that we increased here would cover the additional cleaning expenses. So we were basically break even. That was the
Yeah,
philosophy behind that
fees.
number. So if you're looking for additional fees beyond that, that's,
Terrible way to run a business.
supposed to make money.
Well,
on it.
no, but I know, except we lose money then
Governments.
when locals use it, we lose money.
Yep.
So the base rate needs to be higher to cover
Yeah. that
the
makes
other side of
sense.
the equation.
That's
If
fair.
you're looking for break even, you need to raise base rate to cover resident.
And that might get to where I'm going to, which is, I think that it's such a great facility for locals, so I want to see locals, community members
You
use
wanna
it,
go
so.
up, I mean, I don't
but
know
if
how
we-
many, we can either do it.
But that, yeah, what I'm saying is if we go up with the base rate, then we might see that naturally too. If the resident rate doesn't change.
So we could double those because they haven't quite doubled. That would take them up a little higher. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it higher on weekends and keep a weekday rate, or is that too much work?
Let's just see what Scott comes up
With
with.
Scott figuring it out.
Agree.
okay, we'll come back in tier 2 and just update that number specifically. Tennis court rental rates, again, increase based on the tennis facility, which is doing very well revenue wise, but that's a way of reflection of the cost that we have, please.
I mean, this is just an idea to throw out there because there are a lot of not a lot, but there are some free courts around town. But that the family night at the golf course was so cool. And my kids ask all the time to come play tennis, and I always tell them it's way too expensive. We're not going. So I don't know if you guys have a family or something like a family night a couple times this summer. That'd be kind of fun.
I'll talk to Tennis Pro John.
Yeah, see what Kelly Clark rate.
Mhm. Yeah,
She's
that'd be a night to avoid the tennis center.
You're gonna change the name from tennis court to tennis/pickleball?
Well, so no, the pickleball, we've done two things for pickleball, just generally speaking. One is we plan to reconstruct the free courts in Carter Park, and that'll be all striped with pickleball. Those are the free access, which tend to be very popular during the summer. During the winter time, we do a drop-in. We have put pickleball lines in the gymnasium so that the tennis facility stays all tennis all the time, and that the pickleball play is a drop-in
Very
during the.
elitist. I like that.
I think it's very accommodating.
But is that
I
the
thought it
same
was nice.
experience? I mean, is the surface area the same?
Court, correct. And it's,
Yeah.
yeah, the difference was for us is that in the tennis facility to make them pickleball courts, because you can't host tennis tournaments with pickleball lines on the courts. So if we want to have a USTA,
Oh.
we need to have just the lines. And so we were doing for a year or so, we were doing tape for
Mhm.
every pickleball session. And that was a administrative and staffing nightmare. So, so yes, the idea is that we offer them free all summer in Carter Park, and we solidify some certain times. You can do it on the basketball court in front of the rec center as well. You can do that for free. We've got the equipment inside. And then if you want to do the drop in during the winter months or when it's inclement outside for pickleball, it's in the it's a drop in rate as it would be. It's the same as the rate in Silverthorne, and it's every couple times a week, few times a week, and it's in the gymnasium.
It's on a hardwood floor is the same.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So the pickleball drop-in rate, is that for the gym or is that for the tennis as well? Because it's significantly lower.
That's the gym.
I'm not looking at it.
That's the
It's
gym,
for the
right?
gymnasium. That's
Okay.
correct. It's for the gymnasium.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yep. And
Alright.
so a lot more people. So back to the tennis question. Typically you look at it from a square footage standpoint. And if you are playing singles on tennis, you're taking up a huge amount of space versus if you're playing pickleball, which tends to have more people in a smaller area. Similarly to other uses, that's kind of how philosophically why tennis is so expensive, because it does require a much more larger square footprint for your activity and the cost associated with that.
That makes sense.
I can see the day coming when we pack the audience with pickleball players.
It's
It's
coming.
gonna happen.
Trying to help you. I'm trying to help avoid that, or at least, accommodate
you.
them in every way we possibly can.
When you stripe the gymnasium, it's how many courts can you put in there?
Good question. I want to say it's 5.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, enough for sure. And there are a number. Ice rink, some changes in there as well. You can see those. Once again, these all reflect the same philosophy that we've discussed, increasing rates as they need. It is still a really inexpensive opportunity to get on skates at our facility, both for a guest and a resident. And then I guess the next one I have is golf. I'm sure there's some golf, which I'm sure there's some questions on that as well. Unless you have other questions on this one. And again, I know, there we go, golf race schedule. So just to kind of give some guidelines on this one, a few things that Rick already mentioned. One is golf rates have not increased since 2015. Golf expenses have gone up since 2015. This summer and the last year, so the last 2 years have been record years with regard to golf. As you have heard, we've had really, and this is not just, we're not alone in this, given the quality of our course, but also golf across the nation, and every golf course across the country has experienced the same challenge, COVID friendly, and just tee times are at a premium. This year in particular, we had an increase in both out of town bookings, or again, guest bookings, if you will, full freight, and then also punch cards, as Rick mentioned earlier, in some of those things. We sold a significant number more. I mean, it was more popular this year than it ever has been. And revenues are up accordingly. And certainly people were unable to get some of the booking tee times that they sought, because it's been a lot easier to get for many, many years. So that was experienced both for specifically for the folks who want to pay within the 4-day time frame. So as you know, there's a $10 fee if you want to book. You could book starting in March. You could have booked all the way through September, whatever your tee time wanted, for whatever the rate is, plus a $10 extra sort of online service fee. And so you could book that, and a lot of people took advantage of that. And Therefore, people who didn't want to pay that $10 service fee for, advanced booking, if you will, basically waited until 6 a.m. 4 days prior to, and then jumped in with everybody else trying to get the same tee times. And so that's where you experienced a lot of the pinch. And once again, nothing had changed with regard to practices with regard to how much it cost, number one, but also percentage of tee times that were withheld to the 4-day window where you didn't have to pay that service fee. In other words, if you were advanced and you were advanced booking, you knew your friends were coming to town, you booked it a month in advance, no problem at all. If you waited until 4 days within, so you didn't pay that $10 fee, you were competing with everyone else who had a punch card and wanted to do that. Okay, so that's what we experienced this year. Number one, as Rick mentioned, our golf course we think is the highest quality, certainly in the county, if not in the Intermountain West. Okay, the facility this year was in amazing shape, and another reason why it was so popular, and it was priced below the other comparable, if you will, golf courses in the area. So we were the cheapest option for people, Copper being the exception on that, but we were cheaper than the Ranch, cheaper than the River, cheaper than the Raven. And those of so another reason why it was incredibly popular this year. I feel like I had some other thoughts on that, but after meeting with the Golf Advisory Commission, Golf Advisory Committee, Patrick has proposed the attached. As you can see here, the red numbers are the new numbers. Again, what's sort of quote unquote hidden in some of these costs is a cart fee is $20. So whether you play 18 or 9, add $20 to that if you choose to ride a cart. But if you take the most expensive rate, high season rate, which is the right column, and the most expensive round you're gonna currently play is 117, again, 18 holes, sort of out of town base rate, if you will. Add $20 to that, and that's your cart fee, and you've got $137 for a round of golf with a cart. We're proposing to bump that up to 155/177, and that would be $10 more than the other again comparable golf courses, I would say, within our county. So we would be priced, I think, more accurately to where we are, and yet it wouldn't also break the bank with that in mind. 9 holes, a similar change, and we can kind of go through. We have different low season, shoulder season, and high season. And then so that's what those changes are. You can see once again the same reflection of philosophy is that we tend to increase the costs for the guests or the base rate, if you will, and then maintain the resident rate at a lower price. So if you go down to under pass cards, that's the punch pass, if you will. So a resident punch card, which is currently $440. That's 10 rounds of 18. That's $44 a round for 18 holes of golf for the resident. Okay, we are proposing increasing that by $1 per round, which makes it $45 per round per resident. Compare that to Aspen, which is well, first off, I should say Aspen has limited the number of punch cards, local punch cards they sell, so that they can then, limit the number of rounds that are paid at that rate. But their number is at least twice that. And then I know Vail, just over the hill, their rate per round is closer to $97. And again, compared with the cart, ours is, with this change, would be $65. So our resident rate is incredibly low for an incredibly high quality experience, which is why you see a slight increase there, but the major increase really has to do with the full freight online bookings. We are not planning to change the $10 fee. We think it's working pretty well. And then I got one other thing, and that is sorry, it ran away from me after that.
That's because you got, I just want to know what's the theory behind this seasonal renters 14 days get this special punch pass?
Where's that?
Don't agree.
Tell me that
Should we
again.
just get rid of that?
Seasonal
Or the
Rounds pass card.
14 days seems like maybe that was created at a different time when we were trying to help people stay for longer or something. I don't know. I just think that just seems pretty arbitrary in this market, and I'm not sure why we would.
Yeah.
Except the nice thing is it gets them to play 10 rounds. So maybe we're making money off of that. I don't know.
Yeah, and some people have complained they couldn't complete their rounds this year on their punch card because they couldn't get tee times to do it because it was so popular. So then we honor it through June of next year typically, but that's early season and different. So, but we could certainly remove that. I think the idea there, as you can tell, is to provide some discount for folks that are here longer than.
Well, people coming on 2-week vacation trying to max, they want to play golf every day.
Yeah, I
just don't know why we're catering to that, that's all.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like an important thing for us to really be sweating over. And then what is the theory between low season is one day at the, the first day of the season and one day, like why even bother? It's opening day and
No,
closing day.
opening until June 10th. So if we open Memorial Day, that's 2 weeks, 10 days. Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's September 24th until closing. So we closed early October this year. So it's a week or two. And I think he's actually extended the shoulder season.
Okay.
And can you explain, bring a friend?
Yeah. So a lot of
What's the deal with
folks. So if you have a pass, if you have a punch pass and you have friends coming to town that you want to play golf with, then they get a reduced rate.
Okay, I get you. Yeah.
It's a nice little thing.
Yeah, I think it's really great.
No, that's fine. I didn't know what it was.
Hey, any other questions?
Sorry for the long-winded on that.
I think it looks good, Scott, and I think the increased
Well,
rates for the for the out of town
Yeah.
guest is gonna maybe spread the use some around the county.
30.
Help our local punch card people, so.
It's like parking management.
You could change. Oh,
Make
I'm
some
not
good
gonna-
changes.
But they could change that. too.
Do we have anything else in fees?
You want to talk about the STR
And
fee
you'll
briefly?
have long-term rental plans. You can have. this.
So Brian's increasing the administrative fee. There was an ordinance created for the short-term rental licenses, I believe 2018, that allows us to charge an administrative fee to recoup costs relative to the hotline, staffing, and something else. He's proposing an increase in that fee to allow for the additional community service officer that we're adding to have a full-time equivalent focusing on STR complaints. So this fee will always be different than any nexus fee. Okay. So it would be a nexus fee that you would look at would be a separate ordinance and would be in addition to these.
Gotcha.
Plus your licensing fee that we currently have also. The licensing fee is a bulk, so it's set by vote, right?
The
It's a
license fee
tax.
Itself, yes.
Yeah.
This fee is set by the budget process.
Yeah, this was part of that, that ordinance, I think, 2018, right? But, yeah. So, not a huge increase, but it's done to cover the cost we anticipate.
Yeah, we're roughly doubling the cost of the STR compliance program. Right now, we have Bella in there and the software with MuniRevs. And then we're allocating one community service officer there, and then also the vehicle, plan for the vehicle and all the Batman stuff on the vehicle. So the fees are being increased to cover that. And it's being done, as you can see, it's not linear. You know, the bigger houses that generate a lot more of the complaints and more of the attention, pay the lion's share of the fee there, as you can see. And the studio units where we hardly ever get calls or complaints, pay much less.
I think that looks fine. We should revisit it annually.
We do, Dick.
This would be good for this year.
The program hasn't changed in 2 years. It's pretty much just been the one staffer and the software, but this year we have the big bump up. And if we need to allocate more assets to it, then we'll adjust the fee to cover whatever the program needs.
Cool.
Anything else on the fees? Aside from that, you get your water fee in there, which goes up, the standard 5% a year.
You know why I'm looking at this? Is this, why do we not charge to have a per bedroom fee versus just this lump of 4 or more? We know now that we have a considerable number of units that have 5, 6, 7, 8 bedrooms in there. And I think they're getting off too light. Could we just have a per bedroom fee?
We could, the population does drop off very sharply after you go above 4. Once you go 5, 6, 7, the number of units in
Oh,
those
I know.
categories
I
becomes
know.
very low. But we
But I
can-
don't feel like I don't feel like a 14-bedroom unit should be paying the same money as a 4-bedroom.
yeah, no, that definitely,
Mhm.
we could definitely look at that. Yeah. We can do that.
And I wouldn't mind seeing it $100 a bedroom.
Could we make it per bedroom? I'll need to noodle. I
Is
can't
the
think.
waiting then for the?
I
more
mean, he will have
components
to
at
go
higher
do
bedroom
he's gonna
counts?
have to do the math
Have
to
to
see
justify it.
how it rolls out, but, because we can't collect too much money in there, but I'd just rather see that us moving to more of a per bedroom than the way we've been doing this.
Do we think with the influx of how many STRs licenses there are now, do we feel confident that one person isn't enough to make sure that everybody's compliant, or is that nexus territory?
You know what? This is such an anomaly right now that I think we need to get through. You know, you're gonna have a good discussion on the nexus
Okay,
at the next meeting, which is such a different animal that it's gonna be a wait and see. So I think if what we saw in the last 2 months was, I would 100%, we probably need 3 more people in
yeah,
there.
that's what,
But, yeah, I think it's gonna change drastically.
Does this include like, I can see that it says for code enforcement, but is that also like a police officer or someone?
That's who it means the CSO. There's a code enforcement officer allocated, if that was your question.
So we're not calling it code. We're keeping it as a community service. We're rebranding our community service positions. They will stay under the police department supervision. We feel that's where compliance enforcement, investigative things, looking at working, identifying problem areas works best. But we're rebranding community service to focus more on code enforcement in general, not only related to short-term rentals, but also sign codes, you know, trash issues in general that we see in the town, and so that there's a transition that will be happening there. But, you know, Jim really wants to keep, the chief really wants to keep that community service title on there. So.
And how many officers?
So currently there are 2 that are in his budget, so we're adding a 3rd one. They will all share in it, but we expect a full-time equivalent. We expect at least 40 hours a week to be dedicated to STR. Not only reactive, but proactive, working with licensing, working with, you know, complaints coming in, identifying areas where there's concern, all of that type of stuff will be working out. So, yeah, that's the plan.
Good plan.
Yeah, thanks.
Make it happen. Okay, any other fee related questions? We're gonna take 5 and then come back and finish this up. That's it for budget, but we have to do legislative and planning.
Pieces.
A couple of little things to get through and then get ready for the night meeting. We're going to reconvene and finish the work session up here. We go to legislative review. I'm speaking slowly for you, Tim. We have general tax provisions. I think this is actually Brian, right?
Well, let me take this one because I did the memo. This ordinance is not marked because there were a number of kind of non-substantive changes from first reading, and so many that if I marked it, it would look like chicken scratch. But there are no substantive changes. We just want to use this form of the ordinance.
Very good. Any questions? We talked about this last time. Call-up procedures. This is a
You know,
good one.
for those of you, Carol, have you done a call-up with us?
Oh, this will be my first one.
I thought, we, in the afternoon sessions, we typically talk about procedural issues. We can't talk about the merits of the call-up at all. But just, I want to make sure that everybody knows how the process and the procedure is going to work. And if we have any questions,
Tim,
flesh those out now.
I think this is the call-up procedure.
This is the
ordinance.
change.
Sorry.
This is
I'm
the
sorry.
change, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Too many call-up issues. One of the things on my going away list was to clean up in both the development code and the subordinates procedures for how call-ups are handled. Right now, it's a bit bleak, a bit unclear in a lot of places. And I just thought it was time that the council and the town have some clearer rules. You know, there are three situations, at least involving call-ups, and I just want to make sure that everything that needs to be written down for clarity is written down. That's the purpose behind this. This obviously doesn't relate to the call-up tonight, but going forward, I think it'll be helpful.
Hey, Tim,
Yes, sir.
one thing that I didn't realize that you have written here is that a member of the public can call up?
Yeah, well, they can request. The call-up decision on a council call-up belongs to the council as a body. But as far as requesting a call-up, I think Mark and his people suggested that there's no reason why a member of the public couldn't ask you guys to call it up. You don't have to. It's just who could make the request.
Thank you.
Other questions? Everybody understand what the changes are here? Actually, I think great. I'm a huge fan. Okay. Then you can continue with the de novo hearing procedure
For tonight.
for tonight.
I've given you guys my outline, my script for you to look at. I hope that helps clarify how these things go. Eric probably has them memorized.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
I just think it's helpful if everybody kind of sees a consistent format. That's all.
I don't think the format's in here. Could we talk
no,
about
it's
it?
in the night meeting. It's for
Oh, okay,
it's the
yeah.
night meeting procedure. So it's very formalized. I will go through and I will read everything. I'll go line by line. So everything is by the book, completely above board, and
Carol, the next stop after this council is court. And with that in mind, I've tried to write a procedure and a decision that would be understandable to a court. We need to acknowledge that the town of Breckenridge land use system is unique. And the only way you really understand it is to work with it. But not all of our judges have any familiarity with the town's land use system. So that's why I have gone to some length in the decision document to try to lay it out.
any questions for tonight for Tim right now? We'll have time to question him about substantive issues at the night meeting then. All right. Anything else, or would you like to adjourn for dinner?
Want to do planning?
Oh, planning commission, I'm sorry. I totally.
Just like the front shot.
Yeah, anybody have any questions about planning commission decisions from the last meeting?
I just have that one question, which is, I noticed, so this is for the Hotel Breckenridge outdoor heated area. Mr. Gerard said, how will the HOA be paying for the improvements? I know that these notes are sometimes like a boiled down. Is there more context around that? I found that kind of an odd, out of character question for planning.
You get that, Mark or Chapin?
Mark, I can answer that. We did not have any staff evaluation or anything related to how that was being paid for, and there's not any development code policies. So I don't think it was necessarily relevant to the planning commission's recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Chapin.
Sure.
Just let the planning commission know that who pays and what things make is really not our purview.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Committee reports, since you have a little bit of time.
Yeah, we totally can. We do have some time. We had a mayors and managers meeting. First, do you have town manager and staff or?
Just have one thing. So you all may remember that during COVID, Rick did town manager orders to allow for some relaxation of our code requirements for outdoor structures and sign code and things like that. A while back, I think it was in July, we talked about potentially having a mayoral declaration that would end the emergency, which probably good that we didn't do that since our numbers are back high again. So that declaration would have set an end time for those relaxations to go till November 1st and then be done. So we didn't do that. But businesses want to know, and we're having some internal conversations within community development about what we should extend into the winter time. There are a fair number of businesses, probably 9 or 10-ish in that area, that currently have outdoor structures that they would like to continue to use through the winter. So we wanted to get some feedback from you all on how you might like us to approach this for this winter season.
I mean, I'm fine with allowing them to continue.
Yeah, whatever they did.
I
last
think
time,
we do
whatever
pick
we-
a hard date though, like May 1st or something,
Have it expire.
be done. Yeah, it's say
Well-
particularly sign code too.
I'd be okay with re-examining. I mean, I just don't, it's my first pandemic. I just have no idea how it's gonna pan out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm fine with having a date, but perhaps where we,
My only
look at it
thinking,
again.
Aaron, is that I think people need to plan, and
Okay.
we can always extend the date.
okay,
Um,
right, but
But
yeah,
I
that's,
think
and that's.
people need to plan, so if they
Yeah.
are thinking May 1st, provided things go okay.
Yeah,
It gives them something to plan around.
I'm okay with, I like that language better than, this is the
Dick was
expiration.
around during the flu epidemic in 1919, so he has a little bit better of a handle on it. Yeah, yeah. It's not his first pandemic.
Well, you being the older guy, you told me how to handle it.
And just one additional question. Would you want to limit the outdoor structures to businesses that already have them, or do you want
Yes.
to, allow new businesses?
No,
or
I-
businesses to add them?
First of all, everybody's open inside. There's no restrictions right now.
Mhm.
There's no real reason for anybody to be going out and spending a lot of money for one season, because then next year we're gonna hear,
Yeah.
you gotta let me keep it, because I just,
Yeah.
really, the reason that I think we would allow them to keep them at this point is because people have invested,
Yeah.
Ember's probably invested some serious money, so has
Yeah.
the Pnt, and I think if they get another season out of it, I think that's great,
I'm
but
down with that.
Yeah.
would not allow new capital expenditures for.
I agree.
That we don't really have staff to go out and be inspecting all these things again, and it's just a whole nother laundry list of.
Thank you. That's helpful. That's all I had.
We had a mayors and managers meeting, and for some reason I can't remember anything we talked about except for Dylan and Silverthorne arguing with the county about the way we go into fire restrictions. And that seems to have taken all my mental energy. We did talk about masks. Yeah, everybody's gonna stay sort of on the same path that we are until, hopefully this thing's over with. I don't really know I don't know if we as a community are making a mistake by not pushing out some more vaccine pods. I know we're not anymore. That's been the decision, but I don't know. I don't know if, that seems to have made a big difference. But now you got to go to either your doctor or the pharmacy to get, if you haven't been vaccinated or if you're in line for a booster. So that was some of the discussion, but
We are trying to get the CDPHE vaccine buses available in November and December. So we're trying to look at some dates that we might be able to get that here.
it'd be cool if they could do it with flu shots too.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. We tried to get flu shots anytime this week and we're having a heck of a time. We drove all the way to Walgreens, had an appointment, and then they said it would be like an hour. And so we had to turn back around. Like and actually originally they said that they weren't going to do any more that day. So Dana?
I can just speak for the employee clinic that we usually set up, and we've been trying to get it set up and we've been told they don't have the staff or the vaccinations to do it. But I tried to elevate it a little bit. So we're trying to get one for our employees.
That's great. Yeah. City Market said they just don't have the staff and that to keep checking back because when they do, they'll schedule appointments, but they go really quickly. So that's going to be something coming down the line, I think.
I've had good luck at it.
I don't know. I thought I tried everywhere. I'll look up Safeway.
Hey, Shannon, I'm all for November, December pods, because having the bus. Because we should have some new employees in town then. So if we have people coming in who have 0 vaccination, that'd be a great time to get them on board. So.
And it's good that Vail is requiring their people to be vaccinated, so they shouldn't all arrive unvaccinated. They have to be vaccinated by the time they arrive, so that will be helpful. Vail Resorts.
Okay, open space.
No meeting, but there was the open space public meeting last Thursday, and I think it went really well. DTJ and Civic Brand are doing a really great job of getting the word out and collecting information, and that continues to be full court press as far as I can see. But I think it went really well.
Cool.
Next meeting will be next week, and Carol will be covering for me.
All right, she didn't ask you, huh?
She did, but I'm a caregiver next week.
PTO?
BHA,
I have you down for both. Who's BTO?
that's me too,
Oh,
but I don't have anything this morning.
Okay.
This
BHA then.
afternoon. On the BHA, I don't know if you've driven on Boreas Pass Road going to the ice rink, but the rotary snowplow is now scaffolding and tinted. They're gonna paint that. And the reason that it's tinted is because currently it has lead-based paint. So the contractor that's there has to tint everything, and they're a licensed contractor for lead-based paint, so. You'll see this queen going up soon.
Our house was painted with lead based and it didn't hurt me. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Dennis. Creative Arts.
No meeting. I don't think, was it, Kelly? I don't think it
No.
was.
We haven't.
Events?
Actually, Aaron covered for me, but I don't know, we have
Because we had the budget retreat, the meeting minutes will be in the packet for
Okay.
the next round.
Cool.
that'll be better for everybody.
Child care, obviously the winner of the budget.
Oh,
hearings today.
geez, unbelievable. Yeah.
I think that's all anyone needs to know.
All right. Housing?
We had housing.
You want to tell us what happened, Dave?
Yeah, we did. I gotta try to remember.
Well, we did the, when you give money incentives,
Yeah, we met with the guys from
housing help,
locals,
landing local.
and we discussed, they're now working with the county as well on their, kind of individually, and they had some incentive dollar amounts and that kind of thing, a schedule, and we discussed it, and I think we as a housing committee are gonna come back and recommend it to council, but I'm assuming, obviously, we didn't bring it tonight, and I'm assuming it'll be at the next meeting.
But we might, I don't know if I can say this, but we might do like 10K.
Oh, yeah, no, it's significant money.
10K or 20K for a larger house or a 10K for incentive for a 6 months lease, maybe 20K or thereabouts for a year lease.
Yeah, we're trying to front load it because if we're gonna really try to get some of these converted
Yeah.
before the ski season,
Gotta go.
which will be a stretch because a lot of the short-term rentals already have reservations. But we're doing aggressive numbers in trying to front load some of these. And so, I mean, it's over $100,000 budget for the program for this next ski season.
When will there be like a website that people could go to look for housing?
Great question. And I don't have a
Gotcha.
specific answer yet,
Yeah.
but I mean, they understand the urgency.
Yeah.
I just, when you said before the ski season, I thought, oh, good,
I think we.
They're meeting with property managers as we speak.
great.
You know, unfortunately, one of the leaders of that group, Severum, whatever, told them that he refused to work with the town of Breck. He'll work with the county, but not us. So we'll talk about that some more. And
And Dick, wasn't it like a 500,000 we're allocating down the road? If we gave him that leeway to go that high if it works. Was it just
I
100?
think we were at 100 something
okay.
initially. I don't remember going much further than that.
All right.
But, you know, so they are on the ground working, meeting with property managers. They are,
Have they been able to secure any partnerships with local property?
well, we've
managers?
got to get the program solidified
Oh.
first, and we're trying to be consistent with the county so that it's seamless in the valley.
Mhm.
So we're still in the works of finalizing that, but I'm hoping with the next couple of weeks that we're gonna get there and be able to roll it out.
Great.
But they've met with a number of property managers conceptually and have some good support.
Yeah.
Only one no, and then the others seem very supportive, so it's
Great.
good.
And on another note, Dick and I did the grants and allocated over 170,000 to local nonprofits. That we'll run the numbers by you soon, let you know exactly, but Dick totally won me over. I was just.
You never want to give anything.
I was spending money like.
He actually had a couple numbers higher than me.
I know, it's
Really?
crazy.
Great.
Yeah.
Jeffrey was in a very generous
I
mood.
was, yeah. It's not my money.
And then social equity, any?
We've not had a meeting.
All right.
But one of our commissioners brought forward an idea. A lot of our commissioners are gone in October. We won't have a October commission meeting. Instead of that, some of the commissioners will go to a CMC class for English learners and be able to just chat with members,
Very cool.
new community members.
Ooh, that's awesome. Other matters.
I was just gonna say Corey Burr says that Lease to Locals will go live Friday.
Oh, great.
Friday. That's awesome. Other matters?
I will just, the chief let me know that there's actually a vaccination pod at Upper Blue every other Tuesday.
Oh.
So if we'll find,
Okay.
we'll find out how they're messaging that, maybe try to help them push that out. 'cause
Great.
Okay.
Is Upper Blue the grammar school?
Yep.
Will the children be there?
No.
It's after hours.
No,
Okay,
it's
all
after
right,
hours,
all
so
right.
you'll be okay.
Okay.
And
So
the
they
other-
used to call it in the 50s.
During the original.
During the first
the
plague.
first
During my first pandemic.
Any other matters? We can do this again at the end, but, okay. We will be back at 7:00.
They're unmuted.
Quarter factory? Really? Everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to call the order of the town council regular meeting for Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. It is 7 PM. Roll call, please.
Ms. Sade, Mr. Carlton, Mr. Bergeron,
Here.
Ms. Owens,
Here.
Mr. Coon,
Here.
Ms. Giello, Mayor Mamula.
Yes, approval of the minutes for September 28th, 2021. Any changes? Anyone? Anything? Minutes stand as presented. Approval of the agenda, Rick?
Changes.
Thank you. All right. Before we move into the normal part of the meeting, I do want to bring up an idea some of us have been talking about in regards to our discussions on short-term rentals, and that is the formation of an advisory task force that will be potentially, this is just a formative idea, potentially made up of 2 people from the short-term rental lodging community, 2 people from the real estate community, 1 person from the hotel community, that what we've been calling exempt, but we want to change that name, 4 at large, and then 2 council people. The goal would be to begin to work through what we've been calling a tourism overlay zone that relates to our land use district map. So it is the beginning of an idea, but I do want to see if council is amenable to that kind of idea. It would be advisory only. So, potentially they go away and then with some staff help, create a overlay district map and any other things that the group thought were a good idea, and then bring them to council for approval and inclusion into the next round of legislation. I want to see if everybody's good with that, or
I think that it's time to get the community involved, so I like the idea.
Yeah, I'm in favor. I think, having council appoint a group that could work together to make some recommendation makes some sense.
I agree.
I'm in. I think it's a great idea. We definitely want to make sure we hear from industry loud and clear, and it's balanced out by just community members at large. But in tandem with this process, I want to make sure that that's not our only effort, that we're doing open houses, we're being proactive with our communications as well.
very good. I would suggest then that all of us over the next week or so submit names that we would like to see to Rick's office, so he can start compiling, and we'll see if we have some, coordination of those names and figure out a way to put this together. So,
Give us the makeup again.
I have 4. Can I go through it?
Yeah,
Make sure I have
please.
it Right. I have 4 at-large community members. Do you want those to be residents of the Upper Blue, or does it matter to you, or just Breckenridge?
I'd like to have Upper Blue. I think
So I think it needs to be a temporary advisory.
temporary
commission,
advisory commission.
So we could have Upper Blue.
So we have residents, Upper Blue, or residents, business owners, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, Upper Blue. I have 2 members of Summit Association of Realtors.
Not necessarily.
Or just 2 realtors.
2 realtors.
Although, I do want you to know that that person that SAR hired reached out to me last week and did say that they would love to be part of the process in helping us as we go forward with
Okay.
this concept, and have somebody to be a part of that. So I'll just throw that out there.
Fine with that.
Okay.
And then 2 people from the short-term rental lodging community.
Okay.
So, Savram only has about 50% of the STR lodging companies as part of their membership. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be 2 people from them, but it could be.
And then 1 person from kind of the hotel. group.
Yeah, and that's mainly, I would say, almost more of an informational piece, because they have some different things that go on that I think we need to, at least think about
Yeah.
as we talk through this stuff.
could we have some flexibility with some of these numbers in case?
Sure.
I don't know.
I mean,
It's like
yeah,
it's-
it can't be too big, but
Since it is advisory, we
Yeah.
could just, if 5 makes sense or 3 makes sense
Yeah.
from the general public. I don't
I
know.
think that's fine. And then 2 council people. And you know, this is always hard because I know everybody likes to jump into these things, but I would like to propose Dick and Kelly for a number of reasons. Number one, this could go on for 4 to 6 months. So I think just for some consistency, I can't be on it. The mayor really can't be on any committees. I know, Dennis, you've been dealing with some stuff and doing some traveling. I don't know how you feel about being on it, so
I'd like to suggest Dick and Kelly as well.
And Carol, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And we would have, Shannon and I would participate along with Mark. We would be looking at Mark Truckee and one. This is really focusing around land use guidelines, part of this. So I think it falls in ComDev's court. So we'd have a planner working with Mark Truckee, and then Shannon and I will be a part of this also. So.
Excellent.
So,
Right.
and if, if not everybody caught Eric's gestures about how long this could take, so he's saying that it could take longer than 6 months, and like I'm term limited and there's an election in 6 months, and so that's why.
Yeah, that's why.
If that's, just in case, because that
Yes,
wasn't actually
thank you.
said, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll start working towards that and see how it goes. Very good. All right, we move on to communications with to council. These are citizens' comments and non-agenda items only. So if you're here for the call-up, this is not the time for you to raise your hand or stand up unless you have something else you want to tell us. But you have a 3-minute time limit, and anybody that'd like to, podium is right there. State your name for the record. Carol, I'm assuming that's why you're here. Up to the podium. Tell us who you are. Although we. Oh, you're so sweet.
These are very special, and I only brought 6. I should have brought 7, but it's great.
Cool.
This is about 1964, because I could see on these pictures in here that when you look closely, you see that Edelweiss was built.
Oh, my goodness.
No way.
That was the first condominium ever built in this town.
In
was
64.
Edelweiss. And you'll see that there, and you can see all the rock piles all the way through town. It was worth nothing, too unstable to build on, totally worth nothing. So, and let me know, I'll bring out.
I will cherish that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's great.
And I also want to tell you,
Stand up.
Yeah, go up to the mic.
Up there now, the podium.
We
is
can
up
get you on the
there.
mic up at the.
Sorry.
There's people online that need to hear you.
it's been a while.
It has.
Yeah,
been.
right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. Can I take this off? No? Oh, shit. Okay. Also, while I'm here, I wanted to say before I talk about Kingdom Park, that you sure did a beautiful job of that garage. That is such a character for the town. Would be very critical of it, but what you did was beautiful. I'm sorry we don't own the land, but it is what it is. But gosh, that's going to be here forever. And it is really a compliment to the town. So thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
All right. So the town of Breckenridge bought 2 units or in the process of buying 2 units at Kingdom Park, which really surprised me because for our decks, you have to have 100% of all the homeowners to approve any deed restrictions on that complex. Sigrid and I built that complex 20 years ago, and we were required to put in an employee housing unit, or not that, but it was called long-term rental, live in town, work in town. John Gunson bought it right off the bat, and he and his kids and friends of his kids have lived in it all these years, and that was the first one that has recently sold. So no problems, but I don't understand why you spent, almost 1.7 million to buy 2 of those units when you know you can't put a deed restriction on it. So I'm trying to turn this into something positive because you actually beat out some locals that were nice families. One bought John's unit. They also bought the Blue Moose, and they're running that new business, and they're a wonderful couple. But the other 2 units, the 2 units you bought, the people, and I believe, I haven't met them, but I've heard about them. They have a 9-year-old son. They've been here for 20 years. They've been working, they started at the rec center, the lady did, and they own a gold camp unit, and it's too small now that they have a son, and they were 2 blocks from the school, and they're trying their hearts out to get established, get going, and be wonderful locals to us. I have never met them, but I know people who know them, and they say they're really super people. So I would hope that since you can't put a deed restriction on these units, and you need 100% of the HOA, and I'll give you our section 12.13 that says so in our condo decks. Put that on many years ago when Jan Frau was here, and I was working for Louis Alonso, and I saw what he was doing. It was a good idea. I like your buyback idea, because you buy a unit and just spread it through the community, all your employee housing, don't concentrate it in one area. So I've always been supportive of that. And I particularly like it because when you flip them like that, first off, you fix them up, which most of them need, and then you put them back on the market and someone buys it with a deed restriction on it, and they go back on the property tax record too. Most people don't know that all the property you own, including all your employee housing, don't pay any taxes. 0 to the school, 0 to the fire department, 0. And that's a little bit irritating. That's not in the case in Pinewood 1, but when you got to Pinewood 2, you got a little smarter, and when Pinewood 3, you figured out that you kept title to the property, regardless of your relationship with a developer, they didn't have to pay any property taxes, which means the rest of us bear the burden of that getting greater. So I'd like to suggest, since you're in a committee mood, maybe we should have, besides the buyback program, have a local financing help program where and I'm going to use this couple that I don't really know, but it seems to me it would be a perfect place to start because they have a unit they need to trade, and you could trade that, and it's in a complex that does allow you to put a deed restriction on it. So you get a deed restriction on it. You help these kids with their financing. You have a second on the Kingdom Park unit or whatever. You're secure in whatever you do there. And I think it really is an encouragement to local people who have such a hard time. They can't be like us. Sigurd came here and I came here. I had nothing. And we were just so lucky that we rode this wave and just kept working at it and just kept going. And here we are. And we are so blessed. And that's why I don't rent anything short term. All the units that we have, and we still have 4 at Kingdom Park, but they'll always be long-term rented. And I rent them for less than what the town rents them for or county rents them for. A 3-bedroom for $2,000 a month. 2.5 bath. You can't beat that anywhere. No one can beat me. Sigurd was always scared that we kept them because he said, well, the town is getting all this employee housing. I have to talk faster or more.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to take care of.
Does Barry know the name
Let
of
me
those
see,
people?
make me sure. All I want to do is suggest, let's go for that program. These kids, it would work out great. Just think about it, see if you can do it. And I think let's start.
Have
start with this.
somebody give me their contact information. Does Barry know who they are? Who knows?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
have him give me their contact information, okay?
Okay,
All right,
good.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to hang around for the rest of the meeting. See what you do.
Anybody else in the public wish to comment Mr. O'Reilly.
Hi, my name is Chris O'Reilly. And after the last month of, or the last two meetings, and a little removed from the furor surrounding the STR ordinances, I just wanted to come and say that I appreciate, and there are definitely people in the community that I know that appreciate the hard work that you did on that. You know, it was by turns an easy decision, a hard decision, and definitely a hard thing to do. Being able to walk down the street, being able to open your email, the town's emails, having to listen to people, many of whom don't live here full time. Those of us who do live here full time really appreciate what you did. And you know, and not only that, but you've had a really tough 2 years in office. And we appreciate all the other stuff that you did around the pandemic. As Carol mentioned, with the parking garage, that's going a little bit further back, and other things that you have really taken time. And, you know, those of us who live here in the community, you know, I would say the majority of us know that you really care about us. And we appreciate all the work that you do. So anyway, I just wanted to come here and say that. And, you know, it's important, you know, just for you guys to know that people actually do appreciate what you do. And the hard decisions are not easy. We know that. And, you know, there are times that your job sucks. And, you know, and, you know, anyway, that's it. And, you know, thanks again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
All right, anyone else? And with that, public communications to council are closed. We're going to move on to continued business. We have a second reading of Council Bill number 27, Series 2021. This is an ordinance repealing and readopting with changes, Title 3, the Breckenridge Town Code concerning taxation. Tim.
That's me. Chapter 3 of the Town Code has the town tax ordinances and related provisions. As a project, I've been working with the finance department for probably a year to try to revise Title 3. The original thought was to try to put common provisions in where we could do that. So you would avoid duplicative provisions, for example, concerning interest rate in 4 different ordinances that all say the same thing. This ordinance, if it's adopted tonight, will adopt the recodified town tax code provisions. As I mentioned in my memo, this version is a revised version from last time. We made a lot of editorial kind of non-substantive changes just to make it work better and to do what staff thinks it needs to be done. There really are no substantive important changes from first reading.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Anyone in the public wish to comment on the second reading of this ordinance? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 27, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? No, roll call.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Sade, Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have the first reading of Council Bill number 28, Series 2021. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 1 of Title 9 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Town of Breckenridge Development Code, Chapter 2 of Title 9 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Breckenridge Subdivision Standards concerning call-up hearings. Tim?
One of the things that I wanted to get done before I leave is to update for the council the provisions of the code dealing with call-ups. There are several different kinds of call-ups, not just the call-up like you're going to hear tonight, which is where the town council calls up a decision of the planning commission. Actually, under the planning code, the development code, the planning commission can actually call up a staff decision. And I just thought it was important to have some fairly consistent call-up provisions that apply to everything. And to codify what have been our practices and our procedures. And that's what this ordinance does.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading? No, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 28, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? No, roll call, please, Helen.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Ms. Owens, Mayor Mamula.
Yes, all right. We have no resolutions. We move on to planning matters and we begin with Planning Commission decisions for the 5th of October, 2021. Does anybody have any call-ups this evening? With that, the Planning Commission decisions for the 5th of October, 2021 stand as presented. We have a town project hearing for the McCain Master Plan Third Amendment.
Right, just if IT could enable me to share my screen, that'd be great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chapin LaChance with the Planning Division. I will be brief. Going to present tonight a proposed amendment to the McCain Master Plan, which was originally adopted in 2013, has been amended twice since then. Let me share my screen here. All right, so the purpose of this is to accommodate a new housing development that's just south of the existing Alta Verde project that's under construction. So the main area of the amendment is as is shown on your screen right here. So for that housing development and also the non.
Dave, but we're not seeing your map.
Yeah, just black.
All right, I'm gonna try it one more time. Is that working?
Nope. There it is. Yeah, that was it.
Yes. Okay.
You're just teasing us.
Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this area highlighted in red is the main focus of this proposed amendment. So to accommodate that housing, a new housing development just south of Alta Verde, and also that nonprofit and institutional campus. Additionally, with this amendment, we have a proposed reduction in the amount of open space that's as a result of additional public works storage, snow storage, and other authorizations for governmental uses, and also additional solar in this area here. So without this amendment, essentially looking at the existing plan, which was last approved in 2018, if we had a development permit that came in for the housing project right now in this area, it currently would not pass a point analysis for a development permit application under the development code. So because this plan is essentially the zoning for the property. So then it would be subject to a denial by Planning Commission and Town Council. So that's why we need to update this plan. The council did review these proposed changes at a work session this past June and July. And then the Planning Commission reviewed these changes at a work session in September and also at a town project hearing last week. So in conclusion, the Planning Commission found that this proposed amendment passes all absolute policies of the development code, and they did not find any reason to assign positive or negative points under the relative policies of the development code. The Planning Commission does recommend that the council approve this master plan amendment with the findings that are attached in your packet. It is worth noting that the commission did suggest that council consider potential future amendment to the master plan to authorize some supporting services for a lot of the housing that's going on in this area, like a grocery store or a gas station / convenience store. The commission thought that this type of use on the north side of town would support a lot of that housing we have coming our way up there. And also support additional, some of our sustainability goals through walkability and reduced vehicle trips into town. So with that, I can take any questions that the council has.
Thanks, Chapin. Questions for Chapin? Just so everybody in the public knows, this is actually a tract on the McCain that we are going to be building housing on as a town. So that's why we need to do this. There's also a piece that we're going to use for a nonprofit campus, and currently FERC is talking with us about putting part of their operation out there. So with that, is anyone in the public wish to comment on this amendment to our master plan on the McCain? Hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move we pass the amendment to the McCain Master Plan Third Amendment Town Project hearing. The title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right. We're going to move on to the call up de novo hearing for the RMU rooftop deck. Just so everybody knows, the Planning Commission, including Chris Kulik, has a COVID outbreak currently, so they are not joining us live. They're there, so we don't normally do it like this, but that's how it's going to be this evening. And with that, this is a call-up hearing with respect to Class B minor development permit application PL 2021-0132. The property that is the subject of the application is parcel B, Lot 15, Bartlett and Shock Addition, also known as 112 South Main Street. The applicant is DRCM Mining LLC, Colorado Limited Liability Company. The applicant seeks Class B minor development permit to add a deck and bar area to the flat roof of the improvements located on the applicant's real property as described above. All is more specifically described in the application and supporting documentation. The Planning Commission conditionally approved the application on August 3rd, 2021. At its meeting on August 10th, 2021, the Town Council called up the Planning Commission's decision with respect to this application, which had the effect of vacating the Planning Commission's decision. Pursuant to Section 9-1-18-5A1C, the town's development code, this is a de novo hearing in which the Town Council will make its own decision with respect to the application. Chris Kulik, was notice of this hearing given as required by Section 9-1-18-51B of the Development Code?
Yes.
The Community Development Department's records concerning the giving of the notice of this hearing are made as part of the record of these proceedings. Pages 132 to 197 inclusive of the council's agenda package for this meeting are made a part of the record for this proceedings. For the record, the applicant is represented at this hearing by, would you mind coming down to the podium, please? Thank you.
Hey, good evening. I'm Mike Weishi, and this is Danny Teodoro.
Good evening.
Hey, guys. If you just want to stay close, because I'm sure you'll be part of this hearing. The following general procedures will be followed by the council in connection with this hearing. First, Chris Kulik of the town's Department of Community Development will introduce the application. The application will then be given an opportunity, the applicant, I'm sorry, will then be given an opportunity to question Mr. Kulik about his testimony or records. Next, the applicant will be given an opportunity to present any evidence that it may wish to offer in support of the application. This may involve the calling of witnesses or the introduction of documentary evidence. Questioning of the applicant's witnesses by counsel will be permitted. Then, any member of the public who wants to speak either in favor of or in opposition to the application will be permitted to do so. Questioning of the public witnesses by the applicant and counsel will also be permitted. Finally, staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity to present any further evidence that they desire to offer. Members of the council will be permitted to ask questions of any person who testifies. This will occur after the testimony has been offered and any questioning of the witnesses by the applicant has occurred. If there are further questions that the applicant has as a result of any of council's questions, the applicant will be permitted to ask those questions. After all of the testimony and the questioning of the witnesses has been concluded, the hearing will be closed. It will then be time for town council to discuss this matter and to render its decision. For the record, I want to state that the town attorney Kristen Crawford, as well as the former town attorney, Tim Barry, will not be involved in the presentation of any evidence in this matter and will remain available to advise the town council. We are making a record of this hearing. It will be necessary for any person who testifies to come to the podium, identify himself or herself for the record, and speak slowly and clearly so that the recorder can pick up the testimony. Are there any questions about the procedure to be followed? Danny or Mike? Any? It is now time for Mr. Kulik to introduce the application. Chris?
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. And if I could share my screen. All right. Well, thank you. So tonight we have an application for a rooftop deck on the 100 South block of South Main Street. And it's on an existing flat roof building. It is non-historic. It was constructed in 1982. It features a classic storefront style with large first level windows and moderately spaced upper level windows that's consistent with the character of the area. The deck is proposed to have extended wall planes that act as guardrails that mimic a parapet of a typical commercial building in the area to maintain, to meet the character standards that are both within the core commercial area, as well as just a more general handbook of design standards for the historic and conservation districts. The building materials are set to match the existing building in color and material. And then there's also a stairway and a lift structure that's proposed to the rear of the structure to provide adequate egress. A fireproof wall is also proposed along the north boundary of the property, since the property is only 26 feet wide, and any kind of egress or building structure has to be fire rated within 10 feet of the property line. So this, we've gone into pretty great detail in terms of how the improvements meet both all policies of the development code and the design standards of the handbook of design standards that's referenced within the development code under policy 24A. As you probably already know, any development code or development permit decision is based solely on the material contained under Title 9, Chapter 1 of the Town Code, which is the development code, and specifically Title 9, Chapter 1-17-2, which is the basis for permit, states permits shall be granted or denied on the basis of policies contained in this chapter and no other basis. And that is what the staff has reviewed this application under. Anything else that's listed in the town code or in any other documents that are not directly referenced by the development code, including the building code, vision plan, noise ordinance, anything else, it cannot really be, subject to the decision other than if it's directly referenced within the development code. So knowing that you guys have been here all day, really trying to keep this brief since we provided a thorough report. I think most of the questions probably relate to how the use or the design relates to the handbook of design standards. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions related to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll start with questions from the council. Any?
I'll start.
Yeah,
Hey,
please.
Chris, looking at your pictures up there, we have the existing RMU building, which is in purple, correct?
Correct.
And then we have the blue and white building to the north of that, which would be where the rooftop deck is going to go, correct?
That's correct. The blue and white building is one that RMU purchased, fairly recently within the last year. And it is their intent, I believe, to move all their operations there at some point. They're currently under a lease for the other building. And there's also a lease for the ground floor space to another retail vendor. But it is my understanding that long-term, they plan to consolidate everything into the building that they recently purchased.
Thank you.
Other questions? Dick?
Yeah.
Carol?
Quick question, Chris, can you talk about their plans for the skylight and what factors into the development code and what would be a factor into the building code?
For the skylight, really in terms of the skylight, we're looking at, how visible it is and, if it's an appropriate material or not. Since the proposed skylight, per the handbook of design standards and the development code is not visible from the ground level and is fully shielded by the guardrails. It's something that I guess we're comfortable with from a development permit perspective. I know that within the building department, there has been extensive communication between the applicants and our building department. And then there's also been some correspondence from an independent building official that has raised some questions. It's my understanding that our building official's position is that the skylight could meet building code. But again, that is something that's, kind of down the road and not really part of the development review tonight. I think it's the intent of the applicants to be able to meet the building code if a development permit was granted. And, I think, understanding this is fairly tricky in terms of being able to meet all of our design standards and also building code. They've been very involved with meeting our building officials to make sure that they have a realistic design. But with that said, just from a general aesthetics, viewpoint, we're really looking at it from the planning side. We're more than comfortable with the proposed skylight as designed.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris, the wall, the wall that is goes around the building, how far is that from the floor? Kind of I guess
Like the parapet wall?
parapet. Yeah. How many feet is that from the floor?
It's 42 inches, which is the requirement for a railing to meet building code. And so the existing roof is already below the existing parapet. So they have to add another 24 inches of wall to kind of bring up that parapet, if you will, to meet the 42-inch requirement. The total height of the wall still is 6 inches below the front of the cornice on the front of the building. And that was a pretty important control point. We wouldn't want walls that extended, beyond the cornice. Then you would have a kind of a non-standard look, but, with the design being below that cornice, we're more than comfortable with that being a typical design that we would see for a commercial building in the core commercial area of the historic district.
And is any of the parapet, the material, does it have any sort of sound muffling, proofing material on it?
To my knowledge, there is no sound, like it's an open air deck. Nothing has been proposed in the plans, nor I'm not sure that even if it were applied being open air, that would have much of an impact.
There's a difference between, there's some material that echoes and some material that doesn't.
Yeah, to my knowledge, nothing is proposed nor is required by the development code.
Okay.
Other questions? Chris, I'm assuming that the 42-inch of the parapet wall take into consideration the floating deck system?
It has, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that the applicant's architect is is here also in the meeting, in attendance from my understanding, and he may be the best person to kind of explain, the existing roof, how the floating deck system works, and then how that goes up in terms of forming the parapet and meeting the requirement for guardrails.
Thanks, Chris. Other questions? Dennis?
Hey, Chris, just looking at this, so on the new proposed deck, it's 88 people allowed on the deck. There's no restrooms on that level, correct?
There is not. No, all restrooms would be within the building, I guess, which would be common for almost all of our outside, outside eating and drinking areas throughout town. To my knowledge, I'm not sure that we have any restrooms for any of the other existing decks or outside patios.
Okay. Is there anything in the code that says that how many bathrooms you have to have for how many people?
Under the building code, there are, requirements. Is one of the things I think that has been brought up. And during discussions with the building department, they may have to make modifications within their existing restrooms on the level below, which would just, take away from their existing space for service. But, from the kind of the assessment of our building department, they thought it was pretty realistic that they can modify that space to meet, the required restrooms for the project.
But there's nothing in the code right now that says you have to have it for a rooftop deck.
Well, I think that there are a certain amount of space, whether it be based on the number of patrons for, major, I'm using probably the planning code language, but basically a major retail food and beverage establishment, whether it has indoor or outdoor space, that it factors into how large the restrooms have to be to accommodate. But again, that is under the building code. And from my understanding, they believe that that's something that they could modify within the existing density of the interior space to accommodate this rooftop deck.
Thank you.
Yes, Tim.
I think it would be important to put into the record the results of the point analysis.
Chris, can you do that for us, please?
Okay. Yeah, basically for, the formal point analysis that staff has prepared, we found that all absolute and priority design standards within the handbook of design standards, which function as absolute policies, have been met. And then no relative policies of the development code or just regular design standards of the handbook achieved any positive or negative points for the project. So the recommended point analysis is 0 points and having all absolute policies met.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions for Chris? Do the applicants have any questions for Chris? Danny? No? All right. The applicant may present its evidence concerning the application. To the podium if you can, and have at it.
Yeah, sure. Hey, real quick, just following up on some comments there. I definitely appreciate, I just want to follow up and say thanks. Like, I know those are 2 tough years, and the leadership and the work that the council's done is it's unbelievable. And I don't get that opportunity very often, so I'll use this here and now. What a tough year, and thank you. I didn't bring gifts, but I'm taking notes. All right, so my name is Mike Weishi. I'm the founder at RMU. I know many of you just throughout the community living here. I came to this town working in restaurants. Then moved on to the firehouse. I served 10 years with Lake Dillon Fire Rescue until starting a crazy ski brand. And I have a lot of passion towards this project because I'm passionate about the community. We've stood for 4 core values: positive impact, to be employee owned, environmental stewardship, and then uncompromised products. And I think the thing that's getting to me is that I represent 100 people, 100 jobs. People, ski instructors who become executives, marketing directors. You know, this brand is really, it's crazy what it's become from building skis underground in a garage. Like, we just never thought we'd get to this point. And even some of the opposition that we have, it's in a weird way it's kind of an honor to have them reviewing our file. So, you know, with all these points, there's so much more to RMU. This business, this foundation, this is the center of our community. This is Breckenridge is what has built us. We sell skis all over the world. And this has been our community outlet to meet with everyone. We've had a couple goals throughout the entire project, and that's to make sure that this is a positive impact, that we work with our community to make this happen. And that's really where we're at. I think that's the comments that I have for now. And if there's any questions I can answer, yeah, go for it.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to speak directly to some of the architectural comments that happened.
Say your name for the record.
Sorry, my name is Rebecca Pies, project development for RMU. Just speaking to some of the architectural comments with the parapet wall. So the way that the roof is, the flat roof right now is, there's a natural slope. So the pedestal roofing system that we're using, that 42 inches will go directly up from the exterior, the perimeter of it, and then it slopes down. So hopefully that answers that question. And then the other question about the skylight or anything protruding that 42 inches, everything that we're building will be below that parapet wall. So hopefully that answers those two things. If anybody has any other questions for the design, let me know.
Thank you, Rebecca. Danny?
Hello, everybody. Dan Teodoro, Timberline Law for the record. Just want to address a few things, a few questions that I heard. Mr. Kuhn, just regarding the code requirements, I think what you were asking is there a requirement that there be a bathroom on the deck itself? And sorry if I'm mumbled, I haven't spoke with a mask in a while, so in public. So, but there is no code requirement for that. There is a building code requirement, as with everything. And what I'll stress here throughout is that, you know, we're absolutely understanding of the fact that it's our responsibility to meet all building code requirements and to qualify for a building permit subsequent to securing site plan approval. So whatever there is with the building code is not just resolved today. So whatever there is with the building code, be it a modification to the bathroom, some of the other things that we talked about, the design of the skylight, whatever it may be, building code review is where you hit those very specific, much more technical issues. So along those lines, I'd say, yeah, so 82 people on the upstairs level. To clarify something that was discussed in the past, the downstairs level, now that it's sprinkled, will hold up to 69 people, I believe, from the fire department. Because I know there was a concern that, you know, we were looking at 20 something people on the lower level, which was inside, and 82 on the upstairs, and that there was some disproportionality. With the fire sprinkler system that's been put in place and is not quite finalized, but as soon as it is, then the occupancy will be 69, right? 69 or 68? Okay, 69. So there is some balance there. And, you know, again, how that implicates the bathrooms will be addressed through the building code. Jeffrey, in terms of that issue regarding sound muffling, if you saw in the report, Chris did address the whole notion of having a Class D procedure, which I don't think is part of the code, but just as an additional safeguard here, requiring a Class D procedure for any, I don't want to say the word wrong, but it's loudspeaker sounds really loud, but whatever sort of speaker device there is, we have to go through that process. And I think that really, when you think about it, depending on where those speakers would be located, if they ever are, whatever happens over there, that's again, something subsequent at that point in time, whatever kind of noise mitigation system, which, you know, is addressed in the noise provisions of the code under chapter 5, And there are other processes in place where you could address that. So certainly I think that would be the time. There is no sound muffling proposed now because sound muffling at this high, I could probably, exceed the sound code just myself, and I'm talking really loudly. So, we will have a chance to address that. I don't think this is it. So I just want to say that, first of all, we're very, very appreciative of staff. And I want to underscore the point that for many months now, staff has been working very closely with the applicants, particularly with me and with Zane, who's the architect on that. Unfortunately, he's not here today. He's out of town, October, right? But so we've been working and making continual modifications. I think there's been 8 modifications that have been made, not just on concerns that have been articulated by planning or the building department, but also concerns that have been articulated by people of the public. As I'm sure you know, and it's pretty clear from the file, there's a lot of letters that have been submitted. There have been petitions, et cetera. But, the bottom line with all of those petitions is that there's been an effort consistently through the whole thing. If you could, John, there's been an effort through that whole thing to continually work on this to make it better and better, and to work with the building department very, very closely to ensure that there are no major issues. I think Chris hit the one with the bathroom, that there are no major issues during the building permit process as well. So, from that point, site plan, which is what we're here for, is essentially, just generically speaking, under Colorado law, considered a ministerial review. The town's done an excellent job of structuring it so that you say, here are your positive points, here are your negative points. That's how we're going to address this and check off the boxes that we do in that ministerial review. Under that auspice, under those expectations, we've been working very closely and very diligently with staff. And, we do know that there are some concerns that have been brought up from several members of the public. And I just want to address those very briefly. We could address those in more detail if we need to. But I've seen a whole slew of concerns regarding the building code. As noted, the building code concerns are for building permit review. I've seen the concerns regarding bathroom, which is also building code. I've seen concerns regarding occupancy, which again is addressed by the code and the density requirements that are in there. And I think Chris has done an excellent job of addressing that. In terms of ADA access, I would stress that at every single point, this business, like any other business, is subject to the town, state, and federal regulation and law regarding ADA access. The lift was done in an abundance of concern to make sure that we were not just going off the notion of equivalency on the different levels. So ADA access, again, is essentially a building permit review, but there's multiple levels of oversight on it that do not come within site plan. So sorry, it's a little hard to breathe in this thing. I forgot to bring my own mask too, but okay. Then I saw that there was the notion that this was a nuisance. And I just want to stress that really quickly here. The town has a code section on nuisance under section 5.1, generally speaking. But, nuisances are a term of art. They're very specific. To give you a point of example, the town declares certain things nuisances right into the code itself, which includes junkyards, dead animals, and my favorite is the keeping of manure. It doesn't say what kind of manure. So, but generally speaking, that's what we're talking about with nuisance. I think a restaurant operation in downtown Breckenridge is entirely an opposite from what we're looking at when we talk about nuisances. In terms of noise, I always understand the concern that anybody in any adjacent area might have regarding noise. And I think the town does as well. That's why we have the noise provision under 5.8.1 of the code. So if there's a noise violation, they're subject to enforcement. There's a commercial noise standard as well as a residential noise standard right in the code. So that's another thing. Again, the town's done an excellent job of having different mechanisms to address different concerns. This concern here tonight is site plan. All these other concerns, there are specific code sections that do address them. So I just want to stress that as well. There's the vision plan as well. The vision plan obviously is very important, but the vision plan is essentially a platform whereby you can adopt whatever regulations you want or put anything into the code that you want regarding that vision. So in terms of rooftop decks right now, you know, and in the staff report, you see examples of other rooftop decks. We can look at the qualitative distinctions between those rooftop decks, but this is not the first rooftop deck in the downtown core. Now we can split hairs about what's on the side, what's highest, what's not, whatever it may be. But the bottom line is there are other rooftop decks. And I can also talk about some of the other things with those rooftop decks, like its prominence in terms of being right on the street facade. Last thing I'll say that there's a lot of discussion that was submitted to you regarding policies 90 and 91. And so from that regard, I think Chris did an excellent job addressing policy 90 and the fact that with the siding that we have in place for the wall, et cetera, it blends in and satisfies policy 90. In terms of policy 91, I did see a letter that seemed to express concerns that from somewhere, some particular point on the street, you might possibly be able to see some of the bar equipment or bar stools or bar tables. And then possibly from the alleyway. I think we've done the site analysis. We don't think you can see it from anywhere. We're set back 24 feet from the front of the building, particularly for that purpose. And the same thing goes for the alleyway. You can't see it there, though I can see it in a lot of other buildings. And went to G and Petrol's for dinner tonight and parked right by Salt Creek. There's a deck even there. You know, that's one that wasn't talked about. And so I think here, you know, the really fundamental point, not to mention the fact that as you walk downtown, particularly in the last couple of years, since we've been dealing with COVID, there's a lot of bar equipment and bar stools and bar tables throughout Main Street. You know, it's become a necessity. And that's what I kind of tie it off with this, is to understand the importance of this to the applicant, to understand the importance of this to the business. It's pretty clear as we're sitting here, still wearing masks, you know, trying to speak into the microphone, wearing a mask. COVID's not over. We don't know what else is around the corner. Outdoor space has become a prominent, crucial concern for any restaurant, food and beverage operation. And this is no exception. And this is a unique opportunity that we have. We understand the responsibilities that we have to do it the right way, to blend it into the community. I think the fact that RMU has worked to do that already and already has a track record as a local business really underscores that point. But I do think that this is something where the effort that's been put in is to secure approval and to do it the right way. And from that perspective, we do appreciate you all taking the time to address this today, but we would respectfully ask for approval. And if there's any questions or concerns, we'll be glad to answer them. Outside of that, I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Danny. Questions for the applicant?
One. Hey, Danny, how you doing?
Hey, Nick. All right, how are you?
Good. Hey, you mentioned the capacity was 82, because I'm seeing in here it's 88 under the assembly, which I'm assuming assembly means remove the furniture and have a stand-up situation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have the plans right in front of me, but yes, it was like 80, I thought it was 82 for just the rooftop.
Chris might be able to answer.
Yeah, I'm seeing 80 under assembly, which again, I think means remove the furniture. It says 73, and then the bar's another 15, making 88.
Okay.
Which I'm reading off our packet. The assembly does mean remove the furniture, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Right.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Other questions? I know, and I'm lucky that we have two attorneys here, because they'll tell me if I'm not, three counting Danny. Well, he has a mask on, so I wish he could, wish he wore it all the time. So we're not allowed, like, sound is something that we can't consider in this process, like the intended use or the prospective use of this property. It has to be just totally code related. I mean, right?
Yeah, but I would wait till you're kind of hear everything, hear all the information.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go any
Thank
further
you.
than just because,
Address those.
you know, I don't want Kirsten to not take the job because of me. She already took it. Other questions? So Danny, 60 some people on the second floor, and then or to Mike, and then the first floor is gonna remain retail?
So right now, the first floor, it has a retail shop in it. We lease to them. Our long-term plan is to take over that space when their lease is up and move our operations over there.
So retail first floor and then second floor and.
We're actually we want to do, actually the bar will be street level. The second floor, which we just built out, will be all retail shop with ski shop, bike shop,
Okay.
and then a rooftop patio.
Very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Well, no. Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. What's the occupancy of the first floor then? The bar? The ground floor.
Yeah, so the ground floor right now, we lease to a tenant,
Uh-huh.
and it is a retail shop. I'm not sure what their occupancy load is calculated at because it's
Okay.
not our space yet.
Okay. It's
Yep.
not right.
Any other questions from council, for the applicant? All right. Is there any member of the public who wants to speak either in favor of or in opposition to the application? If so, before you stand up, Peter, public witnesses are permitted to testify with those in favor of the application going first, those in opposition to the application going second. After any witness testifies, he or she may be questioned by the applicant or the council. So anybody that wants to speak in favor of the application, if you could just form a little line against the wall, just so I know sort of what we're doing. We generally have a 3-minute time limit for comments. And if you could state your name for the record and then.
My name is Ken Schindler. I live at 122 Peabody Terrace in the Highlands. And I am in favor of this proposal. I will keep to as close to 3 minutes as possible. I am not affiliated with RMU in any way, but I have played music there, as many people have, and I'll make a point about that. But I've gone through the 60 pages of materials, and I'm not going to talk about anything that's in there. I think that's for other people to do. I have 2 observations that I'll offer. The first, it is hard to talk publicly with a mask. Very not used to that. The first is about diversity. And you might ask, what is he talking about diversity? I just want to make clear what RMU really is to the town of Breckenridge. And the diversity I'm talking about for myself and why I wanted to show up here rather than just sending an email is about age. You might see a lot of young folks here, or if you walk into RMU, you might see a lot of young folks as well. But I can tell you as a 60+ gray haired, gray beard behind here, RMU is an extremely popular place with my generation, my friends, and is an important part of what this community represents to us. So I just want to make sure that's clear. That isn't just a place for, kind of the snowboard. I don't snowboard and I don't mountain bike. So it is a terrific place. It's been very involved in the community, and it has supported through charitable activities and events, things that are important to everybody in the community, from 60, whatever I am, to to the people that are over, of course, 21. So just wanted to emphasize that. My second point is about being a musician. And I know noise is a consideration here, and so I'll just premise my comment here by saying that I have played music multiple times there. They're very conscious of what time you're supposed to start and stop, and I think that will continue. But I just want to emphasize how important RMU is to the music community in this town. And it's different. There's lots of places to hear music, but it's different in 2 really important ways. One is it's not a restaurant. And as a musician, amateur musician, I might add, playing music in a restaurant is a very different thing. Your background. RMU is providing a kind of stage setting where you can bring out your entertainment skills, and it makes a big difference. And I don't know of another place in town right now that's doing that on a continuous basis. And I think that's really critical to the music community here in this town. The other point is they hire a lot of amateur musicians. So yes, there are professional musicians that work for a living around Summit County that do play music at RMU. But there's a lot of people like me and my friends who would not have an opportunity to play in public. We bring our friends in, and we would not have that opportunity if it wasn't for the environment that RMU provides. So it's a huge benefit to the music community in this town. So, excuse me. So in conclusion, I just want to say that, that I think the proposed rooftop is a key element of RMU's success and continued ability to thrive. And I would really love to see the town council do everything they can to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, yes, ma'am.
Hello, good evening. My name is Camille Bonta, and I'm here with my husband, Paul Bonta. We live in Breckenridge on Baldy Road, and here to speak in support of RMU's application for the rooftop. I did submit a record. Paul and I submitted a record for the record, and so it's in your materials. I think the public interest in this rooftop has been really quite interesting, which means, Mike, that you're doing something right as a business. And I think he was extremely modest about what RMU has brought to the community. He turned a head shop into a community gathering place at 112. And I happened to be there last night for trivia night, and it was packed, probably mostly with locals of all ages. And they were raising money for Building Hope. It's just one example of the support that RMU provides to the community in terms of raising funds, really in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of giving back. When COVID hit and people were out of work and RMU shut down and musicians were out of work, Mike printed up these t-shirts. He sold them with 100% of proceeds going to people who needed help with rent or living expenses. He held virtual concerts, so musicians, and you could do your tips online. So musicians were still generating revenue during that very difficult time. RMU, I've read all the materials. I've been following this very closely. I mean, RMU has responded to every concern that has been raised, and I think quite adequately. Certainly, this council knows what's before it and what they can and cannot consider when determining whether or not to approve this application. Lastly, I just want to say, RMU is an internationally recognized ski company. And that is something that Breckenridge should be very proud of and should be promoting. And they should want RMU to grow so they can continue to support our community, to give back, and to help our workforce by having more positions available. I should add, they are an employee-owned company. I don't know, I guess I could go on and on. But this summer, they hosted 3 mountain bike rides a week. I would show up, there are 50, 60 community members showing up for those rides, coming back, and really just socializing and really enjoying what this company brings and does to support our mountain culture. So I will leave it at that and just encourage you all to approve this application without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there, Chris Glynn. I do work for RMU. I'm, I think, the ski instructor Mike was talking about that turned into an executive. And that's kind of the main point. This is the opportunity that RMU gave me, and it's kind of the opportunity that now it's my job to provide to the people of this community. I came here as a ski instructor 14 years ago, worked at a basin, sent an application, might have lied a little bit about how I was a web developer, but I figured it out. Google was pretty helpful there. Now I run the operations of the ski side of the business and lead that charge. But beyond that, to kind of echo what Camille was saying, it's really about culture for us. The buildings, we're working on different ones in different areas in North America, we'll just say. But these are all meant to be part of the culture of the mountains that we all came here to live and play and grow with. without RMU, there's no way I would live here anymore. I wouldn't be able to make enough money. I wouldn't have had that job and that opportunity to grow personally. So that is the opportunity we hope that we bring to this community, is that we will provide jobs, we will provide support to nonprofits, we'll provide everything we can to this specific community that we are in. And these buildings, no matter if they have rooftop patios or not, are here specifically to support the communities that we live in any way, shape, fashion that we can. That's it.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Council. My name's Luke Allen. I'm the marketing director and one of the founders of RMU. Recently, I came back to the company in the last year from a hiatus, being the Olympic free ski coach for the Norwegian team. With this opportunity moving back to the States during COVID, I came back into RMU on a retail fashion, taking over the retail store, and now running the marketing side for the business again. And that just kind of like our whole goal from the company from the beginning was to bring in the community that we're involved with. We had kids coming to us to build skis in the garage from day one, and now we're bringing people into our location here in Breckenridge, showing them how to tune a ski, showing them how to build a ski, and then also with the bike side too, taking them on bike rides 3 days a week now, and then also providing ski and bike service to the town, but also providing more community events and bringing in the members of our local community. So I guess to reiterate what Mike is saying, we have a huge passion to bring in the locals of this community and provide jobs and provide opportunity for everybody that we can. And this rooftop patio can give us the opportunity to provide some more jobs to more locals in this community, and also help grow our business and grow the town as well. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Luke. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Andrew Vosberg. I've lived in Breckenridge now for 15 years. Just to add to what he said about diversity, I mean, I think a major part of this community is different things for different people. If everybody gets the same thing over and over and over again, then town becomes bland, it becomes boring. People want different stuff. People walk into the beer garden all the time and go, oh my God, I never knew this was here. RMU is certainly doing something different. And I think that really is the spice of life, is variety, is changing things, making different places to go to. If every single restaurant or bar in this town was the same, the town would lose its luster. The beauty of this place is that there's a bunch of different places for everyone to go and feel comfortable. And like he said, this is not a 20-year-old local snowboarder only. All age ranges, all people can come there and get to know each other. And that, I think, is a very, very important part, and something that we need to look at. We can address all the noise, whatever it may be, all these issues can be addressed. But I think if you stifle creativity, then sooner or later, you end up with a very bland mayonnaise town, which this is not a bland town. So that is my point today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of this application? All right, we now open the floor to those who are opposed. Peter?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Peter Grosich. RMU has really found a great niche in this community, and I have a great deal of respect for them for doing so. My kids like the place, and we've been in there a couple of times ourselves, but that's not why we're here. We're here to see if this application is in compliance with the development code and, by extension, the design standards of the Historic and Conservation District. I've been asked by several property owners in the Historic District to take a look at this application. I have, and I believe that the Planning Commission erred in its approval in two important areas of their process. The first has to do with the design standards for the Historic District, and more specifically with
priority policy 90 and policy 91. A priority policy, as you probably are aware, is one that has to be complied with in order for the application to be approved. Policy 90 states that developments are supposed to use materials that are the same in scale, texture, and finish as those used historically. Typical materials on the highest elements of historic buildings were roofing materials, not bar furniture, mushroom heaters, and bistro lighting. This proposal is very different from that which is found in the district. This will set a precedent for other property owners who have buildings with flat roofs in the historic district. While this one may have an opportunity to do some screening on it, the others may not have that opportunity, but then you will have this precedent in place that we will have to honor. The second code-based policy is policy 91. Use building components that are similar in size and shape to those found historically along the street. These include windows, doors, and porches. No historic commercial buildings had entertainment lounges on the highest elements of their buildings. At most, there were modest front porches like the one on the Sunflower Building next to the old Masonic Hall. This is very different from that. The other area that I think the Plan Commission erred in is their use of precedents. The precedents that were cited in their approval stand in stark contrast to this proposal. This application proposes an active entertainment deck on the highest element of the building. None of the other precedents do this. That's a very bright line, in my opinion. These precedents all have side porches that will have their access points through exterior walls of the adjacent taller building envelopes. However, this one will be the highest element on the building silhouette. This is what your eye will see, will be attracted to. So the other precedent that I believe the Planning Commission erred on is a matter of scale. It was touched upon earlier by the applicant. The precedent cited were side porches with limited seating capacity, and therefore their ancillary uses in their nature to the primary dining areas located internal to the host buildings. This proposal is inverted from those precedents with a capacity for 88 on the roof and up until tonight, 24 on the interior. Even if the number is 69, it's still inverted from what we typically see with the other precedents. And I believe that's another bright line that this application crosses. These are the code-based problems that I have with this application. I believe are pretty obvious reasons to deny the application. And if you agree with me, then I urge you to make a motion to call up the point analysis and change policy 24A to noncompliance, and then to assess at least -3 points for policy 24R. You could also make a finding that there are no effective precedents that justify this application. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, John.
Good evening. I'm John Gunson. I've been an architect here in Breckenridge since 1970. I know I look like it too, but I have designed a lot of the commercial buildings throughout the town. And I want to stress that I'm not against RMU. I think that they are doing good things in town. What I am against is them not meeting the several years ago, I mean, as an architect, I dealt with the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, for all the commercial buildings after it was 1984. And I don't feel that, I know that you're not here to judge the adequacy of the disability or the adequacy of the building, but I am trying to stress that it could change the appearance of the building, and it could change many of the aspects of that building. And what I've heard tonight is, well, we'll solve that problem later. Well, we'll kick that can down the road, and it'll be solved at the building review, at the UBC review. So what I'd like you to consider is that, in particular, I'm not able to navigate stairs well. So what I've seen from these pictures is that I'd like to have you consider where they have put the handicapped access is a lift, to a succession of 2 lifts off of the alley. If I was asked to say I'm going into the building, I'm not able to go up to the upper roof area. So they say, well, you have to go down the street, up Lincoln, and then come back in the alley, and then you'll see a lift there, and you can use that lift to get up the 2nd floor. You get up, then you transfer, you go up to the rooftop. And I'm asking you as a board that's concerned with the image that our community projects, to be aware of and considerate to all ages and all adequacies and disabilities. And in fact, we have organizations that look at that in particular. So what I'm asking you to consider, is that really the image that Breckenridge wants to project of, well, yeah, you got to go down the alley. Yeah, I know it's got snow in it and ice in the alley, but you walk down the alley, go down halfway down the alley, and you'll find the lifts to take you up to the rooftop. Now, I'm up on the rooftop, I'm enjoying the concert, but I have to use the restroom. How do I get to the restroom? The restroom is on the next level down. What do we do about that? How do I, and so again, I really think that there are many problems here from certainly you can meet the letter of the code, but is this really the intent of the code? You know, meeting the letter of the code, we can check off all the boxes, but is this the intent of the code, is to present a good image and a welcoming to our community? And I don't feel that this project does that from an accessibility standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Tim?
For the record, Tim Casey, 108 South Harris Street. I believe that hopefully it's part of the public record, the petition signed by 47 different residents in the historic district and in the surrounding community. We've heard a lot about community. I think that group represents many, many years. I know it does, many years of being involved and contributing to the community. So I understand the process, but a couple of things that have come up that have been, Peter alluded to. In looking at the town development code, and I'm just going to read this to you. It says, within the historic district, the town may take the following decisions in addition to the decisions, may make the following decisions in addition to the decisions allowed above. The town may deny the application based upon a finding that approval of the development permit will have a significant negative impact upon the historic character of the site, building, or community as a whole. I believe that recitals Ordinance 22 Series 2016. So that's something we'd like the council to take into consideration. The other thing that John Gunson alluded to from the International Building Code, Chapter 11, contains a provision that set forth requirements for accessibility of buildings and their associated sites and facilities for people with physical disabilities. And this is the key. The fundamental philosophy of the code on the subject of accessibility is that everything is required to be accessible. I think that is the intent, and that is the will and the interpretation of the code as we read it. We have some other concerns. We've talked about noise ordinances, and by the way, we're speaking at about a 65 decibel level right now. According to our information, that after 10 o'clock at night or 10:30 at night, it can't exceed 70 decibels. So it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one to enforce, and we feel for the people that are responsible for the enforcement. We had some questions. This application's evolved to, originally it had a stage up there, and now there's no stage. We've asked the question, will there be live music? We haven't heard the answer for that. Will the music be amplified? Will there be outdoor speakers? And we've heard that, well, if we have to come back and have outdoor speakers, then it's a Class D permit, which requires no public input according to our information. So we're concerned about obviously the amplification and certainly the noise. And I think the last point we're trying to make, will and can the town impose limitations on the hours of operation? And so we would like to see, if the town does decide to approve this permit, that there are some really some substance as far as how it is treated and whether there are permits, whether there are basically, can we get some an understanding of any requirements that are imposed upon the structure? Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Anyone else want to speak against this project? No. Does anybody on the council wish to question anyone that spoke?
Including staff.
No, this right now is just in favor or opposed to. If you have a question for staff, you can always ask staff a question, but it's sort of in the question period for witnesses. Let's do that first, and then you can ask staff. Anyone?
What are the hours of operation at RMU?
Yeah, so the hours of operation currently, or for the rooftop, for example, I mean, I'm assuming that we won't be open most of the winter. It'll probably be just a summer thing, 3-4 months a year. Can't see anybody really wanting to be outside after 9 or 10 o'clock. It gets really cold around here and up there. So yeah, it'll probably be a summer kind of thing, 4 to 8 o'clock. But it's just dependent on weather and light and all that stuff. We're not a late night space. The bar closes inside next door at midnight.
At midnight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you, I guess I can ask you instead of staff, the access for ADA for what John was speaking of, is, how does that work? Is they will go down the alley to access the?
Yeah, so we have parking spots in the back, and there's a parking lot back there. It's actually much easier to get access for anybody through the back door with the parking lots back there, and our parking area. And then we are installing a new 3-stop lift that will go directly from the parking spots to the second level, which we currently occupy, and then all the way up to the roof. So it'll be 1 stop down, and the bathrooms are directly at that back door.
Would you have a handicap parking spot?
Yep. Yeah.
So it's not the case that there's 2 separate lifts anymore. It's just 1 lift.
So we are going to be changing the lift to provide ADA access to the roof.
Okay.
So we have a lift right now currently that brings
Okay.
you from the parking spots to the second level, which we currently occupy. And we have already talked to the lift company, and we're going to be complying with all codes, federal, ADA, town, everything. So we will provide ADA access to the roof, and the bathrooms are right when you get off that lift.
And so will I think you have 2 spots there right at the back.
Yes.
Will one of those be handicap or both of them be handicap?
Subject to code, depending on what the building officials tell us, we will comply with all codes.
But you're right behind the parking structure that's right there as well.
Yes, yes.
So, can you just describe it to us? You would walk, if you parked in the parking structure, you would walk across the
Yeah, so
alley.
if you parked in the parking structure, it's just right across the alley. So we actually have a parking lot and a parking structure directly behind the building, in
Yeah.
addition to our 2 parking spots.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And then you just walk in the door.
Yeah, you would just walk right up our 1 parking spot driveway to the lift, which can bring you to the second level, which is about 18 inches up.
Mhm.
So there's like 2 steps if you want to walk up, or there's the lift that will take you up to that second level or all the way up to the roof.
And generally, where does your staff park?
Well,
They don't, do they park in those 2 spots that you have?
fortunately, we have the building next door, so we have some spots there too. And then, I mean, we don't guarantee or provide staff parking, so yeah, where you know how town gets, wherever they can find a spot. Luckily, a lot of them live locally and can ride bikes.
Any other questions for anyone that's spoken? Okay, before we move on, thank you. Before we move on to this next, I have to take a quick 5 minutes. Go to the bathroom. You guys can go too. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Is there any further evidence to be offered in this matter? Danny, please stand up.
Hello again, Dan Tidor for the record. I just wanted to address a couple of things. First of all, in terms of evidence, we absolutely recognize that there was a petition from quite a few homeowners in the historic area. There was also a petition that is also part of the record of well over 300 signatures from local residents as well in support of this. So I just want to make that point on the record. The other thing that I wanted to say regarding the notion of precedent is, you know, when Peter brought up what he said, and I have almost respect for Peter, but you know, there's several other decks, and so the notion that a deck is so anathema to the, you know, character of the downtown core in the historic area is kind of concerning, you know, and you can't disparately treat one application from another. And so if you're doing it based on splitting hairs, that would be a real concern. That's what I'd say as far as that goes. Regarding the notion of precedent, when we're talking about a deck that's actually set back 24 feet, I think that could be an excellent precedent that if you want to have a deck, it shouldn't look like the deck at Fatty's or somewhere else where it's prominent and right up on the street level. So I think there are a lot of things where the meticulous design effort that went into this, which was also done with a lot of staff input, can really show something where it's precedent that can be a good, functional, useful precedent. Not all precedent is bad. You know, I just say regarding, I heard a lot of notions regarding not being code compliant, but again, the only thing that I saw that was actually in the code is the catch-all. I think it's, I'm going to do this try off the top of my head, 19.1, 18.1E, and the whole notion that this is, you know, essentially outside of and essentially deleterious to the historic character of the area, to the community, et cetera. You know, this is the community. I heard Carol talking earlier about when we were all younger and how things were back then. This is the community. These people are the community. Mike here has been part of this community. This is part of the vision of the community as we move forward. So from that perspective, again, we appreciate the opportunity to sit here and discuss this with all of you. And we do appreciate some of the concerns that are there. We will continue to be accountable as we have been on all these different levels that I talked about and all the different mechanisms that are in place to ensure that a business is accountable. In terms of the site plan, we strongly believe that we meet all the requirements of the code for site plan. And so we respectfully request approval. Thank you.
Is there any further evidence from either staff or the applicant? It's got to be staff or the applicant. I'm sorry, Kathy. Nope. All right. Does any member of the council have any questions or desire any additional information from anyone who has spoken, who has presented information during this hearing?
That includes stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I guess I'm trying to understand Peter's point about occupancy. Is there, and I apologize if this was said, but is there a limitation on occupancy?
No, I guess I can take a run at that. There is no, you know, precedence in occupancy. I mean, we have outdoor seating spaces that really run the gamut. We have some that are like at Mom's Bakery that are 4 seats crammed against a window that range. And then we have other things on the opposite end of the spectrum, like Burke and Riley's or Kenosha, that are probably equally as large as what is presented tonight. And, you know, there's nothing within the code that speaks to ratios relative to the size of the outside versus inside. I guess we would take issue with, you know, formulas that are kind of being made up on the floor that don't pertain to anything within our development code.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Any other questions? Dennis?
Hey, Chris, was, Peter talked about priority policy 90 and 91. Were they considered doing the planning commission through the planning?
Yeah, I mean, specifically, we address policy 90 in the staff report on, I guess it would be the 5th page of the staff report. And, specifically, I think this designed to really do exactly what that design standard is after. They're designing their guardrails, the mirror a parapet that you would typically find in the historic district. It's sided with lap siding of the same dimension and same color as the building. I think to most people, if you look at the design, if you look at these elevations here, I think most people wouldn't realize that there is a deck behind there. I think it conceals the deck much greater than the other examples that we provided in, which are much more obviously, upper or rooftop decks. And then in terms of, Peter mentioned furniture. Furniture is movable. It's not part of the building. It shouldn't be considered, part of the structure. I think if you look at any of the places, whether they're outside seating at ground level, a deck, or a rooftop deck, all of those have furniture on them, umbrellas, other things. You can look right across the street at the Horseshoe. That's set back, I think, 13 feet, not quite as far as this one. And, some of their items are visible. And, there's a lot of other things that are on roofs. Quite honestly, they're probably more unsightly and less historic than furniture. When you look at big HVAC systems and hoods for restaurants, those all also have visual impact. And, we live with them because they're kind of necessary for, commercial operations that take place on Main Street. So that's another thing that I guess that we would, point out that it's a bit unrealistic, I think, on his take in terms of what, defines character within the district.
Other questions? No, of anyone? All right. All right, call-up hearing in this matter is now closed. Now it's time for town council discussion. All discussion must be held in public, but the council can go into an executive session to ask the town attorney specific questions about matters directly related to the call-up hearing. Public discussion should focus on what the evidence has shown and how the facts apply to the development code. Who wants to begin?
Maybe Eric, is there a permit process besides the Class D that we could require for an outdoor?
Could we add a condition to an approval to make any subsequent change to, what they're doing, a Class B?
Like particularly with
The
any speaker
loudspeakers.
outside?
I had another approach to that.
Okay.
I don't think you can vary, or that you should vary from the process that's established in the code. Now, you can certainly change the code. Move the exterior amplified loudspeaker from a Class D
To a Class B or whatever.
Class C.
Okay.
My thought is, and Mike, I appreciate the spirit and the culture of RMU, always have. It is important to our town. And I appreciate your core value of wanting to have a positive impact. I'm not going to recommend that we don't pass this, or that we deny it. No, I'm not going to recommend that, but I am going to recommend that we add a condition. And where I'm coming from on this is it really relates to the seating capacity, and it relates to this, and it's related to policy 42A with regards to the loudspeakers. 42A reads, loudspeakers may only be allowed in seating areas associated with the deck or patio area of a restaurant or liquor license. Seating areas being the key word. I've been a part of the speaker code over the years through the Restaurant Association. And really the spirit of the speakers is, of loudspeakers is, it's background music for decks for dining. And I don't think it was ever contemplated that would be part of a bar. And, you know, I think that was why I wanted clarification on the assembly. You know, the only way you get to that 88 occupancy is to remove all the furniture. And at which time you're no longer in compliance with 42A. So I would like to add a condition that just flat out prohibits loudspeakers on the rooftop patio. And that would be my recommendation. And really preventing the applicant or anyone from getting into a pickle down the road by us calling up a staff decision to approve a Class D permit for the loudspeakers after the investment's been made to put in this patio that really all along thought the speakers were important. So I think we need to put everything out at the beginning. And, you know, if we're worried about the speakers, I think we just prohibit them right off the bat. At least at an occupancy of 88, which requires removal of furniture, which is not in compliance with 42A, policy 42A. So long-winded way of saying I would like to add a condition to this that prohibits loudspeakers on the upstairs, on the rooftop patio.
Tim?
I think you could probably do that. I'd like to know what everybody else thinks about that.
So okay, so just to clarify, there's already a provision though that says you can only have a loudspeaker for seated dining. Is that correct?
It's a Class D permit that I think the applicant has indicated that they're not going to have loudspeakers initially, and if they decide they want to get them later, they will get the permit.
But what's the specific language in 42A? It's
Yeah,
something
do you
about
have
being
that?
seated.
42A says loudspeakers may only be allowed in seating areas associated with the deck or patio area of a restaurant or liquor licensed establishment.
So if they wanted to get loudspeakers, they would have to comply with that anyway, right?
Correct. But we have no say unless we decide to call up a staff, because a class,
A Class D is not subject to follow-up.
but if it's a staff decision, can't we call up a staff decision?
No.
So I guess we have no,
Not on a Class D. Those are
Adhere to that anyway, right? They would, I mean, that's what the code is there
we're
for, right?
forcing town to do compliance then.
I mean, the town does compliance all the time, right? I mean, this one, but there's a precedent for that.
Yeah, I guess I just I don't know how, if they're seated in the area and they have, how they would be different just because they're not serving food.
I don't know, it doesn't have anything to do with food. Their current license is a tavern license, so they're not a restaurant license. The RMU's current license is a tavern license, which does not require a lot of food to be served. Now, I don't know
But this
what kind of
just
license they
says,
don't do place.
but the 42 really,
42A,
yeah,
it's referring to loudspeakers, and it says that they're only to be adjacent to seating areas. The language is clear. And in there, if you look at their occupancy, the occupancy is the only way they get to 88 in occupancy is to remove the furniture and do assembly seating.
Oh, standing room. Oh.
If you look at the diagrams that they provided us.
Does seating area mean seating? Are there other parts of the code where we look at seating area and is standing area in a bar seating area?
I don't read it
Ask,
that way.
ask Chris. Is seating area a defined term, Chris?
I don't believe it is. But I think there's something else in the noise ordinance that would maybe complicate this. Under Title 5, Chapter 8-7, exterior loudspeakers or amplifiers, under letter B, it says nothing in this section shall prohibit the use of an exterior loudspeaker or amplifier to emit amplified music from a live musical performance. So, I guess you could maybe go after and say they couldn't have background music, but I don't know how that relates to section B. That seems fairly explicit, even though, again, this is not tied to the development code. This is just related to kind of after the fact operation of a premise. We might be getting a little off target here because, again, how the noise ordinance was tied to the development code was specifically for the speakers tied to exterior speakers of an outside seating area.
Hey, Chris, is the occupancy part of this development code approval or denial?
The occupancy would be established by the building code. The building department would have to confirm the occupancy. We're really just looking at the design and the layout and things directly related to the development code. There's no, unlike density or mass or, things like that where we really quantify interior space. We don't have anything that, speaks to occupancy of actually exterior or interior space. That's a function of the building code.
Dick, unless it's changed, the occupancy load was actually, I think, established by the fire department.
Right.
And the town doesn't have its own fire code. We rely on the red, white, and blue. We just went through a process of establishing occupancy limit here, didn't we?
Yeah, but we did through building.
Through building?
Ask a just process question. If we do want to add a conditional provision, how does that work within this discussion?
You just get Tim to add it.
Well, they're
We're paying him for the last week.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the script, there is a motion for approval. And we would add to that motion, adding the following condition of approval.
And would the applicant have an opportunity to respond?
This is your decision.
I mean, I just wonder if there's some validity in making it, making the conditional approval on that they would have to come back to us for a speaker, because it would really encourage them to figure out how to not be loud with just voices and people up there. Because if they, if they're doing a good job of managing that, then it would be something that we could consider. Whereas if they're constantly getting noise violations and it's going through those different avenues, then of course it's not going to be something that we consider.
I mean, I would say the best thing to do in that case would be to just talk about moving the exterior loudspeaker discussion to just a higher level in the code.
Yeah.
At the next meeting. We just would do that instead. Because at that point, if they were permitted tonight, then their permit then just moves on to the next phase. We could do whatever to any other code provision at that point.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand why this would be different than any other loudspeaker scenario.
That's the problem with trying to monkey with a condition that affects a part of the code that's regulated in a way that we have always done through precedent.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, I mean, anything we did with amplification, I'm not as concerned about amplification early in the evening as I am after 8 o'clock. So that would be something we'd look at on what you were talking about, right, Eric? Code?
Yeah, well, and I think if we have an issue with decibel levels and noise, I mean, then it's across the board, right?
I mean, that is.
It's a different conversation.
Well, and that's handled by a different part of the code.
Yep.
Any concerns there? Or concerns across the board, so we would have to revisit the noise ordinance, is what we're saying.
Yeah, or, they would get so many violations that I don't even know what the next step is at that point. It would be there'd be a hearing like there was with the Brown. But those become difficult. They're difficult to prove. There is difficulty with the whole noise piece, as we know from the Brown.
Now, there's one other thing that I at least need to mention, and that's the fact that in addition to a development permit and a building permit, RMU is going to have to get a modification of their existing liquor license because they're expanding the size of their licensed premises. And that would give the liquor authority some right to speak to some of the operational issues of a bar.
Would we have oversight on that,
No.
Tim?
That's why you created the liquor authority.
Hey, Chris, do you
Yeah.
have any understanding of the difference of the noise in, from their current use, which is right next door, but 2 stories down or a story and a half down? I mean, I guess I'm just wondering if this use exists, how much different will it be?
I mean, I think it'll be fairly nominal in terms of, I mean, they're both uncovered spaces. I don't think that, from my understanding, there is much of a, difference. I think it's more kind of line of sight might be the wrong word, but if there's something that's unobstructed in terms of it flowing, then noise will carry. So yeah, I don't really, not being a sound engineer, I guess I don't have a great response for you. I apologize.
That's fine. I just wondered if we'd discussed that somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I think, when we look through this, again, that was one of the comments we had from, people that were concerned about the application is what are you to do about noise or enforcement? And, we've discussed this a lot internally, and the reason we did put it in the staff report under a policy 42, because that's really the only part within the development code that has a direct nexus to the, to chapter 8 of the, which regulates noise. I mean, noise is essentially regulated kind of after the fact. After something is constructed or someone's just performing or playing something or anything else, there isn't a lot of nexus to the development code.
I know this is a tough one, which, we talked about it at the call-up itself. I honestly just don't see anything in the planning code that you can really hang your hat on. I appreciate Peter's suggestions of 90 and 91. I just don't think they're as germane. I would like to, fix a couple things in the code pretty quickly. I'd like the exterior loudspeaker, provision to become at least a C, something that we have the ability to call up. I'd like to see some different, rules around the whole creation of this kind of space, because really the thing that probably bothers me the most about the outdoor space is it's absolutely free density. You don't have to pay for it anywhere. And that, I think, is an issue. So but that doesn't have anything to do with RMU. I mean, much like a lot of and I appreciate everything that, the people that are in favor of, what you're doing, Mike. But in the end, none of that is really germane to what we're talking about tonight. The way our planning commission works is really very black and white. You either get enough points to pass or you don't. And that is really it, which makes this more difficult, because you can feel that the community is going to have some detrimental effect from the noise. But for what we're looking at tonight, there's not much you can do about it. I worry about things like having a band up there or people dancing up there. Because we learned when we were building the parking structure that we won't be allowed to have concerts or anything on top of the parking structure because it creates a different kind of vibration that can topple a parking garage. And you're gonna have to worry about the same kind of thing. And I say that because, you know, we don't have, at least at this level, a way to really tell you that. I hope the building department says you cannot have dancing or bands on this roof because this roof will not support it. But as far as what we are tasked with this evening, I think we need to make some changes going forward. But that's just the way the code works, and that's just the way the code works. That's what we live with, and that's how it's always operated. We have things that we don't like, and we unfortunately have to fix them the next time around.
The tweak we make to, if we make something to the noise, and so it's not a staff decision, it comes to the council's purview. Was that something we could do that this would be applicable to this on the road?
We could do it at the next meeting. We could start it at the next meeting. You do a moratorium on exterior loudspeakers at the next meeting.
This last meeting, let's do all of it.
Other comments? Anything else to talk about?
I guess I will say, you know, I'm gonna take this off. Last time I did this, I got heckled.
You swore.
I swore, then I swore.
Jeffrey, we told Carol not to take hers off.
I'm seeing spots, and if I drop off, I hope Theodore will want to do mouth to mouth, and yeah, that could change his life. You know, I applaud our RMU. I think they're the next generation. I think it's great, and the passion that you show. But this worries me, and I wish my worry was enough to put some more teeth in our sound issues and kind of curtail or at least make a heavy suggestion about your prospective use of this. But I just, you know, man, a lot of this stuff, I defer to staff because they know this, and also planning commission because they do this every day. I am worried about, you know, our job is to follow the code, but also to be concerned about the quality of life of people that are nearby. But I just don't, I don't think I have enough rationale to vote it, to overturn this, to not go with the planning commission on this. And I would hope that maybe as an emergency ordinance or something, that we have some purview about the operation of this, and to make sure that it try to lessen as much as possible any quality of life degradation of the people nearby. You know, so yeah, I wish I could have more teeth into this, but I don't think we have that in the code. So I'm gonna what did you do? What am I gonna do? To do what?
The suggested motion is.
Okay, but I'm gonna go with the planning commission. I'll riff. I'll ad lib.
Is there any other discussion at this point?
Maybe not discussion, but I would like to add on to what Jeffrey said is, in the spirit of the community, I think RMU, you've done a great job with what you've started here and what you do as a business, but you know from the people that are opposed to this project is they're only opposed to it because of the noise. And you're going to be held to a standard, but I think internally you should take that as you do your job to monitor it, and then the people of our community will probably support it. But that is the biggest challenge you have right now.
Yeah, I just want to add, yeah, I guess this goes along with the code, but it's also enforcement. If we, you know, and I appreciate everybody coming out and talking and commenting, your thoughts, and I do understand that this will affect the neighborhood and the community. However, there are other bars and restaurants that can create noise, and if it's a problem, and if it's enforcement, because it, everybody should be held to the same decibel level, then that's what we should focus on too. Like, I think that's right. Like, it is our community to monitor and that sort of thing. So to make sure everybody is adhering to the rules that are in order. So I think that's where if this is a problem, then we should focus our efforts there.
Yeah, and I mean, noise is one of the biggest things we hear out of the short-term rental complaints. So we need to look at that code all the way around, commercial and residential. And we really need to look at enforcement and really being
It's just
specific.
easier than it's said, for the PD to get the decibel meter, get out, take a reading, it's just noise has been an issue for many years. And enforcement of the noise ordinance has been an issue for many years. And, Mike, I mean, Dennis, you said it well. I mean, you guys can make a choice as to whether you manage the noise or you don't. And I think that'll have a lot to do with, are there issues down the road? And, I think that. And, being in business a long time, and, it's easier to avoid them than to fight them. So, but I mean, I hear you guys, the enforcement is super important. We've been talking a lot about it in these last few weeks with other issues. But it's just hard. I mean, enforcing the noise ordinance is really hard. And I was, by my comments, was trying to prevent us getting there and prevent Mike from getting into a situation where he's fighting with the community. So, but I get it. It's a stretch, and I don't see anything that prevents us from approving this. And I wish you the best, and I hope you work with the community. And we might see you again if we change the ordinance on the speakers. So,
I will say one other thing about precedent. Directly across the street where my building is, there's a rooftop deck that used to belong to a handful of restaurants. It was the Terrace, and then it was Pierre's Terrace. And then just through happenstance, I turned it into a residence because I didn't want to deal with an elevator in a restaurant in my building anymore, other than the one in the basement. That rooftop is higher and projects directly out at your building. So I think the precedent has been set already in the, early 80s when that building was built and when it was allowed to be there. So
that was a fun deck too.
it was a fun deck after I built my apartment up there too. And I used to have soirees. It didn't have to meet town noise ordinance. But I meant to say that earlier, and I forgot just to hit the precedent point. So is there a motion?
Well, before I do that, do I need to apologize to Teodoro to kind of avoid any hateful letters?
He doesn't write letters.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's
All right, I move that the town council approve application TL 2021-0132, and that the town attorney written decision on the application presented to the town council tonight be adopted as the town council's final decision on the application.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Ms. Owens, Mr. Kuhn,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
yes, Mayor Mamula.
Yes. The application is approved. Town attorney's written decision of the application presented to the town council tonight is adopted as the town council's final decision on the application. The record of this proceeding shall consist of, number one, pages 132 to 197 inclusive, of the council's agenda package for this meeting. Number two, all documents admitted into evidence by the council. Number three, all documents offered into evidence at the hearing but not admitted, if any. Number four, copies of the applicable provisions of the Development Code and other applicable town ordinances 5, a transcript of the public hearing, and 6, such other documents as may properly be included in the record. Is there anything further on this matter? That concludes this hearing. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate everybody that stood up and talked. We know how difficult it is for some people to do that. And I always appreciate when the public shows up in a respectful manner like you did tonight. So thank you. Thanks, Dan. All right, we have a couple other things to finish up here. Are there any other matters? Rick, did you have anything you wanted to add since you left us? Yeah, all right. We are adjourned.
By a couple other things. You just mentioned. For some reason. What else do we have?
I thought there was something else that we needed to do. Huh?
It doesn't have a doggy door.
All right. When are we gonna find out who?
I don't know, it sounds like it wanted to go. We probably, it just looks like we inherited two.
I don't know how you put noise in it. I see someone else working on noise. Yeah. Do the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
You want to change it to I like Eric's suggestion at the end there, class, go to class, and then they can call it up if they want. And, that way.